Hello and welcome in to the Thunderpick World Championship 2026 here in EU. We are ready for another day of action up on your screens as we have got the round of 16 getting started. And to kickstart things, we'll have one win taken on Los Kogutos. My name is Lazer Cats. I'll be hosting all the way throughout this. I've got Trav and Overseer alongside me. Fellas, how are we doing? Trav, I'll start with you. How are things, mate?
Not too bad, not too bad. I've been very busy boy. Very busy with everything, every tournament, it feels like. I'm on like a streak of 30 days in a row right now. I'm trying to, give myself a bit of a break in a few days, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Yeah, this game should be fun because, of course, one win. Unfortunately, this one win team, one of those teams which I saw win, I think, another online tournament recently, and I thought they'd be on the verge of a bit of a breakout because they look really good, really cohesive, really synergizing well. And sure, they're near top 50, which is okay for a team like this. But yeah, the breakout hasn't really happened, and maybe, as we kind of just discussed, there are some moves happening with this organization.
Yeah, Over, how about yourself?
Hey man, I've been enjoying summer. It's been hot. I've had a little bit of off time, so I'm appreciating that as well. Kind of getting my energy back. And don't burn out, Travis. That's not a good thing. But yeah, keep going strong, soldier. And of course, as you guys said as well, one win. I mean, they've been kind of disappointing, honestly, ever since I've last seen them. I even remember talking about how they won that local LAN in Moscow, how they did really well on Nodwin, I believe it was. And then afterwards, they all kind of just went flat. And the discussions behind the scenes about what might be the future of this team are something that definitely we can touch upon later down the line. But right now, it's to face off Los Kogutos. I'd say this should be a slam dunk for them on paper.
And especially if this is a last dance for this iteration of one win as well. You kind of want to go out of a high with qualification to a LAN, and hopefully that you can kind of like really prove yourself in a way as well. This is only one game though that we have out of 4 today. GenOne ex-RUSTEC to follow this. JiJieHao Entropy will be coming a little bit later, and Walczaki taking on Bebop. And some interesting ones there as well. Try any other that sort of like take your eye?
Well, this ex-RUSTEC team, I believe they're playing with Yix-Rezo and Patsy.
Yes.
I watched them play a couple of times. They're low-key quite fun to watch. I think they've got really high individual ability, especially Yix-Rezo, of course, coming from Nemesis, I think, slash Gun 5. I think, he's definitely got something for this level. He's way too good, I think, for this level. I've seen him just pop off with, I think there was a game I covered him the other day, right? They won 2-0. He went like 35 and 19. 33 and 19. 25 of his 33 kills were headshots. And he's not like, he was, most of those were CT side. He was hitting double headshots with those M4s all day. It was kind of crazy. But yeah, I think JiJieHao, always interesting to see those guys because they can sometimes look really good, but also bomb out. There's a reason why their HLTV ranking is so low, but their VOS ranking is so high. So yes, you have to see how it goes. Anyway, here are the one win boys. Again, as I said, quite a nice roster, this one. I think Cronus has been the most impressive part of it for me. I think that at some point he was in-game leading and fragging really well on this team. But yeah, the rumors we're talking about on Twitter and various other platforms as well is that one win are going to dish out the dollar, and all the players that are on loan to TDK, Belchanok from Paravision, Fame from VP, Axon Artfrost from BetBoom, supposedly they are picking up that entire team.
Yeah, it's tough to think as well for these guys who obviously have been, doing okay. That times will be looking a little bit tough around that corner, but we'll have to see. Over, what are your thoughts on this one win team?
I mean, one win, they've had the core for about 2 years right now, and I don't think they were all, ever a bad team. I don't think they ever had like a very poor showing. They've always kind of just been growing, but it seems like they've stagnated for the last year, perhaps, or so. They've gotten a few heights, new heights rather, but it doesn't seem like this is the roster to break out, as you two have kind of eloquently put it. And I think they definitely need a change, as a team, whether or not they'll stay like this, whether or not they take everybody as a new, everybody on a new plate, we'll see. But honestly, I'm sad to see Lavked possibly, being dismissed. But hey, well, that's the reality of one win. And if the day doesn't go well for them, if they don't win, if they don't show up in a style you'd expect them to, especially against a team like Los Kogutos, who maybe 3 years ago I'd say, yeah, they're one of the better teams invited to a tournament. Today, unfortunately, they are not. I would argue that this, if it's not a slam dunk, a big disappointment and kind of expected breakdown of the squad.
Yeah, absolutely. We're expecting big things from this team. We take a look at their opponents on the other side as well of Los Kogutos. An interesting team in their own regard who have been kind of trying to piece together the pieces of this Polish side. It's obviously a bit of an interesting scene because there's so many sort of like I want to say like arguments, like splits down the scene where with the Polish scene, you don't really get like the full best teams at times. But there's some nice names here, Trav as well, Tomoko, Mary, Markosh, Adrian. They've all been around for a while, Hot Dog and same himself, but it's not exactly leading to the right results.
No, I mean, unfortunately, it's one of these, like, I mean, I still call them a mix, even though they're probably pracking and playing quite, playing a lot. It just always feels like they're playing with a different player every single time I cover this team. And it's the same for other Polish mixes at this level, like Mai Tai as an example. I think Adrian and Markosh have shown to be quite decent, and we know the level that Tomoko and Mary can bring. Mary has got an overcooking aspect to his gameplay, though, which I've always been concerned about. He always is for an extra peak when it's not necessary. If you look at their results recently, I mean, sure, some of them are weeks ago at this point, but they did go on a streak of 9 BO3s in a row lost, and they've only won 3 out of 5 recently against pretty poor opposition. New Vision are a new team to this level, and X-Mana, they both beat them 2-0 twice in a row, both CCT and Thunderpick, which is good to have some wins under your belt, but any other team that has shown anything against them, Entropy, megoshort, Atreides, Honved, I mean, these teams, you'd expect them to at least fight close to, and they're just getting destroyed 2-0. I have no hope, really, for them at all in this one.
Yeah, I will say as well, just with that game yesterday, it was a hilarious double header of X-Mana, Los Kogutos, a 9 a.m. and midday game, 2-0s back-to-back, and, slightly different vetoes as well. So, second time out, Los Kogutos were like, right, we'll change something up a little bit. Still the same results. Maybe a little bit closer, but not to really to change anything in the grand scheme of things. We have the veto to be had here. We've got Dust 2, we've got Ancient, and we got Mirage. Dust 2 picked by 1 win, very decent map for them. Los Kogutos play it, but not super successfully. Then we got that Ancients, followed up by Los Kogutos. That one on paper looks okay, a map in which they don't mind, and they won 6 out of 10, and then Mirage as the great decider, always a great litmus test as well. Over, how do you feel about this veto?
I mean, Dust is kind of given. That's always going to be a choice for 1 win. It feels like it's their safe bet. They're going to rely on their individuals, obviously, as the map kind of gives them that space. But it's more Ancient that I'm interested in. Last time Los Kogutos played it against Unity, they lost it pretty convincingly. It wasn't looking like a good series for them. They had a few wins in between, but overall, it seems like it's still a shaky one, and I think this is where I have to resonate a little bit of Travis's words of feeling like a mix. And the history of this team, would suggest they have more quality to them than what we currently see. But unfortunately, it seems like they're just kind of going in and out of this this mentality where they either prac and maybe they do well, or they don't prac, they play a lot, they lose a lot, and that mentality kind of follows them throughout the period they're in. And right now, it seems like it's more of a, okay, we're on the way out period. Let's see if we can still do something, make some impact happen. Otherwise, this is kind of a goner of a situation.
Yeah, Trav, how you feeling? Do you think it's settled into? Obviously, we have 1 win as our sort of favourites, but even with the veto now rolling through, does that change your feelings, or what are you thinking?
I'm still favouring 1 win pretty heavily. Even if Los Kogutos were on better form, I would have just seen more convincing things from 1 win overall recently, even though there's a chance they could all be dropped. There's a chance that some of these players, don't have that ability for them to really push up. I still think it's going to be a 1-win win.
Well, let's find out. Game is live, so I'll throw it over towards you fellas as well. We've got Dust 2 to kickstart things. 1 wins pick. Enjoy it.
I got it. Yes, sir. Let's get underway on Dust 2. And if you look at 1 win's previous results, sure, there's a few losses in there they wish they wouldn't have had, but they did make a final against Eternal Fire and lost in a long BO5 where they went all 5 maps. So, Eternal Fire got some good names on that team. I think 1 win just have proven themselves way too much for Los Kogutos recently.
I'm right there with you, man. I really am. And like I've been saying, Los Kogutos, if you check their history, in 2020 they started, and since then they kind of risen to the occasion in the middle of the last 6 years. In 2023, they've really looked like a team that could contend and fight for that Polish title of best Polish team. Unfortunately, since then, it's been more of the same of just going downhill. And right now, against OneWin, this should be perhaps a bit of a challenge, actually. OneWin's going up against a stack, 3 players waiting. Nice little bait towards Car. And Hot Dog, if he plays his cards right, he might just bait them all in. Mary 1 trades off by Cronus. Still, it's going to be looking good for the T side, apparently, as Cronus and Ozig both will find control of the site. Marcos, don't you dare alone go through that window. That would be a devastating mistake. Gotta wait for the teammate. And now it's a 2-on-3 retake of B, and you and I both know what that entails.
Yeah, it feels unlikely, doesn't it? And that's the issue, right? Even though you've got a nice setup, plat player, 2 on car, baiting each other in, doesn't matter if you miss your shots. And they miss their shots, unfortunately. Let's see if Marcos and Tomiko can at least force their way back in. Always very difficult, as you know. Need to try and find a click on Ozik in some way, and that's not going to happen. That XP 250, so often a big factor. Will get himself at a 1 kill, but Cronus is the man with 3. And just off pure memory alone, from what I've seen from Cronus on this roster, Dust 2 has always been a very, very good map for him. I mean, 1.13 rating recently. As I said, I think he's been the IGL more often than not. I don't know if he still is. I'll have to maybe dig a bit deeper and do some interviews.
He should be, no?
Yeah, I think so. Unless Wikipedia's not updated or whatever, I don't know. But yeah, and I think Dust 2 in particular for me has been his map, where he's shown quite a lot of that. Just looking at his numbers now on Dust 2, if you look at 2026 alone, it's a little bit worse because he's been in-game leading, but the last couple of games that I've watched him on, he's been really, really solid and put up great numbers. So there's a little bit of a couple of week gap since then, but
yeah. I was about to say, he has not played a lot of Dust in recent times, or they haven't played a lot of Dust in recent times.
They haven't played that much, yeah.
Exactly, given the player break and everything in between, right? Some tournaments taking a longer break as well. Yeah, it should be, a him map kind of thing. Though I'm always looking towards Kickert, I'm always looking towards Lavked. Those are 2 of my favorite players on this roster. They always have been. And Kickert is kind of a name that doesn't come around very often these days, even if we're seeing him here, right? But more about that in a second. Cronus is going to be first contact. No, it's Kickert instead. The Kazakhstani takes down Tomiko, and we're going to be left with a possible creep up short. It kind of makes sense. You've got the first entry. Oof, caught out of position. Mary, that's the scout, I'm pretty certain, gone. And they don't even need to commit. I mean, they've still got a little bit of time left. If they want to play it safe, they might as well, just take a bit more off the clock. And, I mean, with Lavked finding Hot Dog, this is a foregone conclusion. It's a 2-0 start as expected. The force bite doesn't succeed. And yeah, they're going to search out mid pretty easy.
Yeah, this is another one of those rounds, right, where they know there's danger to it, with their 5-7s and scouts and everything. We've seen many a team lose to those, but a pretty well-versed round in terms of the protocols and how they deal with that, right? I mean, they didn't leave it too late, but they left it late, right? They're making it up to B with 15 seconds there. That's still more than enough time. There's no player to stop them. And I've seen so many teams kind of just go through the motions in regular defaults in those sort of rounds and just get caught. And that time they had a plan. They stuck to from the very beginning. Kills helped, obviously. But, yeah, it was very important to get it done cleanly, and they certainly did. And now they've got another chance to win the round cleanly as well.
Could be a no-brainer, honestly. I mean, Cronus Mactan goes in and does the funny thing, brr, and goodbye. Los Kogutos, meanwhile, I mean, what can you hope for? Maybe a stack, maybe a little bit of luck, sure. Good flashbangs, unexpected, and yeah, I mean, as you said, should be a 3-0 start, no doubt. And honestly, I want to mention Kickert a little bit. And, his history of professional Counter-Strike obviously entails quite a few big teams. I'm talking about Virtus Pro. I'm talking about, at the time, outsiders that were technically Virtus Pro, but were not. This guy, at one point in time, we'd watch him in Tier 1 CS, and he might not always be hailed as the very best and the very much the best of them all, but he has had a bit of a fall-off, hasn't he? Recently, at least, looking at his performances, looking at his numbers, it seems like he's slowly kind of bowing out almost. I don't know.
I kind of feel the same. I think his numbers don't really do him that much justice, because of course there are periods where he was also hard in-game leading for a couple of teams. But I think it says a lot that Paravision when he was on that Paravision team, and he was the one in-game leading over Jame, and Jame actually gave that over to him and just focused on AWPing alone, they didn't have a good run. And then they brought Jame back into the AWPing game leading role. Jame was still playing well, and guess what? They pushed up the leagues and immediately got to Tier 1 Counter-Strike all over again. So, yeah, I do think maybe that there are certain situations which do give that correct evidence that maybe Kicker is falling off a little bit. It's sad because I think he's, teams at this level, for a team like OneWin, he definitely has more to give. But pushing up to that next level again may be a bit unlikely in his career at this point.
No, I'm there with you. I mean, the experience he has certainly benefits the whole of OneWin, and players like Rayos, who's had very little contact with the upper echelons of the game. But in general, it feels like it is one of those situations where slowly you'll just have to accept that maybe the top tier is no longer accessible. But nonetheless, let's not dwell on the potentials. Let's see the future. Los Kogutos, the bias here. Marcos on the op. Another player that's had his name both sung and cursed at the same time. Been through many different iterations of Polish teams, and many times he'd been the difference maker. But recently, once again, just don't see him in a very good light, I would argue. I mean, his time on TNC came to an abrupt, quick end. Before that, he was still in Los Kogutos for a little while, and then Illuminar, obviously, for that period that it lasted. I don't know, he's changed so many teams, but had no success at all. It feels like he's just either undecided or just kind of jumping in between different ones, hoping that something sticks. Oh.
Talking about something sticking. Oh, there we go. Through the smoke. OneWin preparing themselves on short, and with 20 seconds left, this one is not going to be working out. Finally, the wait out of the clock is not going to work out. And guess who is fragging all of them? Adrian on short, 2 through the smoke, and then 2 to pretty much close it out as well. That is the way to get Los Kogutos on the board.
Yeah, you don't get to see Adrian a lot in such a light, and it's nice to see him get a 4K, nice to see him start off well. His numbers usually would suggest that he's not exactly the heavy fragger. He's not usually the one that's going to give you these rounds easily, but he's a solid anchor, he's a solid player who you can rely upon to at least trade, etc. And we can see right now Los Kogutos with a round under their belt. If they stabilize, if they can find a second and a potential third after, they might be off to a glorious start considering it all. Oh, okay.
Well, yeah. Adrian's had his moment, and Lavked's like, okay, no more, bro. They're all mine.
Good night.
Good response from Marcos, though. They needed that. Good needed the smoke. Works out well.
Molly to cover the push. Nice little graphical play. Tomico does find Kronos, though. That's a bit of a mishap. Molotov is a little bit late, or incendiary rather. Kicker will trade. Surely you check CT. You do. Ozik and Rayos both clearing it. And Los Kogutos, they might have forgotten the last one on the virtue of Adrian pulling a 4K. But it seems like as soon as you don't have an individual pulling these massive clutches and rather kills, your whole defense just kind of melts away into the background.
Yeah, I think that's what OneWin are going to have, that are just so much better than Los Kogutos, right? There might be some blips like we saw in that previous round where they're waiting behind that smoke and it didn't work really too well. Adrian was allowed to pop off, but invariably they're going to have executes that Los Kogutos just don't have the facilities to defend. They're going to be saying to OneWin, we don't have the facilities for that, big men, unfortunately. Another example of it there.
Yeah. But speaking of Marcus, right, like I said, he's been in and out of different teams, different rosters. I remember when he first left Los Kogutos, I was thinking, damn, I think that's a big loss for the team. He was obviously one of the better performers there, and that was back in, was it 2023, 2025? Like, it was 2 iterations of it. Now, in 2025, obviously, things were already looking poor for Los Kogutos, but I think at the tail end of 2022, yeah, when he went for Eklebruhe and then Illuminar afterwards, it feels like that was the time for Marcos to find a solid team where he would rise to the occasion with, but as I've said, since then, nothing's come to go his way. And whilst now again we see a round start well for him, nice little push into upper, getting and securing the entry on Veos is perfect. Adrian with the second op from Car. It seems like Los Kogutos must have heard me say something about them. They're getting a little bit angrier here, and I like to see it, but hopefully they cannot. Okay, they cannot get clapped here, and they won't. Good job, Tomiko and Hot Dog.
Yeah, good job. They managed to close it in the end. And yeah, again, that comes with the bit of aggression from Markosh to get him in the open in a good position early in the round. So that is a good one to grab. Yeah, he's been all over the place, Markos, in his career, unfortunately, and I bet he wishes he could just nail down a team and get something a bit more consistent. Of course, he's at 27 now, I think. So, and that duo, him and Adrian, have played together for many different times, I think, especially in this Los Kogutos project. So, if you can nail something down, it would be nice.
I'm there with you, man. I really would hope to see them succeed, you know, have that, as we joke around, maybe a little bit of a last dance moment, because it feels like this roster has to do something great this year, the end of this year, rather, the tail end of 2026. And we can see right now it's going to be a B push. I'm a bit surprised. This is a full kind of force buy into B, and they do get one entry. Get a second, excuse me. Okay, Kickert. He's allowed to take two for himself, and with time on the clock still left here, there could be a bomb plant and a 2v2 retake. There it is. Latic pulls it down. And we're going to be watching Los Kogutos trying to retake. They've got a smoke and a flashbang, if I'm seeing correctly. Yeah, Mary's got that. Now, Kickert and Latic, they might not be the best of the best right now. At least not Latic with a Mac 10, but this should work, right? Kicker's got the cross from tunnel. Oh, he finds one. Now Latic with a Mac 10. That's a bit of a wild spray. Pulls out the deagle and connects the headshot. And that is a massive dub for the side of one win as it breaks Los Kogutos again and leaves them stranded.
Yeah, I mean, I was so surprised that he committed to all his bullets with that Mac 10 through the smoke. But I guess that's a very Latic thing to do, I think, when he can rely on his sidearm like that. Yeah, very nice. Another one of those rounds where Los Kogutos just find a little bit too much resistance, a little bit too much individual ability to force their way back in. Good work, once again. Especially it being D2. Yeah, we know that Los Kogutos, they play it more, but they just play it a lot worse in general. I mean, if you listen to their results recently, sure, the X-Mana win that we mentioned is in there, but TDK, Misa, Honved, twice against Saw Youngsters, and megoshort, they've all lost to. Not taking to any of those teams to overtime either. And the worst part for me is their 32% win rate on their T side. That is one of the worst numbers I've seen on a T side on D2 for quite a while. CT is good, obviously, but if they don't get a good nut here, and don't maybe get a recovery here to a 6-6 or something, then they're in. Even if they do, they're in a bit of trouble, I think.
They certainly are, and I mean, like I said before, right? If they don't have individuals popping off, going absolutely ham, I feel like their fate is almost sealed. And they heavily rely upon having Mary play really well, having obviously Markos hit its mark and just, you know, doing the best he can with the op. Tomiko's always been a bit of a hothead, a bit of a unknown factor, if you will. He'd either have hot days, cold days, you know, depending on how he feels. And I've been a little bit dark on Hot Dog. I'm not really sure what to think of the lad. I've not seen much of him, so it's hard for me to gauge him, but I'd argue that even he will have to outperform and outshine, well, whatever and whoever he can. Meanwhile, Adrian, we've already spoken our, you know, piece of him, and you'd expect nothing short of brilliance from the man. Cronus, first in. He's always been the leading man in the assault. Good headshot on Markos, and oh my goodness, that's why Cronus leads. He finds two. Both Markos and Tomiko are gone. That's a defense melted. I believe that was an op, if I'm not mistaken, and possibly an M4 in pit, and it didn't even matter. Now, Hot Dog is checking doors, but again, Ozik, he might be headshotted, doesn't matter. He has the aim, he has the reaction. and Los Kogutos are gone again. Force by gone. This is going to be a 6-2 position, and if I'm calculating correctly, money-wise, it should force a relative poor buy out of Los Kogutos. Oh.
Yeah, everything's going right for them, right? Even those small timings around middle with the spot of the arm to make sure the MP land doesn't get any damage done. Los Kogutos just don't have the same level as One Win, unfortunately. I'm expecting it to be a little bit more even for some of our games over the rest of the day. I do think this one, sure, map 2 could be a little bit different, but I still think this one is a pretty much dead cert 1 win 2-0. If the polls can change my mind as we go over the course of the series. And again, this is the main thing with the 1 win D2, is that they're so good at bragging well across the board. Every single player does their job, right? You've got 3 players on 8 kills already.
Yeah.
And that just shows you what they've got.
I definitely feel like this is the most one-sided series of the day, where, you know, you'd expect nothing short of a complete victory for 1 win. Obviously, upsets can happen. I think that's the beauty of Los Kogutos. They can always have a brilliant performance out of their individuals, and that can change everything. Albeit right now, Dust 2, you've explained, you know, you've said it well. It's a map that you just can't really surprise 1 win on. Ancient, I'm open to suggestion. I'm open to interpretation. Whilst map 3, I like, if it gets to map 3 on Mirage, I just see 1 win being better overall. Simply put, we're back to a bit of a, you know, default kind of style of game map, and where you don't really have the room to maneuver too much and do too many freaky things, if you will.
Jonas has found the final 2 players, so he won't mind going down if that gets him his team the information. That means B can be taken. No problemo. Adrian and Markosh might be able to push and find a couple of the guns. There we go. Markosh has got the AK now. Ozik, AK might be a little bit harder to nab, but probably the main reason why they've got kick at top middle still to try and cut off these pushes through.
Oh, nice headshot. Obviously, they won't attempt anything here, but bit of trade-off. Just to kind of put my 2 cents there, for the rest of the day, I think you guys have a much closer kind of day, or rather you especially, since you're going to be doing 2 more best of 3s after this.
Yeah.
The only one I would put out, and you both already kind of, you know, said about talked about this, is JiJieHao likely winning without too much issue. At least that would be the expectation.
I've seen something good from Entropy lately. I think getting through the playoffs with this team is not a bad effort. I think Dotty, for me, is the player to keep an eye on, and we'll obviously talk about that a bit later. But yeah, I'm curious, because I think at this level, you know, Lumi plays quite well at a slightly lower tier. I think very reliable, and Della's having a great couple of games with this particular lineup. So we'll see. I don't think that's going to be that easy.
I've had the chance to see them in a close qualifier setting, so, you know, I've had the chance to at least see them, and they weren't disappointing by any means, but I have not seen enough of them to make a informed decision as to, you know, how I feel, what I think exactly. But yeah, you know, JiJieHao, I'm just going off the top of the names, the player value of the names, etc. Beyond that, though, before we go there, we have to finish this first. And 1 win, they've already lost Tinker, which is a bit of a shame. What a timing by Markosh. If he had hit that, I mean, surely somebody'd be calling somebody something. Good nade as well. Cronus and Rayos got a little bit of damage dealt to them. In fact, that was a perfect one on Cronus. And now a full short swing. I can see this going really well for Los Kogutos. Adrian before had his hold here, has made his name. Since then, only gotten a single kill. That was the first gun round. Now let's see if they can break the defense, though. 1 win. Here's the utility. Molotov into Goose, forcing Markosh out of position. He will find it to trade at least, but Adrian playing smart. He's biding his time, and if he's got support coming, he might just be able to stop this, but he goes too wide, trying to catch the bomb carrier. And now still a trade from Tomiko from long. 2 versus 3.
Oh, that leaves Lozic in a very difficult position now with Kronos going down. He's trying to creep forward and hold that headshot line, and his crosshair was in the right place. If he'd gotten that kill, maybe he could have spun around and held new box for Mary's rotation, but not gonna happen. And Los Kogutos will find themselves at least a third. Try and make something happen out of the CT side. As I said, even if they get all their 5 they can get from here, it still doesn't hold me in much hope going on to that T side.
Yeah, the numbers don't lie, don't they? They've been pretty weak when it comes to T side of Dust. It's where, you know, that sentiment of individuals comes through, where you have to rely upon your individuals to have a good day, and if that's not the case, you just kind of wane out. On CT side, you can still maybe somewhat persevere. You can have team play, you can have some tactics where it works out. And Marcos, look at this preparation, look at this understanding. Beautiful. Does it change anything? Well, we're about to find out. Good catch by Cronus. He gets headshot at shore, but Adrian is gone. A trade 1-for-1. You know, 1 win. No need to push anywhere. No need to commit themselves just yet. Double up for Mary and Marcos. Something that we get to see very often on Dust. Am I see? Yeah, Tomiko's pushing short. That's a very aggressive move by the man.
Let's have a look to see if he can get any impact done with Cronus 14 HP. Elsewhere at the moment, holding long. It's down to the 3 players who are healthy. Tomiko, okay, transfer is actually pretty good. He finds Rails and Kicker. That could have gone a bit worse, I feel like, with how he was creeping forward. And now you have the 2 AWPs left, would you believe? Mary and Markosh. Mary with that secondary. Do they know about that Mary secondary just yet? Might have seen him pick it up in the previous round, so maybe they do. Bomb waiting in tunnels. Cronus is looking to make some waves up towards short, and he's found the gap at the moment. If he just takes A, and Ozic can get through without being caught by Markosh, and there's a chance. So I think Markosh has put himself in a very, very good position. This is perfect for the cutoff. Take your time. There we go. Waiting for the perfect angle where it's most comfortable, right?
Yeah.
Cronus, the thing is, letting him go that far means that it's easier for Cronus to pick up the bomb, but I don't think on 6 seconds, no. Yeah. I was just thinking for a second that maybe, because he let that kill go for so long, there's 2 ways you can think about it. One, he's let that kill go for so long on purpose to make sure that bomb is dropped as late as possible, but conversely, that also dropped the bomb closer to Cronus. So I thought that may have meant that Cronus could pick it up and get it planted, but I think he was 2 seconds too late.
You are right on the money. I think that was the idea, obviously, from the CT side. Additionally, if Cronus had been closer to the bomb carrier, if he had been closer on short, then there was a moment, a fleeting moment, but a moment nonetheless, where he could have planted on site by the time Marcos would have come around from long. Alas, it didn't happen, and we've got a 4th round for Los Kogutos, and as you said yourself, even if they get 5, there's a chance this might not be enough. And look at that, they spot, I believe they should have spotted Adrian. Yeah, I mean, now they know, obviously, there's the smoke deployed. And I like this. Los Kogutos realize, you know what, we just have to take a straight fight, no more shenanigans, no more creeping around, no more stealth business. We either take a fight fully and we win it, or I make my escape, and that's exactly what he's doing. That's actually far better than what could have happened otherwise. There was a chance there that Adrian doesn't get out alive, and neither the 2 players on short that were trying to support him, you know, might have been caught if things would really turn dire against them. But in the last round of the half, you're really looking to lock it in and at least start off well. T side, between the legs we go. Sure, pit boxes will hold. You should be able to get a kill.
There's Tomiko going for it. Good grab and another very good nade on Cronus. I mean, poor Cronus has been just peppered by everything in the last couple of rounds. He's down to 15 HP now. Mary back at the site on that flat position with no AWP there to trade him. He's going to hope that immediate headshot comes through. And to be fair to Cronus, Adrian does try and run him down, but his crosshair's in a great position. And Mary did move. They're aware of Oswald possibly being here, and they've cleared him easily. All of a sudden, it's a 1v2. Make that, a 2v3, now a 2v2. with Kronos going down eventually after all his hard work. So Static and Ozic, they've held on to B before. Wouldn't be surprised if they do it again. Drop through comes through, and Tomoko can't get it done. CZ is drawn here for Marcos. Much of the time fly his way through, and he actually hits a dink, I think, through the box. But nothing doing, and as expected, it's a very clean half for one win. 8-4 in full control.
8-4. Pistol now, the second one, deciding the fate of our first map and how quickly we'll end it. We started about, what, solid 30 minutes ago, give or take, a few off and on. One win right now trailing into a potential 1-0. And Los Kogutos have already, well, we've already expressed concerns about their T side. Numbers are not looking good. I believe, if I remember correctly, 32%. We've got Lavked on long. He will be traded, blindly finding Hot Dog beforehand. Yeah, we've got the MVP of the previous round, that's short. But right now, the MVP has to be on the side of Los Kogutos. They have to find this by any means possible. What is this counter? Tomoko and Adrian have found far more success than you'd hope for. And that flash didn't really work for one win. Good counter by Los Kogutos, or rather, not even a counter, but just kind of keeping steady. And eyes on the prize. Ozic, last man, good night, goodbye. That is going to be the pistol to Los Kogutos. They will make a mark of this second half. And this could easily go into a, let's say, no force buy, obviously, by one win. That would be foolish. But 6-8, obviously, and then 7-8 potentially. Especially if one win are going to have a weak buy. You know, no AWP likelier than not. Unless we have a glass cannon, which I don't really think is a good option right now.
Static might, knowing him. We'll see.
Yeah, I've been seeing more and more about of glass cannons lately, apparently. I don't know. It seems like it's coming back into fashion. 2020 all over again.
Yeah. So I spoke about how Los Kogutos have a 32% win rate on their T side out of the 13 maps they played on D2. Their pistol win rate is also awful. So getting that pistol is really good for them. They've won 11 out of 26 pistol rounds they've played before today. So yeah, to get some progress early is almost unlikely for them.
And they've played Dust 5 times, excuse me, in the last 3 months, from what I can tell. And out of the 5 times they've played, they've lost it 4 times. Most recently, they've won against X-Mana. You guys mentioned that. That was yesterday's game for them. And maybe they've learned something from their mistakes. Maybe they've changed something, and perhaps, just maybe, there is a chance. But once we get the guns out, let's see how one win behave, how they do. Latic option for glass cannon. Of course, it's taken. He feels confident enough. He's got the numbers. He's got the skill. And likely to take the fight. There is no scout now, on the other hand, on Los Kogutos, a.k.a. you're going to have to fight with the AK against an AWP. Oh, is this... Oh, this is cheeky. There's 2 options I see. Straight rush? Absolutely. No, okay, no, they stop halfway through. Yeah, they're not going to be ballsy like that. Fair.
In comes the push, though. They're going to take control of the tunnel position early and then go through. Oh, and Rayos thought he killed Tomoko, but he didn't. And with Kronos tagged down so low, 14 again already, plus poor guy's been pretty much playing on sub 20 HP the entire last 5 rounds, it feels like. It's trying to force Marriott into the open with these stomps, and it's not really working all too well. If they get the kill, which they do, fine. But you still have to retake B with a glass cannon AWP, and I'm just thinking they're not even trying it.
Yeah, there's no kit from what I can tell as well, so time-wise they are extremely limited, and I think that's the realization setting in right now. And you've said it well, it's likewise Kronos. He's basically having a 1 HP challenge throughout the series here, throughout the map. And without a kit, obviously there's no attempt to be made, no point in wasting away the weapons and the firepower that you have. And yeah, I mean, they'll let them slip through the net once more. To be fair, Rayos Hey man, you know, it happened to all of us at one point where you're spraying, you're thinking, oh, it's enough. It's been like 4 or 5 bullets. It should be enough. And yes, technically it should be, but Counter-Strike says no. And 7-8, Los Kogutos, like I warned, perhaps there's a way back in if you have the individuals, if you have a little bit of a plan. Alas, let's see if it continues like that.
Yeah, of course, the save means they can just pretty much use the same round all over again, and this time Lavked does have armor, and we have one kit in play on Rails, so let's see if OneWin can assert themselves on CT side here. Expect it to be only a matter of time. That smoke from Kicker is, I think, half blocked, but accidentally. Maybe not blocked enough for him to get any vision through that position. Aid on Adrian is good, down to 55. They do have mid, and Adrian could be making a cheeky play here. These are the sort of moves maybe you have to make when you're a team that just barely gets any good T-round win percent, but Kicker's too aware of that possibility. He's got too many years of experience to not be ready for that.
He's been pushed through the smoke by many an NA player. He doesn't want to experience it again. Lavked missed the first. The second, though, connects. Tomiko's gone. There's a player watching, or rather waiting on boost. It's still Kickered here. And they've got the cross kind of lined up. Hot Dog getting shot through the box. He's lucky to be alive. Counting his stars as Hot Dog will put the bomb down. It's a 5v3 retake, and this should be a relatively easy one. Hot Dog, last man standing. Again, low HP, does some damage, hits some shots, but unfortunately when you're alone against many, it just doesn't work. OneWin, secure the gun round here, and this is why they saved. As we mentioned, it's smart, it's logical, it makes sense. You're just kind of prolonging a little bit the current state, but you know that you're better overall. You know that you've got the better chance, especially when you've got the weapons out. And no point in taking poor opportunities when you can just, you know, chill for a second and take the one that really fits you and befits you. That's going to be 9-7, and I think this is where we see Los Kogutos either bowing out of dust or making a full return, because this is one of those score lines where if you lose, you're not only on an eco next, but OneWin is going to drive up to 11, and then obviously that pressure is going to go up to 11 as well, and Los Kogutos desperately need to start winning right here, right now. Love the boost.
Yeah, that's a very tight angle that is very often used to good effect. But no one will be facing them from short on this occasion. Got to put himself back in the same position again. We've got that full belt of utility to hold on to middle. And this is one of the things that OneWin do a pretty good job at. You can see they kind of hold on to their util for quite a while. And they got a lot more than the poles as it stands. I haven't really seen them go out long quickly yet, and that maybe is what they're doing. Not quickly, but just later in the round together. If they go out dry, Ozzik could be in for a field day. Maybe he's got that flash, and he might, yeah, I was going to say, he might be the player to walk back out the doors and flash them over. Yeah,
that's exactly what should happen. Good reaction by Ozzik, though. Saves his head. That's going to be OneWin finding the entry. The second as well. Lavked and Kicker combination here. I believe that was even a potential body shot through Kicker, was it not? I think I saw a wall bang there. But alas, 10-7. A save for Los Kogutos, and same principle applies. Rather save than lose everything and have nothing for the next. The problem is you're still going to have very little to work with. 2k in the bank for Adrian and Tomiko. The rest are left with what they have left, and that is less than 1.2k together, which actually right now you can barely afford utility with. And the downside of saving on T side, well, you're forced to force. You're forced to play this round with everything and every means you have, aka you're just gonna be stoking the fires for OneWin further, especially if you don't find any success at all. At the very least, perhaps a bomb plant.
Yeah, of course, the save makes things awkward with the money, like we've mentioned as well. You sure you have the 3 guns, but it is split up now with Adrian and Tomoko on the Tech 9 and P250. Okay, we'll hop away from the door smoke at just the right time. Ooh, he will get tagged and then go back in for the fight. So a bit of a change up from how he's played mid before.
Yeah, I was about to say, a bit strange, isn't it? That he gets tagged and then literally goes right back where he got tagged. But hey, that's the system, that's the game. Cronus tagged again, playing low HP from tunnels. It's going to be none other than Mary, and he has found 2. That is B-side falling. Lost kogutos making their way onto it. The bomb has to be retrieved, which is a bit of a issue, but Mary seems to be holding from window. Beautifully done. And this is where the individuals come through again. And it's one of those rounds where you just simply hope that somebody connects, and that's Mary today. A Hail Mary, if you will.
Yeah, that one is just errors snowballing for 1 win. Because they could have gotten themselves kicker peaks like he does, like we already talked about. Then Cronus is holding from door, while his teammate Sight is not really there to help him properly because they're kind of holding the same position. If Cronus doesn't peek door at all, I think what he's hoping to do is get 1 and fall back, I understand. But if Cronus just falls back and plays from Sight, then his teammate can really focus on tunnels, and maybe he can then full focus windows. Maybe if he falls back to the corner of the site, he can hold from that little corner of the window, stop them from finding their way through. And that means the tunnels player could maybe get caught by the car player, and Cronus then has more time to spin around and find another. It's always difficult when you've got to cover those 2 separate angles. But yeah, in the end, it was pretty much down to one player who was healthy, and that's not enough. So yeah, left out on an island somewhat there on 1 win on that B-bomb site, but it's only a small blip. They're still in a good position. They've still got a buy.
Double up. This is the first shot, Cronus. This is unusual to see him on this. I mean, maybe not as unusual to see him on the second op, but the fact that he misses, well, that is perhaps a little bit strange. He's been doing pretty well whole game long, and as an IGL, that's always obviously lovely to see. And 1 win are going to be gifting Lost kogutos around here. Simply put, you don't have a choice. Money-wise, you're still kind of okay. You can buy next, not a big troublesome position to be in, but Lost kogutos, they're starting to play a little bit more on the simple side, right? They're not trying to be super strategic, but rather just kind of keeping it down to a few 1-2 punches. And I kind of like that. I think that's definitely an answer here for them. You have to rely upon just simple strategies and try and push your way through that, grit your teeth and go, instead of trying to outsmart 1 win, who are clearly currently in a better team kind of play condition.
Yeah, not out of this game by any stretch, and that is I think something they would have taken beforehand, knowing their respective records on the map. That's also something we spoke about too, right? That maybe the one thing that could give Los kogutos a bit of a sniff is if 1 win, and this particular lineup of 1 win, are going through the motions somewhat, and with the fact that there could be a whole new team representing 1 win in about a month. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Go.
The thing that makes me sad over it is the fact that something I've pointed out recently, just how many random Russian mixes there are in these sort of tournaments right now. I mean, Bebop is an example of just one of many that are just and then we can see ex-RUSTEC later as well. Just so many teams that have a core of 3 that get invited through the VRS and play with two other different players. I just feel like at some point, this 1 win core is going to be that team. If they do pick up TDK, this 1 win core is going to continue playing, and maybe it's like Kicker, Ozik, Rails, or whatever. And the two players that would be the most valuable for me are Cronus and Latic. Cronus is like a really decent in-game leader, and Latic is the AWPer. They'll move on. They'll just go to a different project and find something, but the core will just exist for a while. And I just feel like that's going to be something that's going to happen with this team in the next couple of months.
Yeah, no, I mean you're absolutely right on the money. I think perhaps the knowledge that the squad is no longer going to be together for the future, let's say of competition, let's say the next 6 months. You kind of play a bit differently, perhaps. You're less focused, you're less engaged in a way. And we'll talk more about this in a second. I just want Kickert, no way. Oh my goodness. Kickert, what is this? Are we back in VP era? Adrian Tonico will clear it out. That is going to be number 10 for Los Kogutos. They've just gotten B. So yeah, just to, let's skip this round, because that was Kickert pushing through a smoke where, yeah, you have no business pushing, if I'm honest with you.
I think got a no-scope kill, by the way, and I don't know where that was.
Must have been through CT, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I guess he was near the smoke, maybe. But...
from what I can tell, yeah, it was Hot Dog pushing out mid. You can see he was turned towards B, and I guess Latic just took a random shot.
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, it means nothing, though.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing. You're absolutely right. Again, it's an example of Kicker maybe overplaying his hand a bit too much.
Yeah.
Oh, Mary's 1G'd. Mary's 1G to try and kill Latic.
Oh, no way.
Oh, dear. It's fine. Latic does a good job, though, keeping his AWP. But yeah, just B being weak, put simply. I'm not going to even elaborate on it. It's very obvious why B is weak at the moment.
Reyes is playing B anchor. I think they need to maybe change it up a little bit. I've seen Cronus switching up and down through mid. Perhaps it would be better to keep Cronus on B and give Reyes that little bit of a fast maneuverability position. And right now, Los Kogutos are recognizing this. Obviously, they're putting more and more pressure on it. We see Latic this time going to be going to hold B himself and supported by Reyes. And this is down to Latic not missing. First shot is gone. Second shot is a nade, actually. Reyes helps. This could be enough of a stopping power for the side of OneWin. Contact not great, though. Reyes goes down, so does Latic. That's B. It's a 3 versus 4. I mean, there's some damage, but are you risking more here? I think as OneWin, you're falling back and you're just playing for the next round, because money-wise, you can't afford to lose 3 players. You're going to be down to nothing otherwise, and there's a good chance that dust could turn against you. And this is where the individuals of Los Kogutos have once again prevailed and rather shown to be, in a simple strategy, better. This is, right now, Los Kogutos not wasting time with defaults, with slow creeping up short and mid and trying to be cheeky, trying to find timings. No, this is just simple and just executing a very straight up strategy. Wow.
Oh dear. This is going against all the recent numbers and stats and everything that we know about how OneWin play D2 and how Los Kogutos play D2. Not a good look at the moment for the CT side. B proving to be a problem.
I would hope that if the players feel like they can do something together, they stay together after this project kind of takes on a new face, or rather faces. But I think you're absolutely right. I think both Latic and Cronus are bound to be picked up by bigger orgs or, other teams, whilst the rest may be looking to continue playing in a mix. And right now, this mix is, well, a bit of a mixed bag of chips right now. Trades off. Again, Hot Dog will find one. This long push, again, Los Kogutos keeping it simple. And it's the principle of KISS, K-I-S-S, and just keep it simple, stupid. OneWin. They have to react in equal measure. If you're trying to outsmart your opponent when he's not really sure what he himself is doing, you're just gonna get caught in your own net.
Oh, Cronus. Okay, Latic's got the line, but he was throwing util in the open there, and I was a bit scared for a second, but 4v3.
Okay, miss smoke. Oh,
yeah, miss smoke. There was a flash to follow it, but it wasn't enough. It just did nothing. Yeah. So yeah, that if you give Latic free opportunities like that, he will not bypass them and not give them up. So Marcus is all alone. Finally, OneWin found an answer, and guess what? It comes from Los Kogutos going A and not B.
Yeah. And again, it happens to be a trade on long, right? Unfortunate for Los Kogutos that they can't get a foothold early, because if they find Ozik before one of their goes down, they continue pushing. That's a guarantee. Like, that's a certified moment for them. They get an entry and then keep on just rolling towards A. Instead, they get shunted for a second. They get not necessarily scared, but they feel like, oh, damn, we lost one. We have to slow down. We have to leave the op to perhaps challenge first. And that's enough time for OneWin to rotate over, find the 11th now, and obviously, additionally, missing that smoke. That's a big no-no, especially not against a team like OneWin and Latic, as you've said as well already. He will not miss shots like that. And by the way, Latic is 19-8. He is currently in an excellent position, truly. I mean, he saved obviously a few times, yes, but this is, you know, in Counter-Strike, it's a rarity to see players have less deaths than there are rounds lost. So it is nice to see it, and we have that on Marcos as well, on 9. Now, he is only 9-9, but still, it showcases that the players know how to keep themselves alive and obviously be very impactful. And Latic loved this challenge. He's done it before. He missed the first shot in the last B rush. Now he does not. Mary's down to, what, 24? Yeah, Tomiko tagged, Hot Dog tagged, and Los Kogutos, they might be running out of steam here.
Maybe. This is where OneWin lock back in again. That is a good tag from Latic. As soon as they know the AWP was on B early round, they immediately ran out A, and they met some utility. Ozik doesn't give up his life either. I think it's the right call. And I just think, like, the conditioning for Los Kogutos of them going B a lot and winning a lot hasn't really put OneWin off their setup, right? They've still left rails there. They've gone for a little bit of a fight towards short this time, and I think, again, they know it's probably going to be an A play. Ozik's got a nice line behind the rice, or whatever that is, in those barrels. And with 2 other CTs here, and there'll be a very quick 4th rotation, it's going to be pretty good. That Molly might move him out into the open. Is
I don't
think
it spreads enough.
No.
I don't think it spreads enough, yeah.
Yeah, that's good now. So Ozik's in a good spot. Hot Dog is going to force his way up now. He does clear that position, to be fair, but Ozik gets himself 1.5. Kronos gets himself one of his own, and then Kicker's ready to activate. There's too many players here for Los Kogutos to deal with. And Marcos, does get a freebie on Kicker as he creeps forward on that smoke, but Latic has that line towards short. They have no idea that Kronos is peeking up from ramp at exactly the same time from that CT push. And Mary, 24 HP, has no say anymore.
Yeah, the problem is Mary tried to lurk through top mid short. He was hoping that his team wouldn't, kind of fall apart immediately, that some time would be given to him. And I understand that, but he has a full belt of util. He's got 24 HP. I think lurking in a position like that is perhaps not the best choice, because you're one of the only players that has utility. You're low HP, which means whatever fight you take, you either make it a surprise or an immediate headshot. Otherwise, you're just going to be losing it. And I feel like that utility could be better used on site rather than a lurk. And unfortunately, Los Kogutos, a bit of a poor call and a bit of a poor trade, leads them to be down to 11-12, rather the 24th, last one potentially of regulation here, or definitely of regulation, but not potentially of the side of the map itself. OneWin, they just need to find 5 more kills and they will be concluding Dust with a victory. We do have a tech pause called, but beyond that, it does feel like we've reached the natural end of this map. And to be honest, this is far better from Los Kogutos than I genuinely expected. I think you and I both will be a little bit surprised by the fact that, their numbers were so low originally on Dust. This is a nice little, snack, shall we say.
Yeah, really rough time for a tech pause, but hopefully it doesn't last too long. Beginning around 24. OneWin's issue, as far as I can tell. Might be for Kronos. I haven't dropped him a gun yet. Pick it up now.
Wow.
It sounds like it's going to be good because I hear the ticks in chat.
Yes, we should be continuing, but I don't know how I feel about that second op on Cronus. Like, again, I've seen him before. It's not like it's a first-time thing, and not just in this game. Like, he's usually the one to take that second op to potentially have it, but there's Kickert with an op as well. Obviously, it's the last round, so you're going to be hoping for some shenanigans, likely all three peeking mid, something of the like. Maybe Kickert... No, who's going long? Nobody's going long. Oh, no, it's Lavked going long. Never mind. So, Cronus B, Kickert mid, and Lavked long. You've got an op on every one of the major locations on the map. And right now, Los Kogutos seem to be kind of well understanding of what's coming their way. Ah, a bit of a shameful miss of that flash, Mary. Unfortunate.
I wonder if what they've tried to do is what they kind of did in the previous round, right? It makes me wonder if they want to make Los Kogutos think that Lavked is B again. Because Cronus didn't really get seen, but he took one shot anyway to show that the op is on B. And then maybe they're going to think, oh, okay, we might avoid him again, but no, it's all going in toward Lavked, by the way, on that A-bomb site. Maybe that's the thought process, we'll see.
Could be, but then Kickert had one on mid as well, right? So you're playing... You're playing
maybe
a little bit of chess
point.
Here. Yeah.
Show up on B, show up on mid for a split
and
second
you're thinking
anyway.
A is free.
A is free, no Lavked there. But Lavked is there.
Yeah. And from what I can tell, right now, Los Kogutos might just be swinging full A. Obviously, we have Mary again kind of lurking in upper halls. Do they go out mid and B? That would be a big no-no. You'd be walking into a heavy trap on B itself. We got Cronus in window. There's the smoke into CT, and apparently that, in fact, will be the case, as they're going to be pushing up. Here we go. Cronus, first contact is his. Now they'll realize, hold up, second up. Okay, we got that. We understand that. But do we have this? Kickert. Oh, no. Missed shot by Cronus. Big mistake. It's a 2-on-3. This retake. Oh, Marcos finds as well Lavked. That's overtime, brother.
And guess what? OneWin had 3 players on B, and they still couldn't win the round. Their B bomb site, for some reason, they're just not bouncing off each other well at all. Oh dear. Oh dear. That is a pretty disappointing end. The shot from Tomoko is a really important one, by the way. I think he deserves a lot of credit for that, because the car player... no, it's ex-RUSTEC. The car player could have been the main point. Just to hold on for one more kill, and that would take the pressure off Cronus with the tunnels push. You wouldn't have to keep spinning around looking at different angles. But Tomoko domed the car player. They left Cronus all alone pretty much, and yeah, sure, it was a bad miss from Cronus, but it was more difficult for him after his teammate died, so... Yeah, I mean, fair play to Los Kogutos for hitting the shots, but OneWin setups should be winning that round every day of the week, really.
100%. I'm a little bit surprised. I think, I'm not sure, was it either Rayos or Kickert on top of box towards tunnels, one or the other. I'm not sure why they stay in that position. It's such an obvious spot and such an easy spot to clear from mid. It feels like that was a bit of an oversight on OneWin's position, and I guess they were relying upon the op to connect, but in any case, Lavked boost on short, blinded out, pushed out, and Los Kogutos, more of the same. Yeah, why not? I mean, if you're seeing B as a point of entry that succeeds for you, why not continue pressuring it? Oh my goodness, Rayos doesn't even get the kill with Mary slow pushing through a smoke. This is B site lost, although luckily Lavked connects, but Hot Dog finds a freebie on Ozik. Surely you don't challenge this, right, Hot Dog? Los Kogutos, you need the numbers in your favor. The bomb will be retrieved, and Hot Dog goes out window. Kickert finds him. Wide trade by Adrian. It's a 1v2 now. Lavked left alone. What is going on? OneWin, are you really losing the first round of OT? Adrian and Mary left.
Well, more examples of there being scrambles to pick up the bomb when it gets caught outside the tunnels. It was awkward there. You could tell how they wanted to fight for it for a second, and they very nearly didn't make their way through. Now Lavked, sure, kit on site. You can see it right in front of him, but he's still got that clock up against him. They're pretty convinced that he's outdoor, or, yeah, outside from CT, but they see him in tunnels now, and there's no more for Lavked to do. So, another round for Los Kogutos on B. Goodness gracious. I'm going to scroll back through the HLTV scoreboard right now.
Yeah.
Let's have a look. Bomb planted on B, they won. Bomb planted on B, they won.
They won.
Bomb planted on B, they won. Bomb planted on B, they won. Bomb planted on B, they won. I don't see a single A round win for Los Kogutos. Yeah, it's
And a
literally... Okay,
single
there's one.
B round lost.
The pistol round. They won the
Yes,
pistol round
yeah.
on A.
Yeah.
Every single gun round, they've won on B.
Yeah, it seems like things are starting to turn against OneWin. Their B site is awkwardly under-equipped, or rather under-defended by some magic means. And you can see the change-up now. They'll play 2B. This is the meta, or at least was for a while in CS2, where you'd play 2-1-2, where you'd have 2 on B at all times. Because, you know, A would be much easier to defend overall, and rotations would be much easier to achieve. And Los Kogutos, look at this. They're just going to be running straight back into A. I mean, I don't blame them. At this point, no point in wasting time at all. You just kind of focus on the other location instead of, again, playing this slow crawl, trying to hit timings, trying to be cheeky, and trying to have some sort of elaborate strategy behind your commitments. Just keep it simple again, and just make sure you're 5-manning basically every position. Also, good timing, good spot. He needs to retreat. Kickert's going to help him. There should be Lavked and CT from what I can tell, but the smokes are about to start landing. Let's see if Los Kogutos have it in the bag. You've said it yourself, a single win on pistol that went towards A site, or rather on A site. Let's see if they can make it a gun round. Or back to B. Oh my goodness, they're just going to keep on running, aren't they? Oh man. Good fake maybe. Yeah, they're drawing the ire of the whole of OneWin towards A.
Oh dear, it's happening again. It's happening again. Oh, Rayos. He hasn't got a kill in a long time. 7 kills in the map. He's going to be in big trouble. This round's just over, isn't it? Like, they just can't... They just can't hold that. Like, 1-for-1 is the best you can hope for. Someone like OK taking Cronus means it's over. And at this point, OneWin, just put 4 players on B. Like, nothing else is working. You may as well. That's a good tell. I'm sure are laughing to themselves right now. Like, they're laughing to them, saying, "Oh my god,
what are we doing?
Just keep going B, bro. Yeah, let's go."
Just don't ask questions, bro. Just go. Just WB, baby. You know, the good old adage of rush B, please. Yeah, this is pretty simple. You know what really surprises me a little bit is OneWin had the right idea of, okay, we'll have 2 on B from the get-go, right? And a third player rotating in and out from middle. And then a single smoke is what draws the attention of 4 players towards A. Instead of confirming there's an actual push towards A. And Ozik spots, I believe he spots 1, maybe a secondary there, crossing long doors. But beyond that, there was no contact, no shots, no flash, no nothing. Usually with Los Kogutos, so far it has been, you see one, they start shooting. And then the shooting doesn't stop until the round ends, right? That's been Los Kogutos' whole MO. They never stopped in their tracks. If it was a bit of a stoppage, it was more of a, okay, we'll post the op on the position, see if we can find another, and then continue shooting with the weapons that we have. For Los Kogutos right now, this is just a very, like, it should be a relatively easy read for Cronus of what's happening to a degree. As B being as weak as it is, I'm not sure why they're not keeping 2 on site at all times and being more vigilant of some of the fakes. And yes, I've been saying this throughout the game. Los Kogutos playing a bit more on the simple side of strategy, not really having any elaborate fakes. This was one of the first ones we've seen. And it's so successful. It dumbfounds OneWin so much that they get completely caught off by it. And yeah, 14-12. I am in disbelief, but OneWin might just be on the verge of losing this map.
That would be a massive shock. A massive shock. P side for Los Kogutos is bad, usually, and OneWin are very good on this map. But they've just found a weakness that they're exploiting round in, round out. So, finally, they're trying something a little bit different. Can they finally end the round on A in a victorious manner? They have, again, you know, conditioned them a little bit. They forced that second player over towards B. Now they're going to go up short, but Lavked's in that position. Drop into CT. Doesn't work for Hot Dog. It does work for 1, but not against Lavked. Adrian trying to push him out of the round, though, and he will make it happen. He sees a long player too, but the trade does manage to go through, and he survives on 10 HP for the plant in the 3v3.
This is an A push that might actually find success beyond the pistol. This is such a weird position for Tomiko, by the way. The player from Pit, if he had been spotting, there was a chance he might have been able to catch a freebie. Cronus finds Adrian. Here comes the retake. Now it begins. Tomiko needs to connect. He finds one. A second. No, denied. Reyos good, but Marcos on short. He's the angle breaker. And now it's Marcos in a 1v1, and he will win it. That is going to be a clean 3 in a row for one win. Excuse me, for Los Kogutos. Apologies.
I mean, it should be, mate.
12. It should be one win, but no, it's Los Kogutos instead. They are now 1 away from securing Dust. And then we go on to Ancient, where I did mention there's a chance of an upset. You know, Los Kogutos and Ancient kind of go a bit more hand in hand. Oh boy, what is going on right now? The odds also. Look at the odds. Oh god.
Oh my word, okay. A bit of anger coming out there for Elatic, maybe. That is a bit of frustration. He'll be happy to let loose with that catch on Markosh on the cross. Elatic's had a superb game. It's just the fact they've avoided him so much. As you mentioned earlier, only 11 deaths for Elatic. He's had to save so many occasions.
I think Los Kogutos are... You know, I think this is one of those days. I was warning about this at the start. Tomiko, 20 kills. Hot Dog, now 17 as well. Adrian doing really well. It's the individual day of Los Kogutos, where the individuals will be your difference makers. And on T side, I think they made the right choice of just kind of going for the 5-man. You know, no bullshit lurks. Every time we saw one thing like that, they usually lost the round. And one win is just having trouble containing it, having trouble in rather countering. And right now, this is a final kind of countdown. 3 versus 3. You've still got to search throughout the whole of upper B halls. You are effectively dead in the water if you're one win, because you have to make a decision. Okay, do we go A? Do we go B? Whatever we do here, we're likely walking into an ambush to a degree, because the info on Los Kogutos is that much better. And we can see right now, Mary's listening in. He's heard them walking through tunnels. First in, first out. It's Ozik. And now Mary, he only has to stay alive a little bit longer. Oh, Mary gets the wall back on Latic. It's done. That's the first map to Los Kogutos, as Mary finishes the job with a 4K. And that is Los Kogutos on 16-12.
Oh my goodness, how has that happened? How have they pulled that off? A map that they're just so bad on before, and the numbers always suggest that is the case. Maybe one win are a bit checked out. Who knows? Maybe that point we made earlier could have come to pass there. But yeah, just, I mean, Neo, the fact that they just pummeled that B-bomb site was ridiculous.
What a ridiculous map to kickstart this with. Of all the ways this series could go in some slightly weird ways, that was not how we initially expected it to be. And I think, kind of as you mentioned, obviously pummeling that B side, but realistically, they ran rings around them. Both CT and T side, they started to figure out just what this sort of one-win side we're doing, and kind of the way you put it, maybe they're checked out a little bit. However you kind of want to break it down, Los Kogutos look like a fantastic side. If you kind of really just hone in on the last maybe 10 to 12 rounds, there's really not that much competition there. One win fell so unbelievably flat. It felt like they had a nice couple of ideas out the gates, and once they sort of got understood about how they like to play their tempo a little bit, it was a rough display. So that's not exactly the way to bow out. You know, if this is one of the last runs for this roster, you kind of want to go out with a head held high, bow out gracefully. But Overton, anything but. And the worrying sign is that now they could actually lose the series 2-0, which I don't think anybody would have expected.
No, I don't think anybody would say this in a million years, and I think we'd all agree when, before going into this game, we'd say, yeah, this is 2-0, one win. Yeah, sure, Los Kogutos have a mild chance of success, but guaranteed that one win take this all the way. And now the fact that there's a potential 2-0 looming over their heads with Ancient coming up next, and this is one of the themes I've been kind of driving a little bit for Los Kogutos. It's the individuals that can make that difference. They always have. That's been the beauty of this Polish mix, shall we say, because at the end of the day, it kind of does feel like a mix. It's not like a team that's super hella structured, but they seem to be working off of one another really well, and that's one of the beauties of them.
Yeah, I know you mentioned during the cast as well that you didn't know too much about Hot Dog, but now you do. Fantastic map out from him, right? He looked really, really good. And hopefully we get a little bit more out of him. Tomoko, same in towards Ancient. That is our map number 2 coming up next. It's one of the, basically the only real map that is like a real statistical advantage for Los Kogutos. So we'll have to see whether they can take this into. For now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, it is our second map up of Ancient. Sit tight. We'll see you there.
Second map, second chance. It's Ancient. It's one win's opportunity to showcase that Dust 2 was but a mistake. With me is Travis, and on the analyst desk, of course, none other than Neokai. We're watching this Thunderpick World Championship match here, and it's slowly coming to a close for the first one of the day. Los Kogutos have won Dust, my friend, and they are looking to win Ancient.
Let's see. Would be a turn up for the books, wouldn't it, if Los Kogutos are able to somehow get a 2-0 here. And maybe, you never know, maybe that Dust 2 win, with how they pummeled that B-bomb site over and over and over, maybe it's discombobulated one win a little bit as well. You never know how they're going to perform on Ancient. It is a bit more of a Los Kogutos favoured map, only slightly, but slightly could be enough. We'll see. They're going to take the T-pistol as well.
Los Kogutos hot on the victory of Dust. It seems like they haven't cooled off too much, and honestly, I can't blame them. That was a massive dub, especially in overtime, making it 4 in a row. I think it has risen their spirits to unreal heights, and this is where perhaps one would have to ask themselves, how could they ever have left Dust to falter the way it did? And despite a few exit kills here, it doesn't really matter. It's 1-0 for Los Kogutos. They start off strong, and we'll be seeing likely a force buy. Yeah, that's the case for one win.
Force for one win with the double MP9, 5.7 Scout Deagle, and I feel like almost at this stage of the game already, they kind of just need something to kickstart them again. Let's see how it goes. This is very losable, of course, for Los Kogutos in these sort of rounds. As I said at the beginning of the game on Dust 2, when we were looking a bit better, their protocols were working well at the beginning of the game. What do Los Kogutos have in terms of their protocols in anti-EKs other than just a plain old default, right? So,
yeah.
Let's see. By the way, talking about Hot Dog, as we were after map 1, full note, just to be silly. I really love the fact that his alias is Hot Dog, and he's got the hot rod gloves with the fiery flames on them.
Yeah. This feels appropriate, doesn't it?
It does. It really does.
You'd hope that he'd have the M4A1S hot rod as well, which is the full red one, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
That'd be pretty cool. Well, the Force Buy is finding a bit of purchase. Cronus with a 5.7, crazy good pistol at these close ranges, but it seems like a bit of stabilization for Los Kogutos at last. They've got 40 seconds, while stabilization in the hands of Lavked means a headshot. That's pretty much all you need to see here. 30 seconds to go. Marcos gets tagged, and he's about to be bagged. Wow, one win, Force Buy victory, and they will make it easy.
There you go. That's exactly what can happen, isn't it? With a buy of that sort, who can really just kickstart you and get back into the game immediately. If they can now get control of the economy, you never know what can happen. Just talking about the numbers on this map for one win, it's definitely underplayed compared to Los Kogutos. They've had some success on the map historically, but overall, if you look at it, Los Kogutos play it a little bit more and play it a little bit better. Maybe you could argue the level of team is a little bit worse, but have to see how that goes.
Indeed. Rayoz. Good catch. Oh, Hot Dog will have found his squirrel, though. Surely Los Kogutos don't go one by one, but it doesn't matter. Hot Dog has found his success. Tomiko turns around for the 180. Cronus is gone. And this is down to a 2 versus 3. Lavked and Kickert. They're going to have to bring out the best of strategies here, rather the best of plays. Even with the scout and 2 players low, there's no guarantee. And yeah, I mean, this is a smart choice for LK. They just push A. This doesn't bother me one bit. And Ancient, I know I'm going to be repeating myself here for like the 10 millionth time, but when you're in doubt, just rush A. Just go A, right? It's always usually an easier side to take from the get-go, whether be it at the start or at the end. And we can see right now one win, obviously still kind of slow to respond. We got Kickert slowly moving his way through. CT likely here into a site, but the smoke's deployed. Kickert now has to make a decision. Yeah, he goes Temple, fair enough. Lavked's probably going to take a shot or two through the smoke. There's the molly, misses its mark, actually extinguishes in the smoke. now a 2 versus 2. Kickert has won his first duel. Marcos and Hot Dog. No longer an easy round, potentially. Kickert, if he plays his cards right, this could work.
Nice catch from Marcos. And Hot Dog's in the corner. Lavked doesn't clear. So, Force by War will continue. The back and forth. What might happen? Who will get the 2 rounds in a row first to get some control of the economy?
Okay. We go to another force buy. I mean, 1 win, I guess they're not shying away from a challenge. It certainly will be one. 5.7s and a single rifle. Honestly, the 5.7s feel more scary in this instance. Oof, good counter shot though. Lavked down to 23. Kickert tagged a bit as well. I believe Kickert ate a nade on B though. And for Los Kogutos, I think they have to stick to the same principle as we had on Dust 2. Just try and 5-man this, right? Avoid having too many alert, too many a questionable position. Work together as a squad, rely upon those first few entries, and you should be golden. And right here, we'll see exactly that. The push through. Cronus, first contact, not good one. Walczaki has traded for 1, but that is not nearly enough. That is round done. That is a 3-1. 1 win are going to have to bow out of this first few rounds with a force buy here. Failing again. It's an eco next, and it should be 4-1. This is beautiful for Los Kogutos.
Yeah, that gets them control. It'll be fully given 1 win as well. They're going to all push all 5 through A main, try and make something crazy happen. And to be fair, they've got a really good timing here. The 2 mid players aren't looking at all. Here comes the push. Oh, they've done well to hold on that easily. That one could have gone either way, I feel like. It's that sort of a push through that's not being glanced at, that maybe 2 kills can come through early, maybe a couple of guns can be picked up, and then you've got a 3v5, even if you get the plant on B. Could have been a bit awkward, but it wasn't. So they don't lose a single player. Mary and Hot Dog will hold each other's hand and enjoy themselves. And yeah, I mean, Hot Dog has been a bit of a breath of fresh air in this series, it has to be said, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's been playing very, very well, surprisingly so.
Oh, I'm right there with you. Like I said, going into it, I was a bit in the dark as to the player himself. You know, I hadn't had the pleasure of seeing much of him in any recent times. So this is a nice little welcome party, I guess you could say, for myself. But right now we're looking at the gun round for 1 win that has to go well. Reyes has found Tomiko, and like I said before, I think Los Kogutos, as soon as they slow down and they try to be a bit lurky, a bit cheeky, they get caught out in the cold. And right now they're being exactly that. Caught and kind of not released, really. Why is, like, one of the big questions right now that's roaming across my mind is, why the hell is Marcos soloing with the C4 on his back all the way towards B like there's no tomorrow? I mean, I know they want to push towards B here from A, but it feels like it's just a poor decision overall, because you're risking life and limb here for a maybe position. And unless Mary goes absolutely god-tier, godlike, this round will be concluded by the time we get to that bomb plant. Right here, the realization will set in for 1 win. Hold up. This is not an A plant. They haven't realized yet, as they don't hear the beeps perfectly, but yeah, here come the rotations. They can leave Mary alone. He still finds Lavked, and surely Marcos is to be... Oh my goodness, no way. No, Kickert, knife in hand, or at least not being too attentive. What is going on? Ozzy pulls the smoke, but no kit, as you say. Marcos has to run at him. Now he knows where Mary is, but the damage... Oh, he doesn't know where the bomb plant is. Oh, no way, bro. Ah, okay.
Oh.
Okay. What is this? What is this round? I'm sorry, what? Travis, what are these rounds?
I mean, they just kind of played them like a fiddle there. I mean, Neo said on the desk about they're running rings around them. That was an example of them running rings around 1win, actually. That was pretty crazy. Full of play. I mean, again, you were talking up a couple of these individuals on kogutos. Mary's made a good play happen there. Hot Dog, even though he died, he made some impact in that round with the space he took. And yeah, it's the return for Hot Dog as well to this team for after 3 years out of this particular lineup. He was part of the old named Los Kogutos back in 2023 for a couple of months. Now he's back again. After not really being on a team at all for 2 years, would you believe? So it's like they just remembered this guy. It's like, yeah, let's take him again, see how he does. And at the moment, going quite well. 1winner struggling. Another half buy coming in. They got control back at 1-5. Or to 1-1, I should say. Then 1-5. It's gone to pot since then, unfortunately. He couldn't win that force by war, and then from then on in, it all ebbed away. And it might continue to do so.
I think our discussion of earlier and what we talked in the pregame kind of, at least mention it. 1win and the changes that have been sort of leaked to the general populace, I guess, in a way, or rather talked about a bit. I think the players are kind of showcasing their feelings about that, and rather the way they play, the way they perform. It feels like they realize, you know what, our time's limited. Likelier rather than not, there's little chance that we're going to be picked up as a 5 by a different org, somebody that's, you know, going to pay us well, or at least something that we'd be happy with. So let's just have some fun. Let's not think about this too much. Just do what we can, but otherwise, we know our time is limited, and at the end of the day, nothing we do will change it, and it kind of reflects the way they play in a way, which is, I know, counterintuitive to what you know, we know about 1win, to what we know about these players and the team, but it also makes sense historically when you look at teams that were on the way out, the way they played, the way they performed, the way they acted. It just makes sense.
Yeah, it does. It's weird. It can go both ways, right? Because Los Kogutos, I definitely think, have way more of a level that they can reach than, for example, Mai Tai. Mai Tai are an example, which are, you know, quite a few of the old Los Kogutos players, individually spread around the team. I would say Mai Tai, the Polish Bebop, but worse. Like every time, I don't like flaming them too much, but every time I cast them, it's not very enjoyable experience. So yeah, if it doesn't feel like they're pracking, it feels like Los Kogutos might be pracking a little bit and might have a bit more of an understanding of how to play together for a longer period of time. And of course, maybe 1win is getting caught on an off day here, not really having played a massive amount since their they returned, because they kind of played that European Pro League tournament where they beat GenOne and just players and Arcred. Acceptable wins, but not really giga impressive. They lost their Eternal Fire, the new Eternal Fire, in that grand final BO5. And that's the Eternal Fire with, you know, Kvem, Regali, Jota, Mistem, and Bro. Actually quite a good lineup. So yeah, not surprised where they're at right now. It feels like they're kind of just ebbing their way out a little bit. Maybe with that TDK news coming through, it is kind of feeling that way. I think more and more as this game goes on, it's a case of, I think that factor is becoming more and more prevalent with the fact that they realize they might be X1win soon.
Yeah, I mean, like I've alluded to earlier, I'd love to see what else this roster can offer, perhaps, even if they might not be under the same organizational name, but the likeliness of them sticking together is lower and lower by the second, I guess, because Kronos and Latic, we already said, likelier than not being picked up by a different org or a different team, separately or together, I'm not sure. Ozik and Rayos, like, I've not seen enough of Rayos to have a firm, opinion. What I've seen on Dust hasn't really instilled a lot of, perhaps, confidence in me and him. Ozik, he's always been a decent player, always decent overall. I would argue, I anchor in a way. As for Kickert, we all know the story, we all know his history, and this is one of the sentiments I've already shared earlier, where I feel like it's that kind of, how do you put it, sundown kind of moments, you know. It's the end of a career that had fair success, but I just don't see that success being repeated in any meaningful way.
Yeah,
and nothing
exactly.
against the man. No, I don't want to, like, not to put any, you know, not to, you know, I know people will not like to hear this, but the reality is, simply put, it's like somebody like Magisk, right? Like BC and BC game and things like that. The discussion of that, you know, I just want to kind of put an example to it. Like, I just don't see that team having the success their individuals in the team had in the past.
Yeah, it is an interesting conversation, isn't it? I mean, there's so many teams like that right now, mate, I think, as well.
Yeah.
It's weird. I just think the factor that, you know, you can keep your three-man core for so long, and the VRS invites can go on for so long. Yeah, it kind of just keeps teams alive when they're just on life support too much, I think. And look, we kind of need that. I think players do need that. Say if it was like a core of 4 that was needed or whatever, or it was slightly different, you know, players would just be out in the cold with no tournaments to play more often than not. But still, there's a real way. I'll get there in the end. No real way around it. Lots of R and W words. Yeah, for me. So Markosh here for the first time in a while. That's going to fail in a round, and that's down to Ozik and Rayos. Good work. Bomb was always dropped on A as well for quite a long period of time, so it was always a lost cause. Bomb will finally get a doubling of their score.
It's one of the, I don't know if I want to call it a downside of VRS. It's definitely not a complete upside, but, you know, forcing a core 3, I guess it's a good thing as well as a bad thing at the same time. And thankfully, it's just 3 players, like you said, right? Not 4, because then we'd have no teams keeping their spots in their VRS positions. But yeah, I mean, it kind of does create that space for teams to change if they need to, but it also puts pressure on teams that might not work very well together, and then, you know, that kind of just falls apart all at the seams, and you've got a nothing burger afterwards. I don't know. It's a weird thing. I'm happy with the system we have. I would love to see perhaps more freedom to a degree. To a degree in it. But overall, I think we're doing quite a bit better than what we had in the ancient past.
Yeah, fair enough. Cronus will get himself 1 alongside that grab from Latic. And again, Los Kogutos having to play catch up in this T round. Larry will find Kicker though. Quick trade from Rayos, but it still gives him a little bit of an opening to force their way through. Hot Dog's got a timing, but I think that long player should be able to see him first. There we go. Latic's in a good position. No problem. Now Markosh can't really walk into B anymore. Into A anymore, sorry. Almost the opposite to the first map, right? It was 1 win up this sort of scoreline, and they got pegged back to a bit more of an even half at 8-4. They can, maybe 1 win can get an 8-4 here as well, and maybe even a bit better than that.
What's actually really funny is this is the exact score we had, actually, at one point in time. It was 7-2. 1 win. Were in an excellent position to take the whole half, you know, beyond just potentially 8 rounds that they had eventually got. And it looked like they might be closing out the map soon after. Then we go switch sides, and Los Kogutos get the pistol, and you and I were kind of jokingly saying, oh, okay, it's the pistol, it's the second one as well, because they won't force, you know, 1 win, that is. They get the gun round, and we're both getting a little bit more excited, because we realize, oh my god, you know, they won the gun round, it's looking better and better, and then the 4th round rolls around, and 1 win it, and they're like, you know, hey, they're getting it back, and then a second round, they 1 win, And then it's 4 in a row for Los Kogutos, and we're starting to scratch our heads as thinking, wait a second, what's going on right here, right? And this back and forth eventually leading to Los Kogutos winning in overtime, which was the strangest of all. But Cronus, speaking of strangest of all, that is a push down B ramp that has no business being checked. As Adrian pulls up, it's going to be the rest of the team following suit. Like I said, Los Kogutos, simple is best. And right here, Rayos will trade Lavked with a good Molotov, or rather incendiary, onto default. And there is a good amount of presence from the CTs here. Now, do they react in tandem, or do they let this one go one by one? Picker. Okay, he's going to find a freebie there in the smoke. They both kind of kiss each other. Rayos has found another in between. Lavked cleans, and that is a 4th round.
There's never going to be a walk in the park for Los Kogutos. We're always going to battle back a little bit. As we were talking about earlier, like if this is one of the last tournaments with this particular 1-win lineup before they change team entirely, there are some real good pieces here which I think teams should be looking at. I mean, Lavked has been a part of this team for a really, really long time. Like we were talking about it beforehand. You mentioned the core has been around for nearly 2 years. Lavked is the main long-term player on the roster. He's been on the team for just over 2 years, and the people need to remember as well that Lavked started in Navi Junior. He played a little bit in the VP Academy team, played in Aurora for 2 years. Now he's been on 1-win for 2 years, and he's still only 21. He started really, really young, and I think he's got a great level for this tier in particular. And I'm pretty convinced that if he is then becomes a free agent, eventually, that many a team will be looking to pick him up. I mean, just looking down the rankings, some of these teams that could go for him, I think there's many which could very easily give him a go, and you could consider Lavked an upgrade. So let's see how that goes in the future. But Los Kogutos right now, and 1-win need to lock in for this final end of the half to see if they can get an 8-4 or a 7-5.
Well, let's find out if they are going to let the half repeat of Dust or not. And funnily how it's inverted right now still. Good opening. Oh, man, if that's not a reason to pick him up, I don't know what is, but it's going to be a loss on the side of LK, and they're going to continue pushing towards Donut. This is an A split I'm talking about. Ray, wait, what? And the bomb has been left in T-base. What is going on right here? Los Kogutos, they're kind of whiffling about. Instead of focusing on a target and kind of working together as a unit, they're just letting this one slip through their fingers. Adrian goes down. This is fine for 1-win. And this is a big recovery considering it was 7-2 at one point. As Los Kogutos have seemingly lost the plot a bit. As soon as they try to be a bit more, not necessarily structured, but a bit more strategic, they are shut down across the board. And he didn't even pick up the C4. Mary is being spotted. And this is a 1v3 that Mary could win, but likely won't win.
And Kick-Out will make sure that's confirmed. Much better from 1-win. They managed to grind out the end of that half. Pretty similar to that first map, except it was an 8-4, I believe. So they're in the game now again, 1-win. And we'll have to see if the hold-on can come through for Los Kogutos to get this one done into.
I see an argument being made for Los Kogutos CT side, though. Technically, it should be a better one, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just quickly check the numbers in history for them. But overall, I'd say Los Kogutos and CT side was usually the better side they would play. Because you can rely on the team as a whole a bit better. You know, you don't have to have one player being the star of the squad. Here comes the A execution, though, and 1-win. They're going to be going in straight as Mary is ready, but oh, that is a foolish notion. I'm not sure what he thought was going to happen, but also gets a freebie. And this is a bomb plant and a likelier than not failed retake.
Yeah, A is, look, if you combine two things, A bomb site being the most retakeable in the game, and pistol rounds always being a bit more possible to retake with their automatic weaponry in play, there's always a chance. But without a kit, that is the biggest factor. They can try and get, I was going to say, they can try and get Adrian smoke onto the bomb and cause some havoc. That's already been put on the floor. So, no problem for one win here. Maybe we're going to have a long 3-mapper after all. We'll see how the half goes. Marcos just wants to try and save his Kevlar. Again, Marcos, with same situation as Latic in map 1, very often saving. But only 4 deaths in the game for him so far.
I guess we ordered just to off Temu, though. 1 win. Let's see if you actually get to 7 and 8 with ease here. I mean, 7 should be easily achievable, and 8 as well, technically speaking, if this is the way they're going to perform. We have a bit of a stack on 8. Seems like Los Kudos is in doubt what they should be doing, but if they hadn't been in doubt, they would have possibly been ready for this A play. Instead, now they're on B, and it doesn't matter. That is going to be 7 confirmed in a second. Funny how decisions work, don't they? Should have just been more patient, lads.
Indeed. Out by Adrian. He's got 3 more players flying at him though, and Hot Dog jumps at him. Mid-air USP kill. They're going to be happy with that, so they're going to fall back with the Galil.
Here we go. Gun round, Los Kogutos. How do you behave? How do you do? Tomiko does well. Cronus is gone, and he was a big centerpiece of the last map. Not only being the mastermind behind the decisions, but rather a great individual player as well that brought up many a successful 1 win. Unfortunate that that second half didn't find him to be as successful as the first, but still, 1 win. They're slowly creeping through Red Room, and they've been spotted, they've been checked, but it's Ozic to reply. That's a 3-on-3 now. The A play might just succeed, but Adrian still trades, and look who's close. Hot Dog. Does he fill it here? No, he does not. Ozic will find him in the back, and that is unfortunate. Tomiko 1v2, clutch to happen, not likely. Ozic finds 3, round is done.
And now they're in control all of a sudden again. 9-7 should be on the docket as well. They're looking a little bit more cohesive, a little bit more synergized. As I said before, it's not a map they love all too much. They played it 7 times recently. They don't have a great record on their T side in particular, actually. They have been playing against decent teams at this level, dating back those 3 months. Focus, Nuclear Tigers, who have always been a good ancient team, but one would beat them on that day. CYBERSHOKE, INOX Division, GenOne players, and Eternal Fire. They had 1-2 of their last 3, beating GenOne and just players in the last 2 weeks, but yeah, it's not one they just play as much, really, even though they, historically over the year, have played it a little bit more. It's just lately the games they have played haven't been as extensive, obviously, with that little break they took, as you said. If you look at the whole of the year so far, looking back to the beginning of Jan, they actually played it 29 times this year. And as I said, invariably either on LAN at these small LANs like the MP, KBK, CIS LAN, those sort of ones that we were talking about at the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
They've beaten some good teams there. They played the likes of K27 online and beat them, TDK and beaten them. But yeah, obviously the consistency is the main thing that's not there. So they play it, it's not perfect. But we said before the game, reasonably, they are just better than Los Kogutos individually in many, many ways. So
yes.
Logically, the comeback could be happening and should be happening at any point, and maybe this is the point.
It's also one of the so beyond just obviously one win, as you've well put, being better overall, no argument there. I think anybody that argues against that is not really following the scene or has seen either of these two teams in any recent days. Los Kogutos have historically had a great deal of trouble closing games. Like, that's a legitimate issue that they've been facing ever since I've first seen them. And maybe in 2020 when they started, it was a bit less prevalent, but the more you'd watch them, the more you'd see them, the more obvious it would get. It's been a problem for Los Kogutos every time I've seen them, where they would have an advantage, but only to drop the ball at the end of the curve before just finishing the job. It's an issue. I don't know if it's a mental issue. I don't know if it's a communications issue. But it seems like they have a much higher success of victory when they have to make a comeback rather than when they have the advantage and close the game out. This gun round is everything. Los Kogutos, similar to what happened on Dust, where things really got very hairy and very much out of control. One win. If they close this with success, it's going to be 11-7 before long, and this is another 8 play, and I like how One Win is also going a little bit more towards basics. Hot dog, trade. Oh, Adrian finds another. That's massive now. The smokes are passing. Adrian goes for seconds. Tomico helps, Lavked traded, and it's Kickert on the micro. That makes no difference.
Yeah, they're all just so low. That's the main factor. Merkos didn't even really need to activate it at any point in that round in the end. Even though he was smoked off and could have maybe pushed through and taken a pot shot or whatever, flashed off these angles, it was awkward for him. Thankfully, the players in position were enough without him to hold on.
Old dog, man. You could say how instrumental he's been, and certainly he's proven to be a factor here. I'm a bit worried about Cronus having such a poor game right now. I'm not used to seeing him on sub 10 kills after the second half starts. So Kickert perhaps a bit more acceptable, unfortunately, as sad as it sounds when I say it. But here we go. Round that LK Nor One Win can afford to lose, and a missed shot by Lavked. Draw the ire of the left. Okay, I was about to say how Lavked, will be forced out, will be potentially taken out. No, he goes in for seconds through the smoke. Tomico's clapped, and that is going to leave a bit of a gap in the defense for LK. Adrian needs to play this smart. He's on an off angle. Good one, actually.
Adrian. Oh, the can switch. I was worried that could cost him for a second, but he still might be able to peek forward and get one. No, Lavked is just way too good in those no-scopy, close-range positions. Comes the push through. Flash on.
Oh, what?
Dog gets killed while half blind from Rayos. I mean, it wasn't Ozzik, the player who were watching, who got that kill. It looked like it was for a second, but still, maybe his teammate wasn't as blind as we thought. Either way, one win will brute force the A-bomb site. We'll go up 10-8.
And Los Kogutos are running out of funds as well. Both Mary and Markrosh, if they survive, we'll see likely a rebuy. But something has to give, something has to change. It's Ancient after all, their favorite side right now that they're playing, CT side. And it feels like they've lost a little bit of their cool, shall we say. And it seems like they're losing a little bit of their conviction.
Terrorists win.
This is it. One win. They'll have a chance to close this out. Win here, and you will have that first victory on your side potentially already. Economically speaking, LK cannot afford any more major losses. I mean, they've got the loss bonus growing on them, sure, but I don't think money is going to be an issue soon enough. It's more the confidence and the kills they aren't getting.
Burnt out of that Jag position. When going through the motions in their default at the moment around lane, keeping control of it, and now with Tomoko being burnt back, maybe they want to try and fight forward with a duo rather than just Tomoko. They're about to all come toward him, you know. So we're having a good time, but Ozzik, all right, the charge through finds 2, and again, that little bit of extra 5% of firepower is making a difference. Oh, hang on. Kicker, surprise by the fact Mary's still in the corner. Mary's putting a lot of pressure on. Great free fire. Wants one more, can't get it. He had no way out anyway. He had to fight for that one. BB2 recovered. Hot Dog will peek into Lavked though. He could have waited.
Bro,
he could have waited for Markosh.
Yeah. I don't understand this challenge from Hot Dog. Like, Mary playing as aggressively as he does gives the idea to one win that perhaps B side is empty, right? Because otherwise Mary would play on his second teammate on site 100%. And Hot Dog should have used that uncertainty on one win side to his advantage. Instead, he just decides to peek. It's like, oh, let me show you I'm there, and just die, you know, just like, why, Mr. Hot Dog? You could have had it all, the dog and the onions, but instead, you got nothing. A wet blanket, that is going to be... Oh wait, it's pig's blanket, or how do you call it, right? Something like that.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you mean. Yeah. Pigs in blankets, I think.
Pigs in blankets, yeah. There you go. It's an expression I don't know. I have never heard, so I'm a bit in the dark. I mean, speaking of, you know, in general conversations.
Yeah, I think like the word in between is the bit that actually gives it its name, I think. And look, I don't eat that stuff, but I'll tell you what, I know very well because I'm a MasterChef enjoyer. I know my food. So
oh, let's go.
Watch a bit of MasterChef in the good old days.
Love it.
So we got a little bit of a tech. We heard that tick in chat during the round, but obviously it can't be called during the round. So a bit of a wait until. It didn't last long. No problem then.
well, Los Kogutos, this is... I've been saying this for a while now, but truly your last chance. So, boys, make do with what you will with that info. Another A push. There's no challenge. This is pretty straightforward. I mean, there's no defense that can be put up in a timely manner that would make a difference. This will be a bomb plant by the time the boys get too close. Although, I'm surprised OneWin is delaying this far. They've had no resistance, yet they're delaying it further. Hot Dog with a free spray on Cronus. What is going on with Cronus, my boy? As Ozik will be able to take him out. It's going to be Marcos with another shot there through the angles. Adrian with the right timing as well. Oh my goodness, through the smoke, he's accurate. Tomiko out temple, and I might have spoken too soon. I might have to eat my words here. OneWin have been taken by surprise. The trap is sprung. And that is going to be a wounded animal having to walk away. Kick hurt at 19. No luck to do anything about the round itself. It is going to be 9.
A little bit of a glimmer of hope still for the 2-0. Yeah, Cronus is not a map that he will want to remember. As I said, usually he plays well on D2. He did, but just didn't get the win, unfortunately. Isn't looking as strong. The awkward thing with Kicker saving the AK is that it does split up the money a little bit, but they've still got plenty in arrears, thankfully. That it can drop. Well, Rails probably can drop Cronus. That it will buy the AWP, I'd imagine. Yeah, no problem.
A bit of tech issues, yeah. Okay, we've solved them. We're back. We're ready. And Los Kogutos, perhaps they've got a plan. Or maybe they don't need a plan. Maybe they shouldn't need a plan. Maybe they don't want a plan at all. Maybe it's just straight up duels they take. Rayos instead is like, nah, brother, I'm gonna win this for you all. As Rayos takes 3, that is a plan in itself. OneWin are about to take it to 12. Unless Mari and Marcos have a better idea. I think it's pretty straightforward. Third map is looming over our heads and the heads of these two teams, and honestly, I think we've kind of guaranteed that we're going to go to a third map here almost.
Yeah, it's been a long game, been a long drawn-out game. The fact that that first map went to overtime was the main thing that just really made me convinced it would be a long morning with these two. I still can't believe that OneWin, the failure to hold that B-bomb site when it really mattered with 3 players on it to stop them from stop Los Kogutos from taking it to OT and then just sweeping OT like they did. Crazy. But yeah, they've battled back. They've locked back in again.
They have. Well done, OneWin. It seems like it just took them a map to wake up and actually get going. I don't honestly blame them for it. It's a bit of a mistake, obviously, what happened on Dust. I would argue it's more like getting a little bit too comfortable in your own position. It feels like they underestimated Los Kogutos for sure, and they paid the price for it, obviously. But now here on the second one, the start was a bit weaker, 7-2 at one point. Los Kogutos looking really good. Then we see a 3-round comeback for OneWin, really putting in the work, and the stakes are higher and higher here for them. And okay, 12-9, lost kogutos, 3 in a row. Can they pull another overtime out of their asses? We're about to find out. Adrian finds one. He's expecting more. He's knowing that there's more there, but he does lose Hot Dog. Merari traded. And lost kogutos might be on the verge of picking up another round here. And they will actually pick it up. Latek 1v3. I mean, hell, actually, I'll take that back. There's a chance he actually wins. He's good enough. He has the op, he has the bomb, he has the time.
It's possible, but he's being rounded on, and I'm not sure he knows anything about Adrian pushing all the way through. That's some angle. He's in the bushes. Having a peek at him. Cheeky. Easy for Adrian. And now they just need 2 in a row. And guess what? If they win this round, if Latek wants his up, which I'm sure he'll buy, yeah, he will, they're going to have kind of no money for round 24.
Yeah. Well, you know what I also want to check? What's happened to our boy Marcos as well? He's kind of quieted down, hasn't he? Oh, we have NL,
Another
live. Yeah, seems like some tech issues are abound.
Another one.
Yeah. one more. I'm checking right now the kill feed, and I'm trying to find Marcos's last kill. Like, when did he last get a kill? I'm a little bit in the dark, man. Like, obviously, you know, you can't expect him to be godlike, but surely he needs to do better. He's seriously quieted down, and I'm checking right now. The last time Marcos got a kill, it was at the 7-1 scoreline. Actually, sorry, 7-2. Yeah, it was 7-2. Yeah, let me correct myself there, so... That's worrisome.
Yeah. I think some of the individuals of Los Gutos have dissipated a little bit. Unfortunately, as well, what I've noticed with Marcos, right, that we're kind of talking about a couple of times, he's 11-6, which is a fine KD, but
Yeah.
6 deaths in round 23. He's really not having... This is a very similar pattern with him that I've seen a lot for his career at this level. He gets okay KDs because he's the AWPer. When it comes to pure impact, I don't see enough.
Yeah. And it's one of the storylines that we've been talking about, how he's been jumping through different teams, right? Where nowhere has really been his forever home, at least for a while. And it seems like perhaps that's also the current performance being a side effect of just not really feeling like being comfortable anywhere but at the end of the day here in Los Kogutos. I don't know. It's a bit awkward. But to just correct myself, it was the first kill he got at 11-9. So when one win got to 12-9 afterwards. That was the first time he got a kill after debacle. But in any case, this is likelier than not a B push that will be successful or not. Tomiko finds 2. Hold up. 2 versus 3. There's a big flank, but oh, Hot Dog. A little bit too early on the trigger. And that is going to be Adrian and Hot Dog having to retake the whole of B side. Likelier than not, it's over. That is going to be map done. I'm fairly certain we are going to be seeing a 13-10 scoreline soon.
Yeah, if Hot Dog was even full HP, it wouldn't make a difference. Latek will dome him with the AWP. He would have needed to be 500 HP to avoid an AWP headshot. And yeah, very good recovery from 1-1. Considering what had gone before, considering how they lost map 1, they looked kind of checked out in certain ways. The fact they've been able to recover that is important, I think, Nia.
Yeah, and I ask questions now, really, especially about what went wrong in towards Dust 2. Why do they fall so flat? Because we didn't see that really happen here. There was a couple of slightly more troublesome moments, we'll call them, throughout this game, and still 1-1 were able to either fight their way through them or bounce back pretty quickly. When a round would go against them or something would kind of catch them off guard, it didn't seem like it shell-shocked them the way Dust 2 did. They were able to recover pretty effortlessly, pretty easily, and we didn't see that same level out from the Polish side. I don't think they really showed that same level of form where it was that consistent consistency in like opening kills, leading in towards rounds, space created as well, space taken, and really putting a lot of pressure under one win. It wasn't that same level. So it really does open the door to an interesting conversation leading towards that third map. And I don't know, it becomes difficult. I'd like to kind of hear for you guys as well. Mirage, the great litmus test, I always have to call it. It's a great decider, I think, as well. And for these two sides, it's very evenly matched statistically as well. So over, where are you putting your predictions now?
I mean, I have to stick to my guns. I said earlier that if we do get to a third map, which potentially was a likely outcome, that regardless of how Dust would have ended, I feel like OneWin have to win this, or rather will win this. I still favor them overall. I feel like they, Dust was a bit of a surprise. They had to wake up. They had to kind of get their gears in order. And we see that on Ancient second half. As soon as they have a few rounds under their belt, they feel a bit more comfortable. Everything just goes their way.
How about you, Trav? How are you leaning?
Yeah, I think the same. I think there's just a lot of evidence in map 2 that they just have a little bit extra with every single player than what Los Kogutos have. So if you go onto Mirage with that same sort of thought process and same sort of form, OneWin should take it. But you never know. We reached the playoffs now. There's no second chances, so there's a chance for OneWin to get a very important W in this tournament to try and keep themselves going in the VRS as well. If they do change team and stuff like that, it's core. Keep the core 3 with a good amount of points. I think they are nearing that top 50. If they do win this entire event, they would be top 50. I think so. Yeah, it's one they need, and we'll see if that makes a big difference or not.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, I'm going to lean in favor of OneWin. I think they've just got a little bit more in terms of the individuals on a puggier map. In the same vein as well that the Ancient could be quite puggy. I just feel like I back them a little bit more to really be able to overcome here. And of course, we'll have to see. We're going to throw this one to a break. When we are back, it is the decider. It's Mirage coming up next. Sit tight. We'll see you then.
Third map between OneWin and Los Kogutos. Where did this one come from? We're not so sure. Some crazy games and crazy rounds between these two teams have led us to this point. And now we'll see how this third map of Mirage goes down. Bit of a very difficult one to predict as well, with the fact both teams have played it a similar amount of times and to a varying degree of success as well. So Hot Dog will have a smoke kit, Utility will be on Kicker and Latic, and we're going to be going into Ward B, I think.
Yes, we will. Hot Dog trying to hold down the fort here. He's going to be spotting a few players through the first window, pulling back to safety. Flashbang's not as effective as you'd hope on the T side, but this contact is going to be vital. Tomiko trades. Hot Dog is down though, and so is Tomiko in fact as well. It seems like the bomb will be going unobstructed to a plant, and this is a 3 versus 4 retake that, with a kit, is possible, but you've got to make do right now. And this crossfire is deadly. One of the hardest positions to get out of on this B side. And in fact, I think it's already a decided one.
Yeah, Reals is refusing to overpeak any further. He knows just by hiding that will be the way they win the round. Yeah, smoke kit is not really accessible, stopping them from getting anywhere near it. Good money here for Mary, something to talk about. But they need to leave. They will. So, OneWin will start as they mean to go on.
Terrorists win.
There we have it. Is this... Wait, let me double check real fast. Second pistol was lost on Dust. First pistol was lost on Ancient. And second pistol was won on Ancient, right? By OneWin, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think so, but then there was a force by war at the beginning of the half on Ancient, if you remember. It was back and forth for at least 2 or 3 rounds.
Yeah, they won the second pistol. Yeah, they won the second pistol. So it's okay. So right now, OneWin is obviously doing a bit better than the usual, but hopefully they don't drop the ball against this force by here. Kicker in slight trouble. So far, this game has been, as you said, a bit of a shake-up. Definitely a better performance out of Los Kogutos than I think anyone would have expected. Despite perhaps we laying out the idea as to what usually leads Los Kogutos to a win. I genuinely didn't think we'd get to see a third map in this manner, at least.
That was a good pick from Latic there, by the way, because they were pushing up towards short on short bricks, and Cronus was planning to boost Latic up, and that's what they were shifting toward, and they were ready for Tomiko peeking him on that timing. So that could have been one of the first steps that they could have been caught at or tripped over. They didn't, and now it should be fine.
Thing is, Tomiko's alone there. I don't know if... Was there a flashbang? There was, right? From B side, I believe. A bit unfortunate, but... Timing-wise, Los Kogutos just doesn't work out. And Hot Dog looking to take Tomiko's space, or rather Tomiko's position. He does, and he goes down as well. Cronus, no need to die. He had a bit of unlucky of a show on that Dust, where he kept continuously losing HP, never really got the chance to fight fair and square. Still made it out quite nicely with the scoreline, but at the end of the day, OneWin. Good start, 2-0, looking at potential 3-0. Los Kogutos, meanwhile, I mean, they'll keep a bit of a boon here for the last eco before those rifles come out. I'm hoping there's a bit of a shenanigans kind of performance here. Just rush mid, rush A, you know, do something silly. Try and see if you can surprise OneWin instead of playing a default that likelier than not doesn't work.
Yeah, we'll see if they can use this saved force as such to better effect in this round. Holes. One thing that makes me kind of sad about Thunderpick this season is there's no qualification spot for the main event. Because I think that's what made the regular online series in EU, and especially the ones in like South America, North America, really cool. You had maybe a qualification spot for the main event. There was a lot on the line, and there's more teams to sign up. Hang on a second, this round's getting a little bit out of control. Tomoko and
It
Octog
is.
have both recovered the Galil, and now Rayos needs to clutch, and he doesn't have the bomb yet.
He's got the time on his side. The problem is his position is now known, and the crossfire could be set, but we can see Tomoko, instead of holding his spot in pit, he's fast rotating to top mid. His teammate Hot Dog has already walked all the way into spawn, into CT, actually, ticket. And Tomoko, his timing might be impeccable here. And it is. Beautiful. I am a little bit shocked by the fact that one win are this disheveled in a round where it should be pretty easy. But it's the 5-7s, it's the saved weapons that make the difference, and as we said, a bit of shenanigans, and it works somehow. Though, to continue the topic you've opened, yeah, I do agree. I'm a bit surprised there isn't actually an invite, or at least some sort of a way to get to the main event, right?
Yeah.
And it does take away from the, or rather, it kind of tells the teams that could be otherwise invited or could play that they just won't play, right? So the competition isn't perhaps as stiff.
It would have been nice, but times are changing.
They are.
Nice for Los Kogutos there to grab that round with that saved force, because now they have a bit of money saved up on Tomoko and Hot Dog. They keep those two Galils and we'll use them again. Let's see if we get a bit more impact out from Markosh on the AWP on this map as well. Like he did, as I said, didn't play necessarily badly on map 1, just a case of he's way more of a turret AWPer and not necessarily a aggressive flicky one that can get you retakes and get you incredible clutches. So but more impact from him would be nice.
I'm also wondering if the main event has even been announced yet.
For this year, yes.
For this year, it has been, right? For the end of the
Yes.
year, like October, when
It has to
when
be, because
it's
that's
happening?
the VRS rule anyway, like the Valve rule.
Yeah, yeah.
It'll be in Malta again.
Yeah, likely. Likelier than not. Speaking of likelier than not, this round could actually work for Los Kogutos. This is a nice little defense they're setting up in Con. If Lavked goes down, the boys from Window might be caught in a bit of a weird position, but it's Kronos with a double. Speaking of the man himself, he comes to realize the idea here for one win, and another one. Tomoko, surely to be checked, is he? Doesn't even matter if he's not. Kicker still wins the duel easy, and Markosh has no business doing anything but saving anymore, as this is going to be a 3-1 start. One win, last few seconds on the clock, and honestly, right now, just chase. Just give chase across the map, anywhere, everywhere. Oh, yep.
Terrorists win.
Kronos 4K. How about that?
Do you think he meant to kill the player behind?
I don't
sorry,
think he did.
Kill the player in front, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think that was a bit unfortunate for him, because if he kills the player to his left, one slightly to the left, rather than the player coming up underpass, I think that means he survives a little bit longer, and who knows after then. But yeah, either way, always going to be tough. So one win up to 3-1. Markosh will not keep his up, but he'll be able to buy it again. Get it dropped.
I gotta be honest with you, I'm not a fan of this awkward buy-in. You've got a single rifle, you got the SMG, the two pistols, and the AWP. Now, you're relying on Markosh to make most out of this AWP, right? To secure you a victory. And now, obviously, things can go wrong for one win. I'm not saying they can't. Ozzik, though, he kind of proves the fact that, yeah, you shouldn't be buying with barely anything to your name and hoping that, well, rather relying upon purely hope and luck to go your way. The issue I see, Los Kogutos, they've just thrown in around that, whilst perhaps it seemed like an unavoidable one, you're now going to give one win the position of a 5-1, likelier than not, advantage, and we know how quickly Mirage can turn to be a shit show, if you don't mind me saying so. Like,
yeah, I just want to say, Adrian, that was a really nice move, because it's very, very basic and silly to right-click a flash and then peek before the flash pops. It's one of those like gimmicky plays you can make, but he kind of needed to make it. The thing is, after getting that kill, he has left the bomb site, so one can still get an altar plant here.
I think he could have actually seen Adrian as well in market. Oh, Mary, knife in hand. Oh boy. And yeah, I'm fairly certain they've spotted Adrian in market the first time round. And he is alone on site, looking to retake this by the virtue of being just a hero here. And maybe he gets lucky, and maybe he checks Edward here, gets a freebie, but no, Lavked is ready. And obviously Marcus is already looking to save again. This time actually successfully so. And both will die on B, actually. Or at least one of them might die. Well...
He's trying to get past him.
Yeah. Luckily both
well.
escape, actually. Yeah, for a second there I was a bit worried. I still need to get used to the new bomb radius and the way walls stop the bomb damage.
I know. The way I described it is it's unintuitive at the moment.
Yes, that's a perfect word, because it's so hard to, like, okay, so if you have a single wall in between you and the bomb, you die, but if you have two walls, you don't, like, there's so many weird layers to it. It's hard to, like, even playing this, I've tried it a multitude of times on different maps. Mostly I've been playing cash, to be honest with you guys, but it's sometimes so weird. Like, the bomb sometimes kills you when you're super far away and there's a single wall between you, but sometimes it does no damage when... Like, it's just, as you say, unintuitive.
What I saw that was crazy the other day was the one during Blast, I think, where 2 T players were 100 HP on Inferno in CT spawn. Bomb was planted A, and they both died on 100 HP.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess, like, you need to have some positions that are painful, because I think right now there are a few too many that just allow T's to save with all 5 and build up their money way too easily.
In a way, yeah, it's definitely an issue that I think is plaguing this game and its economy and its style for a while now, but hopefully we'll reach some sort of a deal, I guess, for the future. As right now, this A plant is successful. They've lost Rayos in the process, but they've forced Los Kogutos off again. And it's fair to say that there's no business Los Kogutos have left on A. Saving this op is the primary goal, and the Kevlars, I guess, keeping a bit of money, getting that extra bit of economy once they can. Expected 5-1 position, 1 win looking very solid, as I guess we all kind of agreed upon. And I don't think it's a surprise to anyone, or shouldn't be at least. Though, I'll be fair. I mean, Los Kogutos, as always, individually, when they have a good day, when they have a good performance, they can challenge quite a few teams, punching above their weight. Look, see, Hot Dog just... Wasn't Hot Dog in, if I saw correctly, in window? Or was that my mind just making things up?
I'll be honest, I was looking at my second monitor for something. So
yeah, fair. I'm fairly certain he was in window where he died due to the bomb explosion, and that's like a big-ass gap. Like, there's a big building between him and window. I don't know. In any case, round 7.
Push down from Cronus. Very quick, and Mary had no idea. He was already bottom con and fighting him from that particular position. There's a response attempt from Lavked after Tomoko took Cronus out. And he wins it, but takes a dink. So they've got a 4v3, but not undamaged.
Really smart move by Lavked as well to fall back, not continue pushing through short. Likelier than not, he would have gotten killed. Ozik traded. Now it's a 3-on-3 retake. Oof, good damage on Kickard. And it seems like Los Kogutos is getting a little bit of leeway here to work with. But Lavked is still on mid. He's going to be walking into con anytime soon. And Rayos needs to stay alive best he can for as long as he can. In Tetris, he's cleared easily. And wait, both go through mid? That's a massive, massive call right now that I don't think is going to work. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure why both do this, but Kickard, he's already so delayed at this point. Oh, he gets the diffuser! No, wait, there's no kit! There's no kit! You gotta be kidding me! What?
Right at the very last.
Terrorists win.
That feels illegal. It feels like an illegal move. Referee, timeout, please. VAR, please check. Okay, 6-1. Yeah, Los Kogutos, that is an unfortunate ending. If only they had a kit, right?
That's exciting indeed. That diffuser.
Don't be a loser.
Yeah, and one winner now in a very good position. 6 on T already. That's good. That seemed like our sort of prediction of maybe map 1 being a bit of a blip and that constant pummeling of the B-bomb site being a bit of a outlier in this series. Maybe it could prove to be the case, and one can just bounce back and get this one done relatively quickly. What's another bracket they on? Let's have a look. If they win, they'd play INOX Division or Falcons Force. Okay, INOX Division are pretty powerful right now with Phenomen on the team. They definitely got something about them. But Falcons Force will be no pushovers, even playing with NATO Sapphics, who's still even doing pretty well at this level to this day.
I don't know, Tapeware might not be another name to really talk a lot about, but he's been pretty solid as well overall.
Nice.
His career, but what is this hot dog? Nicely done, yeah. Good hold. Lavked still makes it a 1v2, though he is at 13, and 1 bullet should suffice. There's 2 incendiaries, 1 molly, 1 incendiary, in fact, and they should just burn him out. There we go. Good night, Lavked. Oh, what? Adrian goes down? No way. He doesn't know, but surely he checks short before he goes wide here. He's expecting trouble from kitchen. He's certain that the opera is in kitchen, but Marcos by now... Yeah.
I felt
Close
it.
call.
I felt it for a second, because Lavked thrives in those situations. Like, he's not just got a good AWP as the main AWPer, he's got a great rifle too.
Indeed.
And yeah, that was spooky. That was spooky for Los Kogutos, but they do manage to get their round win. Of course, it's a little bit frustrating for them winning that one round with only 1 player alive when it could have been a whole lot more, which means their money isn't built up as much, but they've got everything they need, thankfully for them.
It ain't the end of the world. And here we go. Mid control could be contested, but Kickard's actually just kind of vying for a little bit of a fake control play. Meanwhile, they're rushing B, and there's nothing better than that. Ozzik finds Tomiko and Edward. That's B side cleared. Hot Dog is still going to fight this. They need to reinforce him, though. The longer he's alone, the lesser the chance he has. But as I say that, he finds 2 more. Hot Dog. Hot damn. That is going to be a 2v3 left as Mary, Adrian, and Marcos. I don't think they need to commit to this. The bomb's not been planted. Just kind of slow down, lads. You've got a man advantage. You've got all the cards in your hands, effectively. Just make sure you don't screw it up here. Like, don't lose a player for nothing.
Both T players have no armor either, so that's just an extra factor of comfort, really, for the Polish squad here. Got them surrounded. They can't fall back through short. They can only fall back through apartments. Even that's a bit awkward with Marcus on the line here toward bench, and Rayos has found the M4, sure, but yeah. Just waiting to see if Los Kogutos get a bit antsy and want to go looking for a kill, thinking maybe it's suddenly quiet for no reason. We think they've left the bomb site, but they haven't. And Kicker will win his fight with that M4A4, but now he's 14 HP. He's 1 tickle from death. And Marcos and Mary should be able to lock this one through. 20 seconds left. He's trying to bait out the AWP. Again, shot will be missed, and Marcos could be taken down with the AWP. Now on 34 HP. But Mary will have this one with a lock and key, I promise you. One pump will be tapped. They're now going to charge their way in. Pistol drawn. There's the fake out. Could even kill him after time if he's not careful, but in the end, it is a fight that comes through a little bit earlier. Marcos will get that headshot. Los Kogutos are up to 3.
Okay, we have a game on our hands. This is not gonna be a runaway train. This is not gonna be a Harrison Ford movie. Let's see if things look to get far better here for Los Kogutos. I mean, this should be an easy one, surely, but never ride out a P250. Love this pistol. I'm happy it remained at 300. That it's not getting a pay cut. I'm still sad it got nerfed with the insta headshot at close ranges. That was epic.
That was egregious though. That was too much.
It was, but it was so. I loved it. I loved using this pistol. Was my goat. Like genuinely.
Now you got the 5.7 though, so you can just use that instead. So...
That's true. That's true. But there's no other feeling like a Peter 50 in hand with full Kevlar, absolutely dominating players with rifles at close range. Lovely times. And oh, the timing on the nade is absolutely perfect, and that is going to be a good cleanup like no other. Well played, boys. Well played. Los Kogutos making sure they got a bit of cash behind them. And is this, dear Travis, potentially a chance to see the most balanced of halves of all? 6-6?
Maybe. We're doing 8-4 and a 7-5 so far, right? So every single half in this entire BO3, to be fair, has kind of had that one team streaking clear a little bit and then being pegged back.
Yeah. Well, guess we're about to find out. They're going to play for mid, and so far had been relatively, and I say relatively successful overall. And once again, they will be Kickert unexpected under window, which is a strange thing, because that's kind of like a basic position you're always looking to fight against. Marcos, meanwhile, takes the opportunity, and the timing is absolutely superb. Take him out, Kickert. Is that... Yeah, that's Ozik now, again, same position, but they're still so slow. I'm not sure why OneWin is taking this so slowly. And we can see Los Kogutos have already fully rotated. They have deep pit control. And this is going to be a free... Oh, the timing! Oh, wow. No, he's been seen! He's been seen! But gets the C4.
Yes, an important one. It puts it in the open near that bench position now, and he can kind of keep himself trained on that angle. A good game is Mark. Like I mentioned, needs to be a bit more impactful, and he's making it happen. Nice shot from Lavked, though. Hot Dog will give up his life on the rotation round. Fast shot from Lavked.
Nice KZ as well.
Don't expect anything less from him.
Absolutely. Bad timing for Tomiko. He didn't let his teammates walk out just yet, and the last man standing, Marcos in pit, unfortunately, he has no business staying anywhere close. He's making a lot of noise, though, so they're well aware where he's at. Now, I'm not sure they're going to be fighting to control and take away his op, but he's expecting Lavked to be behind him. He didn't think he'd go into con.
That's one of my points about Marcos there, right? Like, he's had a good round. I think he's hit the important shot, right? He hit the shot to drop the bomb. And then I can totally forgive him for not overpeaking too much. And it's not his fault that Hot Dog went down on short like he did. But I kind of just wish, when it's the third map and you just need as many rounds as you can in any given situation. I know he doesn't have the op for this next round, the final round of the half if he dies, which is the main point of him saving, right? But I just wish he would have stepped forward a little bit more to try and prevent that bomb from being picked up, maybe hold the cross or something. I guess he did also know they're around balcony and palace, so he could have got caught in the side. There are many arguments that can be had for why he didn't play as aggressively there, but look, he's gotten the opening kill in this round. Saving that off was worth it. Maybe not anymore, though.
Oh. Well, saving the op was worth it for the first. The problem is they stay in the same position, and Kickert has a field day with the spray down. Double molly, molly and flash. And nade, of course. Hot Dog finds Cronus, so at least a bit of a trade-off, but... Reyes, you're alone, brother. You don't know if there's anybody in sight, if anybody's already in kitchen. This is a very dastardly decision, but Lavked has found Tomiko. Lavked has found Hot Dog as well. It seems like they found them all. And Mary's making no shy attempt to hide his movements. Oh, even burns a little bit. That's unfortunate, so they know exactly where he's at. He hears him running under. Yeah.
he can get to... Ooh, I think he's 11 HP, but it's not the play. He's nading. It's a bit of a fake, as you can see. He's worried they're already
And look,
near the smoke into A, even.
yeah, Lavked's already watching short now, and Mary.
Yeah.
I can't
He's
blame
missed
him.
his timing. He's missed his timing.
Yeah.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that he's missed a timing that doesn't exist. Actually,
Exactly. Unfortunate that it's the way it goes, but welcome to Counter-Strike. The name of the game is the brain. Aim is just part of the process. Having to retake this against Lavked's position is going to be extremely difficult. Good on Mary to force out a missed shot, but it's far from over. And this wide swing, it's never going to work. That's the first half done. And it's a conclusive one. 8-4, very solid from one win, and perhaps does not repeat itself finally.
been a long game, this one. This is the time where the second beer 3 of the day would have already started in literally 3, 2, 1, bosh. So yeah, it's we're behind schedule a little bit. GenOne and ex-RUSTEC will be watching this game, just chilling and waiting for it for them to finally get a chance to get on the server. Be a fun game, that one, I think. They've played against each other before, but ex-RUSTEC are on slightly better form and have a different team now, I think. So let's see how this game closes out first. You'd expect one win to finally close from here at 8-4 up. However, we said that on D2. We said that was their favoured map. And when they're on the CT side too. So if anything changes here. Good incendiary, that will kind of split up the attack for a split second anyway. He'll try and jump down. Ozik is a little bit stuck, but he still finds his one, and he's got help from Rayoz too. So 5v3 and bomb dropped.
And because of the incendiary, the team has been split in this attack. Los Kogutos are now forced to take this basically 1 by 1. And again, a split happens not just because of the incendiary, but because the players themselves are kind of going about this randomly. Marcos trying to lurk out mid. We've got now Adrian soloing through apps. I'm not sure I subscribe to this ideology here. After the first 2 players go down, you either make a decision to continue going together or you fall back together and then play from that point forward. And whilst the bomb has been lost, yes, you just have to make do with that. And unfortunately, I feel like this is a bit of a moment where they're just getting frustrated with some of the plays, with some of the positions, and we can see already through short, Marcos is trying to make his way in. He's kind of telegraphing his moves. They're well aware he's coming there, and this should be an easy cleanup by the side of one win. And indeed, it is. It is a clean round, in fact, as that is 9-4, and they stop Los Kogutos dead in their tracks. It's where we saw the start on Dust for LK. They got the pistol, they got the next few rounds as well, and OneWin never really found their secure footing. But here, with the pistol actually in their hands, I feel like we are on a fast track to a quick win.
Let's see if they can close. For Lavked, there's one player under. Make sure he doesn't expose himself to top middle trying to look for that kill, because he's going to worry about those players top middle, and he does a very good job at that. All 3 as they cross, no losses for one win. No matter how long this team may be left under the one win banner, will very most likely still be alive in this series in a few minutes' time at the tournament.
That is also a factor as well. Yeah, it's the one and only chance you lose in this single elimination bracket and you are out. You've come this far, but unfortunately the journey is going to have to end for somebody. And Los Kogutos, of course, invited the VRS into the group stage. In Group B, they were taken down by megoshort. 2-0, but one winning against
Why did they name a team after me?
A funny thing, I always said megoshort, and then Roppe Nexus actually corrected me and said, no, it's actually megoshort. I'm like, okay, that makes more sense. Meanwhile, making sense seems to be the round not. Something like that. That's it. Hot dog, one man, and no man soon.
True. This is the gun around that needed to come through, isn't it? And it's not really gone too well. Ozic with a bit of aggression. Rayar's got his as well. Cronus got his. That's something that teams of one win's quality tend to do pretty well, is that they tend to pinch the middle really well. And you can see all those dots in mid where players passed, got taken down. Aggression working out well. Hot Dog has no choice but to try and keep the AK as well, and he's being somewhat hunted by Ozic. But maybe not close enough.
By the way, you were talking about the bracket that one winner are likely to move on to face. I think it would be INOX Division that they'll go against. I've seen them play. They're pretty solid. Like Fenomen and Notineki have been great. Obviously, Fenomen, the highlight. Notineki, definitely the big support. I mean, not support, but the big factor as well. And I had the chance to see Falcons Force, not personally casting them, but I've just watched the game against Misa. It was, let's say, okay in the group stage, but I don't know. They might not have convinced me as much as perhaps I'd expect.
Yeah.
And despite having NATO, you know, it's like maybe not all it. Wow.
Big damage on Hot Dog already. Kicker, well, there's a bit of damage in return, but Rails is there to peek from short all over again. Catch that kill in the end. Okay, will make his way up from under, but not really in good enough time.
Really getting grilled through mid, aren't they? And one win, I mean, they just kind of have to keep it chill here. No need to put themselves out there. No need to risk life and limb. And you've got control in your hands. Kronos now picks out of window, finds Adrian. And this confirms that mid is empty. Now, obviously, 2 more players joined the fray through short. Dude, what is Rayos playing? Like 1600 DPI? What the hell?
He is very fast, isn't he? I noticed
is...
that earlier when he was in a clutch. It feels like he's playing pretty high sense.
Yeah, it seems like it. You know, maybe 1 sense and 3200 DPI, but it's going to be a B attempt here. Tomiko, Marian, Markos, this is it. It's the round that's either going to give them a chance or it's going to be all gone. And it seems like it's all gone. Beat Tong. That's going to be all there is to it. 12-4.
Yeah, close but no cigar, it feels like here for Los Kogutos. They have this ability to sometimes punch up and look decent. But it does feel like map 1 of this BO3 was a bit of an anomaly after all. How many times that B-bomb site got overrun. One win have the better players, have the better team, have been on the better form. Even if they may not be part of one win for much longer, as the rumours may say, they will be winning this game.
Who knows? Maybe it's victories like these. Maybe they win the whole tournament on quotations marks. That, you know, kind of gives them a chance to be picked up by an org that perhaps might see still some hope in them, some value in them. It's up in the air, of course. Oh,
Yeah.
Tomiko, nicely done. Fair enough. Rayos this time a bit too out in the open. Latic as well. And there goes okay, yeah, it's all coming together for Los Kogutos. Bomb is on B, by the way, and there's 2 players entering A. I'm not sure what we're watching, but it seems like it's a bit of a weird moment right now. Ozic finally caught Kickert and his hideaway place on ticket, no matter what. They do what he does. This should be 5.
Classic case of one win not winning the game at the first time of asking. And you mentioned it earlier. I don't know if you mentioned it during the break or on broadcast, but they've got a game in CCT that was due for 12 o'clock against Butterfly. That's been pushed back to 12:30. I don't think there was an issue with that because thankfully for them, INOX Division and Nordic Partners went relatively long and has only just finished. So that gives OneWin a little bit of breathing room, and maybe they don't need to forfeit a map or use a tech timeout or whatever. So as long as they get the game done quickly here, obviously.
Oh yeah. Like I think they've got 20 minutes until the start, should be fine. If they don't finish it in 20 minutes, then they've got bigger problems than a game starting in 20 minutes. You know what I mean? Like at this scoreline, at this rate, OneWin should be pretty much set to take this series within moments, really. A single mistake is all it takes for Los Kogutos to lose, and that's kind of been the prevailing situation for them. It's mistakes that happen that unfortunately you can't make up for, no matter how good you might be. And right now, Hot Dog, once again, going through mid, looking to be aggro. And they are all on mid itself. It seems like Los Kogutos have decided for a bit of a simple approach, and to be fair, I don't blame them. I think it's valid. You've been pushed back on mid many a time, and maybe if you could punish a few players here would be perfect. But I don't like how the C4 is left in T-base. Surely it's going to be picked up. It is Marcos there. He's the one that's going to be responsible for that. I mean, Kickert is gone, sure. I'm not sure why Kickert even challenged that. They know they're going to be on mid. There's no other position they could be in. Palace is being pushed. There's the bomb pickup. And I think they go B, actually. Yeah. Here we go. Tomiko is going to be the lurk, but his angle...
Oh,
okay.
what?
That's crazy. Adrian also walked short into ladder.
Latic knows what's up. He's seen the first player come through, but he can't get himself to a safe position quick enough. And Adrian finding Rayos means that OneWin have to suffer a bit further, I think.
100%. Okay, I'm going to pose this question. You know I have to. It's kind of like mandatory for every caster. Do you give them a chance or not?
No. Not until it's 12-10.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, no, I follow that. I can subscribe to that as well. That's pretty much my take as well. Money-wise as well, OneWin obviously still going to be well equipped.
Terrorists win.
6 in a row. That's what it takes to avoid being eliminated here from the Thunderpick World Championships of Europe. This is the second series of the year. First one happened in May, if I'm not mistaken. But we had a few breaks in between. And the main event obviously happening in October, if I'm not mistaken, as well. It kind of sucks that we won't get to see any qualifications.
Yeah, I agreed. Okay, OneWin will. Sometimes there's a thing in sport and in Counter-Strike as well, in the pro scene. You can kind of want it too much.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think OneWin will be the sort of mentality of players to be affected by this, but obviously within their next game being scheduled for so soon, they're going to want to get this one done now. Because if they don't get it done now, they're on an eco. Everyone saves, obviously. And look at Tomiko. He's already behind them. Kroos is going to get caught off guard. Pickett will go down to Mary as well. Latic can't connect on short. He's down too. And OneWin will need to save again. So, little bit nightmarish for OneWin at the moment. They will want this one done ASAP. And once again, we have fake comeback capabilities for Los Kogutos. Will it be real or fake?
I guess we are about to find out. I'm definitely a bit of worry because it's also the break they'll have between the next match and this one, right? They want to use that break for whatever they need to just clear their mind and prepare themselves for what comes next. Another issue I would see is if they delayed or if this game is delayed too long. One win could be forced into an awkward decision then for the next series they have in CCT. And we have a technical pause, which further delays this. I prayed that
Not the
pause...
first time this has happened.
Yeah,
as
not
well.
the first time. Yeah. I wonder what it actually is. Let me check if there's any info. Okay, we seem to have resolved it without further delay. That's good. Goodbye, kicker. Lavked picks up the AWP.
I think we'll get his first with this hero AWP. As you can see, $250 in the bank. If there's one guy that I feel like can step up and win a game and win a round by himself, which would then lead to the game, it would be Lavked. But again, just lots of progress has been made by Los Kogutos, with Tomoko already in toward Murder Hole. But heading the bomb through safely, because there are still 2 players on site. Rails is 5-7 around that default position. You've got Kronos on ramp with his, which might not be cleared if they go up con to A. So Rails knows what to do. Just hide for as long as possible for now. Hope he doesn't get cleared, and hope that this 5-7 can get some more close range fights, and maybe it'll be even easier for him. With that smoke up on site, they're not checking the site properly. They're just guessing. No. That guess does not work out. Rails will find his one, but Ozic does go down to Mary. Rails is still hiding around and dancing around in those smokes between these grenades, trying to survive. That will activate Lavked. That could activate Lavked even more as well. And now all of a sudden, Tomoko is all alone. Just like that. And it will be a close from Lavked. Look at that. As I called his name, 4 kills for Lavked to close the game.
And but what better way to finish the series but on a basic eco here. Ladies and gents, that's going to be it for the series. Let's bring in Neo and see what he has to say about this before we send it off.
Maybe.
There you go. Yeah, one winner looking to rush off, I think, is the safe call there. I do actually wonder. It's pretty close. Like I think like a minute over the buffer, but we'll see how they get on. But nonetheless, much more like it. Bit of a sort of trepidatious end there as well. A couple of rounds slipping away that I think were just more tilting than anything. And I think it's sort of a point that I think both of you brought up. There felt like a bit of real air of desperation, I think, to close that game out rather than just, what was working for one win. Things looking and feeling quite comfortable. Instead, it was actually more a case of we're so desperate that we're forcing engagements. We're taking too aggressive on some of these fights, and it actually made life harder for them. And sometimes that is the case, right? This real want to close it out. But nonetheless, great to see from them. Unfortunate at the end for Los Kogutos. There were some nice moments in the series from them. But Trevor, you kind of touched on this. It probably paints the picture that Dust 2 was just a blip on the radar that wasn't really meant to be, but that's how it ended up happening.
Yeah, I just think, a bit of an anomaly maybe with the way that B-bomb site was just abused all the time by Los Kogutos, and one win had at least 2 of those rounds they could have won on B, where they had 3 players on the site and they still couldn't hold on, right? So, yeah, I think in the end of the day, the better players and the better team won, as they so should, despite the possible, rumors flying about the place that they could be, upgrading as such to picking up TDK. I think that would be an incredible move, and I'm looking forward to that. TDK right now are playing a local LAN, by the way, in Russia, and losing to WW, the Deco stream team. But still,
as everyone does,
everyone does,
to lose to that Deco stream team.
Everyone seems to lose to that team. But anyway, yeah, I think it was a deserved result, and I'm not surprised in the end.
Yeah, Nova, what do you think about this one win, I guess, core side now? Going forward, do you reckon it's worthwhile sticking together, or this side looking elsewhere? Because it has been a long time of trying to make this team work, and it maybe hasn't lived up to the heights that they probably expected.
I'd say it's worth it if the players are working well together. I don't know what's the background, how they are together behind the scenes, how they communicate, how they work together behind the scenes. But if there's an issue there, then there's no reason to stick together, right? That's been a problem in many a team in history, and in general, given that the news is that they will be switched out, there's a likeliness that that is a problem they've been dealing with, and unfortunately they didn't find a solution, therefore the end is nigh. I would love to see some of the players stick together for the future. Cronus and Latic definitely come to mind immediately. I've loved what I've seen out of Ozek. I think he's also another good player that, I'd love to see him continue with the boys. But overall, I feel like that the future is kind of already locked in, that this will break up.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, for now, we're going to head to a break. When we are back, we're heading in towards preparations for our second game of the day. You don't want to miss this one. GenOne taking on ex-RUSTEC. Either way, sit tight. We've got about 15 minutes until that one gets underway. So go get yourself a coffee and whatnot. I'll see you soon. Alrighty, welcome back. Oh, I'm very small here. There we go. Welcome back. We got our second game of the day. After actually, it ended up being a bit of a marathon, unexpectedly in game number one. We've got a bit of a change of shift here as well. We brought in Hayes for Oversaid for game number two. We've got GenOne taking on ex-RUSTEC. Hayes, how you feeling about this game?
Honestly, I feel like I've just had a look at the odds on Thunderpick, and I feel like the game is probably closer than what the odds suggest. I think that GenOne have done really well in recent times, have remained relevant, even just at that level, having lost MBK and Masuta. And I think ex-RUSTEC have got quite a few players that can pack a hell of a punch, so I think it should be a good game.
Yeah. Trav, how are you feeling for this one?
Yeah, I think it's very curious who ex-RUSTEC confirmed to be playing with today as well, because the last couple of times I've covered them, the core has been playing well. Yuka on the AWP has been fantastic, and they've had ex-RUSTEC from the Nemesis bench playing with them as well. And there was a game that I covered of his the other day, where I think I mentioned it to you, Matt, where we dropped 33 kills in two maps, and in two very quick maps to win the series, and 25 of those 33 kills were headshots. Like, he was... It was completely destroying everyone, and his first bullet aim was ridiculous. Sugar's a great player, of course, now kind of, unfortunately for him, discarded from that TDK project. I think he'll bring something really nice to this team if he is playing today. But of course, like, you know, the main kind of focus point for that team is Patsy at the moment.
Yeah, for sure. Let's take a look at GenOne on this other side. A lot of talent here as well. Some individuals who have been really, obviously, kind of in terms of experience. You got like Kios, Jocko, right? These two who have played all the way up towards that top level. But then you've got kind of these youngsters that are coming forward. Chucky in particular, of course, who's really been making a name for himself individually, looking really, really solid. Matt, what do you think about this team?
Well, like I said earlier, I'm kind of surprised that they've been able to do as well as they have since they lost both Masuta and MBK, which were like probably their two most established and best players in different quantifiable ways. I think that Kios is a bit of a surprise to me that he's been able to step up into this GenOne team and actually perform as well as he has. I think he brings some good experience to the squad. I think he brings some good direction to the team as well. Do we know who's calling? Is Kios the IGL? Do we actually even like have that info? Because on the new HLTV update, they don't have it.
Yeah, so I had a reply. I think it's a guy that me and Neo met at the HLTV Wars. Is it Poises, Neo? I think
I beat him in face it last night. Yay! I get owned on cash, mate.
He's a good lad. And I think he replied to me on Twitter a while back, right? I think he said Kios is in-game leading this project now.
He is.
So,
I can confirm it is Kios.
Yeah, so yeah, that is pretty cool for the future. I think that... is gonna gives Kios a bit of an extra X factor maybe to his career now. If he's able to in-game lead a team like this to decent ranking considering the changes they've had to make, I think that's pretty fair. And of course, Jocko and Brooksy, they recently qualified for the Esports Nations Cup with France together, so they know each other very, very well. And whatever team they play in, we'll be curious to see how they perform today against what is a very high firepower team here in ex-RUSTEC.
Yeah, I really like the team. I think this is maybe like the 5th time this week I've done an ex-RUSTEC game. I feel like I've done so many of theirs recently, but they play some really cool Counter-Strike. I know you bring up Patsy, but for me, in the games that I've caught, I thought he's being just okay. I don't actually think he's been like anything special, to be honest. Yuka is without a doubt the standout. Some of the games I've caught of him, he has been ridiculous. Like, absolutely making an audition for himself to move, way up in this scene. He looks fantastic. ex-RUSTEC, you touched on him. I thought he's had some really nice games. The other two, though, Brilliance and Jakey's, I actually really have liked what they brought to the table. Brilliance in particular, I think mechanically super sharp. I don't think the sort of like stats that he's got really paint actually the full picture from him. I've seen some really nice moments. Doesn't play great roles as well, so he's really kind of in awful spots. And then sometimes as well, he sort of uses a bit of a human flashbang. And I still think he does a really decent job of it. So this ex-RUSTEC side, I think they're really, really quite impressive. I really liked what I've seen from them recently. And I don't know, Matt, I don't know if you agree, but for me, I'm actually favoring them here.
Ooh, I mean, it's a difficult one because I don't really know exactly where this ex-RUSTEC team are at. Are they just kind of like place holding the name at the moment? Do they have any intention to find a new team together? I don't know. There's like quite a lot of chopping and changing. Patsy hasn't played a whole lot of games with them. Sugar now coming in on HLTV, at least maybe not ex-Rezo. So I'm probably still going to lean in towards GenOne. I feel like GenOne have earned being dubbed as favorites in these sorts of games these days with the form that they've kind of shown in the past month or two. So I'll still lean into GenOne for this one, especially since they've gotten their favored Dust 2. It's like this team will just pick Dust 2 every single time it's available. They played it 47 times in the past 3 months. It's just insane numbers. They're playing an official on Dust once every 2 days at the moment. So I think that's going to bode super well for them. In fact, they've arguably got their 3 best maps in Dust, Anubis, and Nuke being played. So, Neo, I'm still going to lean into GenOne for this one. And we'll see you after the game, mate, and hear what you have to say. Trav, it's just you and me, baby. And there's ex-Rezo. He's here as well.
Yeah, he's there as well. Okay, so I guess they used Sugar for one of the previous games, and that's why he showed up on HL TV and not ex-Rezo. So ex-Rezo's back. That gives me more hope for ex-RUSTEC. Patsy will get cleared straight away on the pistol, though. Brilliance is going to have to try and keep that up, though. To kick back control of the game. And the bomb plant can come through, and with the...
Bomb plant?
Yeah, okay. You're
Sorry.
ruining my plans right now. And lower tunnels for Jake on the retake is being kind of glanced at by Kios, but the thing is, Kios needs to kind of help his teammates on the side, otherwise he's then isolated them. Good strafe out to try and get a bit of progress, and it's working really nicely. The ex-Rezo will find 2, make that 3. Guess what? He's hitting headshots again, no matter what health he's on.
Yeah, what a way to announce himself on the server here. Again, great stuff out of ex-Rezo. Wonderful triple. Great work from Brilliance initially to have found 2. I like the point that Neo made in the pre-game about how the numbers don't necessarily line up so accurately with what you can expect out of Brilliance. I've said the same thing in the past before as well, that I actually think he's like a really strong mechanical player. He's got like a fantastic spray on him as well. Really solid rifle up. So definitely one worth keeping an eye on, and far and away above an 0.93 player. That's for sure. Here we go, Force by back. Or GenOne, just too much to try and handle in the post plant then.
Yeah, you talked about how many times they've played it in 3 months. It's 77 for the entire calendar year at the moment.
That's very impressive in terms of just like raw numbers.
Look, nothing will ever beat the legendary Zero Tenacity Anubis.
147 in the year, I think it was.
Yeah, but still, the moves from GenOne are pretty significant on this map, and we haven't, because we jumped straight into the game, we didn't really have a chance to talk about the other like facets of the veto. Ex-RUSTEC have picked a map which they barely win, which is very curious. It's one they're trying to play very clearly because they've played against Lavked, Inner Circle Academy, and Atreides lately. But you maybe wouldn't expect them to pick that. I guess when it comes down to what choices they had left, if they don't want to pick Cash, even though they do play Cash, you can't pick Mirage because that's GenOne's permaban. Like, what do you actually have to pick? So maybe that's why they've gone for it.
I wonder if there's also some sort of alignment from Patsy there. I feel like that might also be like a motivating factor, as Patsy being in and amongst the mix as well. Either way, GenOne going to lead it to a really late, long activation straight into the ex-Rezo, and he just continues to find kills. Himself and Brilliance, the only 2 players in the server for ex-RUSTEC to have gotten kills. Jocko will double down with the Deagle. How's he gone and done that then? M4 recovered. Brooksy's gotten the kill on Yuka. It's only JK's left remaining. He's been tagged, but he will frag both of the remaining players. What a ridiculous round. Just going back and forth, and JK's will be the one to finish off the job.
Has the individual ability that we know with ex-RUSTEC across the board. Down to the EK for GenOne. I will want to keep an eye on the ex-Rezo headshot count as we go on today, because for some reason lately
25 out of 32.
It was 25 out of 33, I think, in the game that I covered at Fizz the other day. Let me quickly check which game that was, because it was a Cash game. I know that. So it should be pretty easy to find. Cash, 2 maps played. Yeah, it was the Entropy game, where they won 13-3.
We were casting that, weren't we?
Yes. So, Cash was the most impressive one overall, where he got... Let's look at both maps, to be fair. Go. I had it up and I closed the tab. He went 33 and 19, 25 headshots. There it is. Found it.
Damn. Extremely impressive. See if GenOne can get themselves on the board here against already an in-form and online ex-RUSTEC, all in the while Yuka hasn't gotten a single kill. And he's definitely the main man of this ex-RUSTEC roster. Feels like it's imminent that he will get an opportunity with the team. Probably a pretty big step up from what he's used to playing at in the past. GenOne have successfully gotten themselves out of long. Seems like they're just going to be all in on the same bomb site. Now, I'm kind of watching Kios. Normally, when you're in that position as the lone T player in middle, you want to play around that little cubby just on the left side of Sui. And try and make sure your teammates don't get flanked through long. And then also control rotations up Xbox onto short. Now, he's clearly looking to play a bit more active. And that is not going to work out in his favor. However, his team have found some success up long onto the A-bomb side.
And it is going to be a nice lineup for Patsy. And he's got more where that came from. He does do big damage to Blaze, but it doesn't get a kill. A third one will come flying in. And Blaze, though, will find the kill on Jake before that nade gets him. Doesn't matter in the end. Gokko and Brooksy will play off each other's contact really well. And it's the least I expect from GenOne to get themselves asserted on D2 in the first gun round. ex-RUSTEC will try and keep his M4.
Yeah, I mean, really just simple and direct approach coming through there. That does the trick for GenOne. Nothing particularly special. No fluff about that round either. Everything going according to plan.
Terrorists win.
I've also... Yeah, they've done a bit of damage to ex-RUSTEC's economy with the Force Spy in that second round, having found 4 of the 5 kills. There's enough money here for the reinvestment to be justified for the CT side, but I'm going to leave them with a whole lot afterwards, and there'll still be a few handicapped weapons coming into this round. Here's the opportunity. This is where we could see GenOne starting to get themselves going if they win this round here. And they've got a tied up scoreline right for the taking.
Brilliance is going to play the classic angle on short, just for jiggles, for information. So you can go for that mid-cross smoke now. CT cross smoke. Like, nice to see Kios, whether it's an edited picture or not. We do have him in his GenOne shirt. A while.
Yeah, taken long enough.
Yeah, bro has been in that Into the Breach jersey for a bit too long.
Way too long, bro. Way too long. Of course, a major finalist, Mr. Kios, 2023 Blast Paris Major with Gamer Legion.
Yeah, I mean, the sad thing about that for Kios is I think he brought like a lot to that team in terms of just playing the bitch roles, put simply, very more often than not. So he was never like a star in any way, shape, or form. And because of that reason, people will think back to that Game Legion run and think back to Isaac and Acor and Kios as maybe as some of the worst players that have ever made a major final, which I think is kind of unfair.
I mean, I'm not sure that it is unfair. I think it's almost, it's still almost like a compliment in a way. It's like, yeah, but I was in the major final. It's like, and I probably shouldn't have been. Like, there's still a weird, like, backhanded compliment about that. See a blue in the kill feed. Only Blaze left remaining. Goodness gracious, this is been a fantastic defense. Blaze going to fake the plant, but there's no time. Okay, yeah, well done from the ex-RUSTEC. Just to thrust himself in there, knowing that if Blaze was committing to the plant, he would have been able to get the kill. And if he wasn't, well, he'll die, but there's no chance for Blaze to win the round afterwards. ex-RUSTEC bounce back immediately. could almost get the band back together at this point, Trav. Shue, Acor, Isaac, and Kios.
I know.
They're all right then. Ime rumored to be the one on the block for Na'Vi if they were considering to make any changes.
It's funny, they could come back and call it ex-Gamer Legion, because, you know, they're kind of ex-gamers. I'm sorry, that's not right. I tried to go for something there, it didn't really work.
Oh, I love it. I love when Trav brings that out. Hell yeah, let's go.
Yuko will find Jocko with the grenade.
Even, like, so not in your nature that you're like, I don't want to finish the sentence because it's mean. I don't want to, but I've got to commit to it now. I love it. You're such a sweetie.
We're gonna start crossing long here. Brooksy, lovely boost. Yuka had no idea that was coming. That's the extra little facets and factors that GenOne can bring to a Dust 2 game. They've got that in their wheelhouse. There's going to be a long flank, and as you can see, that is a duel going down right now with the pit player, which is Chucky with the AWP. So not the easiest angle to remove him from. There's Brooksy doing the brilliance, pushing forward. So they're going to hold on, and they'll find their second round here.
Yeah, an important second round for GenOne as well, just to make sure that this game doesn't start to tear too far ahead from ex-RUSTEC's perspective. Because had they won this 5-1, especially if they denied the bomb plant, that would have spelled some trouble for GenOne. But again, it's the same approach that won them their first round. Exact same approach, just out long early, grouped up with numbers, work their way forward, and really just do the basics well. Nothing particularly special, no fluff about that round. Chucky yet to get going, just 2 kills. We know what a incredibly talented AWPer he is. Kios is the 1 frag as well, so there's still a lot of room for improvement here for GenOne.
One of the main points you made was about GenOne staying relevant, which I think is very, very fair. Like, they're getting playoff invites to events like this, and sure, people might not say that 80th in the VRS is that relevant, because they've peaked at top 50, obviously, but you know, I think that's fine enough for the situation they find themselves in, and I'm still in the belief that Chucky will get an upgrade at some point. I think a team will take a gamble on him. I'm not going to pretend that I think he's, you know, been as good as other AWPers maybe at this tier, but I think he's been really solid. And I'm not going to say, also not going to say that I think he's been as good as Yuka, because I've seen Yuka do some crazy stuff lately. But I do think both of them are in that position where they could get looked at, put it that way. Because the AWP is still a role that organizations look at more than just regular riflers, obviously.
Yeah, I think that time will come. There's no rush, though. He's still probably in like a bit of a learning phase for him, getting a little bit of experience. I feel like play out the rest of this year with GenOne. You know, he's in a salaried organization here as well. KRL's org seems to be pretty committed to this project, so
yeah,
I think just make the most of this opportunity. Big opportunity for them here in round 7 as well, with this being a bit of a broken bike coming through from ex-RUSTEC. Great opening kill there from Brooksy as he leads the charge forward. One player below him, and the spray will come away with the kill, and that will create enough space for the bomb plants as well.
And we'll close the gap to 1 pretty comfortably. Lasers flashed very significantly, but that flash from Patsy blinded up both for a second. Jake gets his vision first, thankfully for him. Brooksy does get his 1, but again, Patsy is doing some work. So 2v2, there's just no time. And Jocko, occasionally, he has those moments. One of the things that I've mainly criticised Jocko for in his entire career, especially at the end of 3D Max, was his consistency. But he just... when he hits those headshots that are either one-taps or easy bursts like that one, he's such a cerebral player. It's just a shame we don't get to see that much of it when we know it's in the locker.
Yeah, true. That's a good point, Trav. And I wonder what that's down to. What that... is it a motivation thing? Is it a volatility thing? There's probably a few different ways you could explain that one. But there's no denying that when he's on, he looks really good. And he's one of the the funnest players to watch at this level of the game. They have a lot of impact. That's one of those other rounds that we get from them occasionally.
Perfect example. Oh dear. It almost feels like, just with his style, it almost feels like vague laziness. I know this might be mean, I'm sure he wouldn't agree with me, but yeah, it's against the Nico and just didn't really lock in for that one. Anyway, they are going to win the round, like we said. Yuka will get that AK retrieved. Definitely Kioz's going by that slab. It's a slab. You can screw it, I think. Yeah, dealt with by Blaze. Everyone are starting to look like GenOne. And of course, because GenOne have played such a ridiculous amount of games on Dust 2, not only this year, but in the 3 months, the numbers are very representative of how they look on either side and how many pistol rounds they win and everything. 3 months, it's 56 on CT, 57 on T, with 50 out of 94 pistols. For the entire calendar year, it doesn't really change a whole much, even though that number goes up a lot. Like 77 played, 54 CT, 57 T. So it's just very, very consistent for them. And that, I guess that's the main issue. If they play a team that has the comfort and ability to ban D2 against them, not many teams ban D2 as a perma really anymore.
Yeah.
Which is a good thing for GenOne. But if they do, then GenOne are kind of screwed in a veto sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, but also what you'd highlighted there, that it's not like they've just extremely powerful in one half of the map. They've got both halves where they can be very good. So even if you do anti-strat them, you know, one half or try do both, you're probably not going to successfully do both because of how good they are on both T and CT side. I think that's one of the main reasons that they've been as good on this map as they have been in recent times. Chance here for them to get a lead now. They're going to try and make their way through mid. A bit of a different look coming through from GenOne. Yuka will catch kills as he tries to cross back into middle. It's good info Ganger for the CT side. Chucky with his AWP has now spotted the leg of JK's, and he spots the play at the top of the ramp as well. Brooksy will swing with that maneuverability. He's got another. That's now going to be a man advantage, and the B bomb site to be taken. Oh my god. The timing on the break of the smoke is so good for ex-RUSTEC, but there's a flash that pops just as the break comes through, so no one can do anything about it from the CT's perspective.
And Chucky's managed to find brilliance as well. ex-RUSTEC would love to keep this AWP, but not necessarily known to be an AWPer, and maybe that's why. Difficult shots to hit, to be fair to him. Will finally find Brooks in. That's a nice angle to hold to try and save it, but not many bullets left. He'll be run down by Jocko. GenOne are now back in the ascendancy again.
And they should be able to extend that as well, now that they're playing against a low buy in the following, what's it now, 4 consecutive rounds for them in pretty convincing fashion as well. Chucky's come online. Earlier on I said Chucky just had the 2 kills, and Kiel's the one since then. They've added another 7 kills between the two of them. Brooksy's having a great time as well. He's up to 10. Got to be cautious in these sorts of rounds though. The upgraded pistols and some Kevlar in the mix as well can always be a bit pesky.
Pesky, like a little fly or a moth in your room that may or may not be flying around my head right now.
These moths, they live rent-free in Trav's head and in his room.
They do, unfortunately. Yeah. I've even been looking at like heat treatment to kill them all off, rather than just these like sticky pads that they're attracted to and die on. Bit awkward there from Chucky. He's helped out ex-RUSTEC for a second, and all of a sudden, that walk in front of Chucky, leading to a team kill, just destroyed his in-game leader. Leads to a Brilliance versus Blaze 1v1. And Brilliance, with the Deeg, has nothing to lose. He can just make a play anywhere he wants to try and catch Blaze off guard. Blaze is not going to be put off. He's going to still continue to push up long. He's got a molly as well. Brilliance only has that smoke, Deagle, and Kevlar, so Blaze is still favoured.
The problem is that there's nothing recoverable for Brilliance right now. He doesn't have a kit either. Probably going to try and push forward. Yeah, Blaze going to use his one molly to clear out Gandalf. Just make sure that there's no cheeky players going on here. Tries to just kind of clear out the immediate vicinity, then commits to the plant. Brilliance has got a smoke grenade. He's going to bide his time and maybe try and catch Blaze off guard. Yeah. Oh, we would have heard the drop down. This is really interesting from Blaze actually approaching the clutch in this sort of fashion and nestling himself into CT. I'd not have expected this approach. How does Brilliance even go about this now? Does he tap the defuse to try and draw Blaze out? That would make the most sense. In fact, it's going to be a smoke and a stick coming through here from Brilliance. It's going to require the full 10 seconds. Now, Blaze, got to make sure he just doesn't start panicking. Time now ticking away. Spray coming through, not connecting. Block not going to get it done either. And that's an eco round win.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear. I mean, I think that the
Why
thing
did he
with
go
that...
CT, man?
But
It's so
firstly,
weird.
CT makes zero sense in any way, shape, or form. Did I say secondly or firstly? Did I already say
Firstly.
secondly? Okay.
Whatever.
Who gives a rat's ass at this point? Firstly, going CT makes no sense. Secondly, the fact that he took an age to jump up on the new box, like that was very goofy, ungainly movement. It didn't help, and also he could have presumed that Brilliance on that sort of a buy didn't have a defuse kit. So sure, he didn't rush it. He knew he was. He knew it was a 10-second defuse. He knew it wasn't a 5, but at the same time, like everything was played wrong there, in every facet of it.
Yeah, I don't know. Just kind of inexplicable as to why he decides to go into CT. But let's not forget that, I mean, he was just like the last player to have gone down. They did lose 4 players before him against the Eco, where just kind of get overwhelmed and, like you say, trip over one another. So a couple costly mistakes made in that round for GenOne costs them a 2-round buffer.
Preparing to push up short. All of them are near that elbow position. Nuka's going to be so very blind. He might have a pretty up, but he's not going to have a pretty face in a minute, I don't think. There you go. See you later. Rooksy will take him. Brilliance is caught with a grenade out. Easy as pie for GenOne. What's a famous French pie? Are there any French pies that are famous for that cuisine?
That's a good question. Beef bourguignon pie, maybe?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
It's like a red winey, slow cooked meat type of thing, I think.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, lots of pastries, I guess. So probably more like dessert pies would be a more appropriate choice. I had somebody the other day tell me that a pain au chocolat is different from a chocolate croissant. And I was like, nah, that's just semantics at that point, isn't it? Just like, hey, come on. You know what I mean, Trav? Like,
yeah.
What's the difference there between the two of them, bro?
Did you say a pan au chocolat, did you say?
Yeah, that one, exactly.
Already Jake tagged down to 19.
Sorry, I just had a annoyance I had to deal with. So I've just Googled, yeah, Trav, the difference between a pan au chocolat and a chocolate croissant. And it says largely the same pastry, differing primarily in regional terminology and shape. Both use the exact same buttery, flaky, laminated yeast dough and are filled with dark chocolate batons.
Okay.
So there we go.
I'm not a massive... I've done this before. Oh, Kios. Oh, Yuka and ex-RUSTEC. They've just wandered straight into the captain. B-bomb site is pretty much taken as well. So this should be a 7-5. Kios waiting all that time. It's gifted 2 headshots. Like GenOne are going to be finding 7 at the half, which is a pretty good recovery considering ex-RUSTEC started pretty okay. That's even going to check Kios. The reason he's not going to check Kios is because Jocko's already there and it's an easy hold. No point of damage taken. 500 HP intact for GenOne to get a 7-5.
Yeah, I mean, especially considering the way they had the half had started, they were down 4-1 and they lost to an eco. That's a pretty damn good return you have. And they go to the CT side now where Chucky is a demon, by the way. Chucky is an exceptional CT-sided player on this map in particular. So not going to be easy for ex-RUSTEC, and I feel like a pistol round. I mean, maybe a necessity is a little bit much of a stretch, but not far from it in my books.
As you know, Matt, I was going to say, I've not been a massive chocolate enjoyer. It's not like it's one of those things that I would really indulge on. I like it. I wouldn't say I dislike it. I can be accepting of it, but it's not like one of those things which I'd choose as my go-to. I'd choose citrus or lemon or fruit-flavored things, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. That is very fair. I can enjoy them all. I guess not really like any major preferences. Kind of depends on the vibe and the feelings in that moment. Here we go. ex-RUSTEC. Oh, I thought they were going to make their way up short. It's actually just one player who's currently get himself up in an advanced position. Nothing on offer from GenOne. Drop down into CT. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit weird, but they are going B in the end. The thing is, they're going into Blaze. The flank is good, though. Kios is still here, and he really needed Chucky to get that kill. That was through the corner of the smoke, I think, the way that Jake got taken down. And that just gives Kios more space to work with and no risk of dying in the side. Kind of a crazy seeing how Kios watched that opponent die. He's going to try and leak their way in now. Brilliance needs to hit a headshot quickly. Patsy's the one to hit it, but now Brilliance is all alone and out of bullets. And Jocko will run him down. GenOne CT pistol.
Yeah, brilliant stuff coming through there from GenOne in terms of how they've just maintained control there, been able to constantly get necessary kills to make sure that round doesn't start to get uncomfortable or that they don't let ex-RUSTEC get in a position of control themselves. 3-round gap now. GenOne tear ahead. ex-RUSTEC probably going to force buy, but failing here would leave them in quite a rough position.
How do you feel about the Chucky glass cannon?
I mean, honestly, not a fan, I guess, against the Force buys, second round of a half. I think that this is maybe overly aggressive, but I was bigging him up and is AWPing on the CT side of Dust, so maybe I just got to lean into it and say, hell yeah, man, pop off, King. My bias coming through, though, because if this was Weird who did this yesterday, oh, bro. You know me. I would have been having a field day with that one.
I know.
I would have been tearing him a new one. But I like Chucky, so he can get away with it.
It's also a primary offer, so...
It does help, right? Yeah.
Blaze from the B-bomb site, trying to waste time. That's what he needs to do here. At least takes one with him, but it's a good kill from Yuka. And he'll get swung from behind. No problem. Then one up to 9.
Yeah, it feels like ex-RUSTEC are just kind of going out with a whimper at the moment, I'm afraid. Gonna have to eco here, means GenOne prime for double digits. Oh, shot there from Patsy. Considering it was 4-1, again, it was 4-1 at one point. And the one round they've won since then was an eco. It's been a massive, like such a drastic shift in GenOne's favor since that point. About have won 9 out of the past 10 rounds.
Yeah, they pulled clear. They really have pulled clear. And the ex-RUSTEC form, look, they're... You know what they're like. They have been playing very, very well, and Yuka's been putting up some great numbers in the tournaments we've seen of him. But a great map for Gen 1. That's a bit of a difference. I don't think really he has played any team, funnily enough, maybe since Gen 1, because these two teams have played before, about 2 weeks ago, with the same lineups as well. They did play in European Pro League Series 8. Gen 1 beat ex-RUSTEC on that occasion 16-14 after 2 9-3 CT halves. So that went to overtime. Gen 1 managed to creep it over the line. This time it looks a lot more comfortable. And yeah, I mean, Yuka didn't have the best of series in that that game. It was average. I just went +1, 36 and 35. But we have seen better.
Yeah, true. We have indeed got to see better out of ex-RUSTEC here in this round, that's for sure. Has to be this one here. Chucky going to scale up the new box. He's actually really lucky not to have been punished with his life, as he's able to fall back safely. And they've actually dealt with Jocko without losing anybody in the process. That makes it really awkward for the players in the A-bomb side. Brooksy's made the smart decision to try and fight forward. It's a great trade out of JK's, and now Chucky's got such limited room to work with. He's also had his hand forced, as he has to fall back into CT spawn because nobody on the bomb site, nobody watching long. There's nowhere safe for him to play from. So I like that he's decided to actually fall back and now join up with his teammates. And he's actually been able to quite quickly get himself in on short shot to join in on his retake.
Good immediate kill from Blaze on Brilliance, though. Big damage done. Leaves Jake stuck in the corner in Goose. And he needs to find a way to say honk pretty quickly. ex-Rezo on Kios will already come through, and there we go. Jake will get the headshot. That forces Chucky away. Chucky was just waiting to be that third player to push in once they'd got the first kill, maybe, once it was a 1v1. He never got the opportunity because ex-RUSTEC killed them all. Good recovery. That's a lifeline they needed.
That's exactly what they needed, like you say. I mean, one micro criticism is that they use the incendiary for ramp, which is not a bad incendiary, but the problem is that there's still positions that you can take up as the player on ramp, even with the flames in play. And it would have probably been far more useful into Goose, where with the right incendiary or molly thrown in Goose, there's no way for the player to go except to be forced out into the open. So I think they could have been a slightly better option in that regard. Then we'll have to spend most of their money here to afford their purchase up in this round. So ex-RUSTEC have a chance now. However, it'll have to be without JK's.
One, almost 3, and then Jocko follows up from short. That is the change up there in the round from Gen 1. Way more assertive. To catch ex-RUSTEC in progression, in that push up towards short. That is something that I think Gen 1 have always been very, very good at. Throwing that in at the right time. They know how to make those moves on Dust 2. They're so well versed at those pincer moves. It should get them to 12 now, because all the ex-RUSTEC have in this round is a Patsy AK.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like the writing's on the wall. And they're going to try and play for overtime, though. Like you say, got a little bit to work with here. And Patsy actually able to come away with a kill. And a second frag found as well. He catches Lazer in transition. Okay, the 0 AK doing the most right now. Brilliantly done there from Patsy to have given his team a glimmer of hope.
And there's Jake with his Tech 9. M4 recovered. Patsy will finally get a third 2. He's finally had a moment in the game, which is what I was going for there. Look, I've spent quite a lot of time talking about Patsy recently. I'm pretty sure he's only helping the boys out at the moment because he's still contracted to Sangal. I doubt this is going to be like a permanent move because obviously ex-RUSTEC, being called ex-RUSTEC, aren't an organization anymore. But still, it makes me kind of sad because Patsy, he's still really young. He's had a long career for a player so young. And now he's having to play in Tier 3. And from remembering the player he was, I don't really know what's gone wrong. I'm still convinced if you put him in the right roles in a team, he would deliver for you. Like, even at Tier 1.5, Tier 2, top of Tier 2. But he's just not a valuable commodity anymore. People don't look to him as an option.
Yeah,
sad.
I know. I agree with you. I feel like he just hasn't had a successful stint or period in a really long time. Like, I think that's just generally what it comes down to. I feel like that's just why his stocks have been as low as they have been. Like, when last did people look at him and think, oh god, yeah, Patsy is cooking? Back in Spirit 3 years ago?
I know. Because Liquid, that fated Liquid stint, while he did then get a chance on Paravision, then Aurora, which turned into Astrum, Paravision also didn't go too well back then, because that was a Paravision that wasn't a lineup that was anything like the current Paravision. Look at some of the teams they beat back then, at least relevant. Let's look at 2024 against 3D Max. The lineup was Art Frost, Kickert, Alpha, Belchanok, Patsy. And as we know, Belchanok was the only player that kind of lasted a bit longer than that lineup. So that didn't work out too well. Aurora didn't work out too well either, because then Aurora, of course, moved on to pick up the entire Eternal Fire team, then turned into them playing under the Astrum name, who apparently was also Aurora, by the way, it's a different name. That's maybe secret, don't tell anyone. But still, like, as you say, I felt like that was his opportunity, especially on a team like that, to show what he's made of still, and it wasn't, didn't really set the world on fire. Maybe it's just the roles he's in now. He's still got that ability in there somewhere, I'm convinced of it. Anyway, ex-RUSTEC will take his 1-for-1 on long before Jocko trades, and now it's a 3v3.
I think you might have to just go full IGL mode at this point, Trav. I know it's maybe not ideal, but that might be the only way you get to kind of like elevate his stocks and turn him into a appealing prospect again. Blaze scaling up on top of the box here. We'll find a nice clean shot on the first frag, and then what? Parting kill on the second while moving. Now you could desperate to try and get a move on himself, but he'll also go down to Blaze in a blaze of glory there.
Woof.
More like that's a hell of a round coming through.
Woof, he's got me barking. Great round from Blaze. Leading the way now for his team. We don't even know what he looks like. Bad.
Phantom Menace.
Yeah, he's been a monster, that's for sure. In that round, he'll probably push GenOne over the line. I hope that we'll see a bit more from ex-RUSTEC, especially from the likes of Yuka and Patsy. ex-RUSTEC's kind of lucky at the end of the bargain, to be fair, on map 2. Anyway, this is the GenOne stronghold, as we so very well know. Brooks is in position, he'll play. You cannot wear that being a possibility. Jocko's knowing there's a support, even though Brooks has got 4 bullets left, he's still going in for more. Jake does well to find a couple, but that is all she wrote for D2. Good work from GenOne again. Guess what, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, GenOne have won a game of Dust 2. What a surprise.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Game number 48, Naokai, in the past 3 months for them. Started slow, but got things going and then looked very good from there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. It kind of feels like we're getting to a point now, and this was, I think, you guys both mentioned it about that Zero Tenacity side. Like, let's just sod off the permaban. Let's get rid of Dust 2. Who cares whatever the permaban is? Let's leave that open at the moment. This side look really comfortable, right? I don't think there's many kind of teams at the moment in like the tier 2 and the tier 3 that are really going to make this team feel, off their game a little bit. They really run through the motions very, very well. There was a couple of pocket moments here and there from ex-RUSTEC where I think their individuals will bail them out of certain scenarios and situations, but I think fundamentally a really, really good showing from GenOne, and we get to kind of see their stars come alive as well, right? Which is exactly what we want out from this team. You're getting the likes of kind of Jocko putting up good numbers, despite not like running away score line. I thought Chucky had some really nice shots as well, and I think it's a really interesting team going forward. But the question is now, of course, with this map number 2 looming, can they continue it? And hey, this is a point you brought up in the pre-show that fundamentally, they've kind of won the veto here. All 3 of these maps are fantastic for Gen1. And this Anubis coming up next. It's a slightly baffling pick in a way for ex-RUSTEC because they're statistically not very good, where Gen1 are.
Yeah, 100%, mate. That's about it. That's why I think it just looks and bodes really well for Gen 1 coming into the series. Yeah, I think they've had a really fortunate veto come into this particular game, and I think there's a good chance why they could just win this 2-0. That's why I backed them.
Yeah, and Trevor, you know, for this feeling of Anubis coming up, is there anything you would have preferred instead? Because I've seen ex-RUSTEC on this map, and I've not loved it.
Yeah, that's the issue. That's what I was talking about before, right? If they pick Nuke, they're not good on that map either. They can't pick Mirage because Gen 1 permaban it.
Exactly.
They can't...
Inferno?
If they went to Inferno, it's a bit more of a 50-50, but Gen 1 have played it a lot more than ex-RUSTEC. Ancient is ex-RUSTEC's permaban, and even though ex-RUSTEC have played Cash, Gen 1 play it a little bit too. So it's not like it would be one that they just haven't adopted to their pool yet. So yeah, maybe they were forced into it. Maybe I think what they've gone by is the previous game they played against them, right? In that European Pro League. They tried Inferno. Didn't work. So I guess they're trying something else to see what happens. That's the only logic for me.
Worrying sign is last time as well on that Dust 2, it was at least overtime. At least it was, you know, it was a competitive map. We've got anything but it. So maybe it's just Gen 1's day to deliver. We're going to find out. For now, we're going to throw to a break. When we are back, we've got map number 2 of Anubis, ex-RUSTEC's pick coming up next. But we're all here on the desk a little concerned for it. See you after the break.
Map number 2 is underway. GenOne currently lead the series 1-0 off the back of a very convincing performance on Dust 2. It's not ex-RUSTEC's pick of Anubis, but we're all a little bit skeptical of this one. GenOne already find a plant. Chucky's already spilled some blood. He should go down, surely, to be overwhelmed. 3 players charging in on him. He's all by himself, and he'll take them all down.
He chucks them out, mate. They entered the door. They went toward the bouncer at the nightclub, and he picked him up by the scruff of the neck and said, "Not today, Chief. Round over."
We've all been there.
Have you?
No, not myself, but I've been with a friend who got bounced from the club for being too drunk. So
There you go.
pretty
Okay.
similar thing. And then he was all like, "Oh, I'm gonna fight you," and I was like, "Nope, Adam, I don't think you are. In fact, I'm gonna push you in the opposite direction right now, and you're gonna move swiftly away from the bouncer who would kill you." So
Okay. Fair play. Fair play from GenOne as well. Easy pistol for them. ex-RUSTEC commit to the Force too. Is the CT side awkward if they don't win it. Do the civil maps as well. Starting to become a bit more even as time goes on, but it's still T-sided without a shadow of a doubt. Need to break the smoke and goes Blaze, checks it on it properly. He still dies to Patsy though. Nuka, his deagle's found too. There you go. The stack up on B has worked out brilliantly.
it's worked the trick, hasn't it? Very well done there. Very well held on to from the CT side, going for the gamble. Jocko's going to make his way up middle and towards the say bomb site, but JK's has preempted this a long time ago. Bomb pathing its way up middle as well could have some problems. It's why Jocko's hanging around in camera right now, is to try and make sure that Chucky will successfully be able to join up with him in, let's say, bomb state. He has gotten past the potential problems. They're going to get a plant at a minimum. Oh, JK's. That's so cheeky. They're not going to see him crouched beneath the stairs there. Which means he's going to have a bit of a quicker activation than what they might expect.
It's still a chance for GenOne though. Jocko and Chucky have got this one in a position that's winnable anyway. Chucky will play Broken Wall.
This is weird.
It said push through camera, but yeah, it's just cleared by the fact there's multiple players in position. And now Jocko needs a crazy play. And they know where he is. Goes for a full spray down, and he can't even get one, I'm afraid.
Okay, well, great bounce back from ex-RUSTEC after they got demolished in the pistol. They're able to find success in the force fire, largely thanks to Yuka and his multi. Great holdover on that B-bomb site coming through from him and the gang. We trade a couple rounds to open up here on map 2.
Did I say he can't even get one when I was talking about Jocko there? I meant to say he can only get one. He got one.
To be honest, mate, I barely know what my name is right now. I'm just vibing on flu meds. Yeah, exactly. I think I didn't recover properly, and I went back to the gym, and I started living an active and lavish lifestyle, being out in the cold. And I've been punished for my transgressions, much like GenOne are going to try and punish ex-RUSTEC here. Again, another big burst into this B-bomb site.
Jake will find himself Blaze. Yuka will find himself Jocko. Brooksy will get that Mac 10 trade, and that gives them control of that B-bomb site again. Like you say, plant is down. Between Mac 10s and a Tech 9. Brooksy, I think, has got an upgrade. Yes, he does. He finds the Galil. Hit and utility available on both the Ixrezo and Brilliance. In fact, full belts too. Smoke. Ixrezo chooses to use that smoke to get past the molly quicker. I'm not sure I agree with that one too much. I think he could have saved that maybe. Time wasn't hugely pressing, and then the Mac 10 and MP9 will run them over.
Okay, well, this is a hell of a way to begin proceedings here on map 2. I mean, obviously, there was a great start from ex-RUSTEC on Dust 2, right, where they were up 4-1, and then once GenOne got going, they just almost were impossible to stop. Lost to an eco round, but didn't really derail their campaign a whole lot. Very, very convincing from them. And here's the opportunity now to assert themselves against ex-RUSTEC. They win this round 3-1, anti-eco 4-1 would be a very comfortable position in which they'd find themselves.
Yeah, the Force boys go back and forth and the T side win it. Always makes it very painful for that CT side. They got a good chance now. They got a bit more of an advantage than they did in that previous one.
Unlucky Brandy.
Oh dear.
Might be my fault, but we don't need to disseminate that information, as we do see GenOne now getting themselves a look in on this A-bomb site. But ex-RUSTEC have stacked again, and GenOne are committing through the utility. This could be a problem. Running into the rifles, ex-Rezo and Brilliance will combine for a killer piece, but GenOne looking really sharp upon entry there. Some instantaneous decapitations coming through from them, and it's just JK's left remaining in the 1v3.
Does find the first and will upgrade from FAMAS to Galil, but still the lesser of the two rifles. PR's is ready to peek off of Chucky's contact. Okay, peeking it together.
Nice.
There you go. Chucky doesn't even need him. You just can't tell how Kios was creeping up there to get himself into position. Good clear from Jocko. See you later, Brilliance. We'll get run down in the end, but the bomb plant will be on coming into B, so no problem.
Yeah, a bit of damage at least. They'll welcome some extra damage being inflicted. Wouldn't want to lose any further players here with GenOne. Could really start to tear off into the sunset here on Anubis if they can win this round with majority of their players surviving. Obviously looking to farm some extra cash, and he will actually dispatch of both remaining players. Nice and easy for GenOne, everything going according to plan. Alright, first full gun round of the map in the 6th round of the map.
Slow start.
Yeah, GenOne waiting to look and see if there's going to be anything untoward here from ex-RUSTEC, but right now, pretty passive from the CT side. Normally you want to see some sort of move being made by the CT side in the earlier stages of the round here on Anubis. Move being made through middle. He's going to activate through the door as well. He'll catch Brilliance. There's another one. There's more where that came from. They didn't realize the ex-Rezo was here too. Massive duel that will go Kioz's way. Now it's decision-making time. And they're going to try and go in towards this B bomb site. Unfortunately, Jocko will go down for free on A. Brooksy's lost his life, meaning Kioz is alone. Low on health as well. Surely he doesn't have much of a chance.
Kioz is doing it all. Oh, Kioz is doing it all. Okay, Kioz. 1v2, quad kill. Yuko couldn't charge him down with the picked up USP, and it goes from bad to worse for ex-RUSTEC. The captain of GenOne and his in-game leader arc in his career, Mr. Kioz, making it happen.
Yeah, that's an insane round coming through from him. Was it a quad kill? 1 versus 2 on low health as well. Extremely impressive round out of Kioz. Be immensely happy with that. I mean, he was done a bit of a favor there with the missed shots from the USP initially, giving him the info on that final player's position. And then you could see it made the decision that he wasn't going to cower and try and play time, that he was actually just going to swing and try and force the fight back himself. And often as a player, that means that there's no time to overthink the situation. You're just relying on your hand-eye coordination at that point, your mechanical ability. That'll get Kioz across the line and GenOne up to a 5th.
Can you hear me all good, Matt? I think TeamSpeak is playing up a bit for me.
I hear you perfectly fine.
Okay, it might be you then, I don't know.
What's the problem?
A little bit not clear from my side. A little bit glitchy. I can hear what you're saying. It's a little bit glitchy. Not sure why, because it was fine up until 5 seconds ago.
Might be a packet loss problem.
Okay, sounds alright now. Patsy on the 5-7 push. He's got a molly in the way, which means he'll go down. ex-Rezo finds the MP9 frag on Jocko at least. Before that happens, then Jocko will get that kill with that molly from the grave. But 5-1 should still turn into 6-1 very quickly because it's a 4v1. They've already pushed themselves onto B. Full control of the bomb site. ex-RUSTEC fading away from this series with a bit of a whimper, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't really shown up in the series yet, have they? They started strong on Dust 2, they're up 4-1. We haven't really seen anything from ex-RUSTEC since then, I'm afraid. And it's a bit of a pity because you just look at the name value, like Patsy 1-7. We know how good Yuka is. Haven't really seen him assert himself in the game yet. Nice couple shots just as I'm having something to say. But yeah, I do still think this has been underwhelming from ex-RUSTEC. Didn't expect it nearly to be this one-sided. Alright, well, it's got to be this round here, Trav. It's got to be this round here. Nice flash play. Brooksy decides to just kind of hang around, maybe thinking you'd be alright, but Yuka getting proactive. That's what I was talking about that you need from the CT side of Anubis, is you've got to be making those sorts of moves. You've got to be comfortable to try and make a play. And it's gotten them an early opening kill. So, I mean, they've lacked in a couple of rounds before this.
If GenOne all look to group up now, I was going to say they could go for a bit of a split, and they are going to. Lazer's going to push his way through the smoke with JiJieHao and Chucky coming through E-Box. Patsy about to be mollied out from Plat, but the flash that comes through isn't great. The Blaze, he goes down immediately. JiJieHao does find Patsy, but Jake has managed to fall back away to safety. They kept the man advantage. Spams are really close to doing extra damage, but they don't deliver. Makes this round very winnable for GenOne. We've seen worse situations pulled back. And here we go again. JiJieHao has found brilliance. That pulls it back into that 3v3. Kit's available. Smoke on ex-RUSTEC. Surely he'll use that on the bomb this time if he can. Comes to push through. He will indeed. And still wins the duel on JiJieHao after he throws it. Very nicely done. They don't necessarily know all too much about that second player main yet. Chucky's fighting with the Tech 9. There's no player on that defuse yet. And Chucky's doing it all. Yuka's the one player that doesn't have the defuse kit. He's out of there. And GenOne have pulled it off again.
They've done it again, like you say, even after an opening kill coming through from ex-RUSTEC in that round. You were talking about how GenOne would have an opportunity to maybe just like group up and try and burst into a bomb site. It's exactly what they do over on B. And even though they still trade evenly, it's always difficult to retake in those sort of situations. Down 3v4 were GenOne, but they still make it look pretty easy. Very important kills coming through from Chucky with his AWP, and then the Tech 9 combo. Got 10 kills in 8 rounds that have been played.
Rezo on the line. Does get one. He's got Yuka right next to him, and Brilliance there too, but Brilliance
That's the
doesn't
kill.
get a single kill, and with Chucky finding the follow-up on Yuka, that breaks themselves into the site all over again. Patsy going 1 and 8 in this map as well. For ex-RUSTEC, he'll finally get a second to double his score, but this retake has to happen to get ex-RUSTEC into the map in any way, shape or form. Chucky will be flashed off the angle, which is nice. Tap on the bomb with no kit available. You'd imagine it's going to be a fake. They didn't know about the lack of kit though. That will be a miss from Chucky for once, but Kios again. So reliable. His second 1v2 of the map. Easy for the captain. 8-1 for Kios. And guess what? That's the scoreline at the top of the screen as well.
Oh, God. I mean, another clutch coming through from Kios there. Brilliantly done out of him. 6 assists in and amongst those 8 kills as well. They were a little bit panicked, right? Because even though they did kill one player on the edge of the smoke, basically that trade on Chucky, they didn't know if it was the second player who was still sticking the defuse there. That's why Kios couldn't just get the kill and then try and duck dive around the corner and try and play time, but actually had to try and swing and fight. And it works out for him anyway. 8-1. Ex-RUSTEC are going to go searching in a bit of a lineup potential form, but it's just chip damage on a couple. Backpedaling MP9, not going to survive. Actually on the flank will at least find a kill.
Chucky will get one. Blaze will get one of his own though. And Patsy's not really in the round after his 1 kill on the flank. He's got to no-scope him. Oh, never mind. He flicks away in surprise that he's so close. Doesn't matter. Tech9 will finish it off, and this is a bit of a nothing game from ex-RUSTEC, I'm afraid. I think maybe the firepower that we've said they've had, sure, it's all well and good at the level that we've been watching them at recently, but GenOne are just a little bit of a cut above. You could almost say, this may even feel I'm going to give them an extra half a tier, to be kind. GenOne feel like the tier 2.5 gatekeeper. I was going to say tier 3, but that's a bit harsh to them,
I feel like they've... They're like top of tier 3 punching into tier 2.5, which is saying a lot because this team should have just completely dissipated once NBK and Masuta had departed, right? So I think it is cool the way that they've been able to maintain their level here. And actually even go above the level that I I'm more convinced by this team here today that we're seeing right now than I ever was by the previous version of Gen 1. Like, if you had to pick between this one and the Masuta and NBK one, which one are you picking?
Oh. Was it the old roster that peaked at 50 in the world? Let me check that.
62. 50 on HLTV, but we don't count that.
Okay.
But I guess you are right that they did have a higher peak. That is fair. That is fair. Either way, that was a great round from ex-RUSTEC, by the way.
It was.
Just getting all 5 kills, not losing a single player in the process, doubling up their round counts.
Nice shot from Blaze. Patterson tries to go aggressive. Doesn't work out. The final round of the half will feed its way through.
Oh boy, they're still going to get double digits out of this half anyway. Feels like this is a formality from here. Surely Gen 1 have just done enough. Oh god.
Sorry, I was sneezing.
No, not you, mate. My windows are just, it's like the windows just picked up drastically all of a sudden, so my windows are just banging around.
Ah, okay, I see. Yuka, will he do some banging? I'm not so sure on a 1v3, and Jocko will make sure he bangs them out the server. 1 HP, still gets a headshot, 12 kills in the half. Chucky goes 13-4, Keels goes 8-3. It's Gen 1 in full control, my friend.
Yeah, just need 3 of the next 12 to seal the fate of the series and progress through to the quarterfinals of the Thunderpick World Championship EU Series 2.
First tap from Chucky to try and keep up this incredible half from him. Does get deleted though as Jocko and Brooksy on Gen 1 try to push a little bit more aggressively outside A main. Doesn't work out for them. Gives ex-RUSTEC a bit of a glimmer.
They won the pistol to start off the map. Oh no, they won the force fire afterwards. That's right. There we go. It's going to be a take in towards the say bomb site. All they got to do is just trade their way forward. Blaze and Chucky, 2 players left remaining, and they're a hell of a dangerous duo. They start to consider Patty might be coming through camera. Oh boy, Patty at least has the info on both these players' positions. There's a smoke to work with, and all the time in the world. How does Blaze go about this? Patty has got all the experience in the world, but he is dead.
And Blaze is just better, I think, and so are Gen 1 today.
He already said, just settle the schedule and then make the changes afterwards, mate. God.
Tech times. And a deagle. Molotov to push through middle. They've actually just left that one completely free and open. Blaze is out to make a bit of a push through. It's Jocko first, to tell a lie, that will go looking. Here we go. Blaze and Chucky will hold on. And guess what? Brooksy hasn't been cleared by ex-Rezo. easy as anything for GenOne. This is going to be just a complete stomp and a complete free and easy path to that next round. Very impressive from this team, again, showing what they're made of. They play the winner of JiJieHao or Entropy, which is our following BO3, by the way, so they'll be keeping a close eye on that one.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, this has just been an outstanding performance from GenOne. They've just completely dominated ex-RUSTEC. We haven't even seen ex-RUSTEC in this game for half a moment. Barely at the start of Dust, that was it. A little bit of a back and forth here to the start of Anubis as well. But GenOne, I guess there's a couple clutches, you know, some close rounds here and there. All the close rounds going GenOne's way. But still, it's a bit of a statement out of GenOne that they're above the level of these like mixed teams and org teams with just good name value. It's not enough to be competitive with GenOne anymore just because you have good players. You need fundamentals, basics, teamwork. You need to have all your protocols ironed out. You need to be scrimming and pracking and building on your game and having depth to your approach. It's not just enough to have good mechanical ability to match up to GenOne anymore, which I think is a good sign.
In comes the fight for Chaos. He wants more, he wants blood, he wants to get to the ending right now, but guess what? There's more where that came from. GenOne tried and finish the game maybe a little bit too quickly. That's not the first time I've seen moves like that made when their team is 12-2 up. Guess what? Can't finish the game the first time I'm asking all over again. Blaze, what can you do? Can you prove me wrong? You've been seen. It's over now. You can all get the kill. But only a consolation round, I think, for ex-RUSTEC at the end of this one. There could be a bit of an eco to come, to be fair. Have enough to buy 2 rifles. Might decide to full force and see what happens. This far in front. To be fair.
Yeah, I reckon that'll be the approach. All right, well, how long can ex-RUSTEC keep the class in the classroom? How long can they keep themselves in the contest? Lovely 1D got a Jocko supported by the flash out of Blaze. Well, just a bit of a distraction right now with the main hit coming in on A.
Brooksy. Let's get one with brilliant 17 HP. This XM from Chucky could still do some big damage. Get himself away from Broken Wall. Maybe to allow it to come through. Getting damage done, and Jocko will just chase down Jake in the end. What a dig. Now Blaze's M4 is on the scene. Headshot angle seen, but hang on, Yuka does get that kill. The XM doesn't feel as confident. Just about finds Yuka. Now Brilliant is pickleable. Surely he goes down. Surely he goes down. Nate doesn't kill him. XM does. No problem for Mr. Chucky. 18-7, and GenOne will win the series on Anubis with a 13-3 map.
Like an hour and a half best of 3, right? Hours, maybe a little bit longer than that, but that was a very, very dominant display out of GenOne now.
Yeah, I mean, a ridiculously good showing. There was no real competition there. If we're being frank as well, couldn't buy around the ex-RUSTEC side. They fell so flat of kind of the levels that we were hoping out from them, but it comes back down to sort of the talking points that we brought up a few times already. This veto never favored them, never looked comfortable, and of course, it ended up biting them in the arse a little bit. They're going towards that map in which we were already saying, I'm a little bit worried about why they've picked into this, why they're maybe not taking the risk of going in towards that Inferno, but not a good series for them. Trav, everything fell super flat, but flip side, so much to love for this GenOne team. Chucky looking fantastic, brings out the XM at the end as well, which is the best gun on the planet. Looks great with it. On top of that, Jocko comfortable all the way throughout the series as well. Blase, I thought, looked fantastic too. So you have so much talent within this team, and it's kind of good to see because GenOne have always been a bit of a feeder roster, and now actually they might have a fairly stable and solid team themselves.
Yeah, this is genuinely a stable team. I think that's a good word to use because they're just better than some of their parts, I feel like, and better than a lot of the teams around them. They deserve playoff invites of these sort of tournaments. They don't really win many of them. I mean, just looking back at their event results right now, like they've won qualifiers, but those are closed qualifiers. They don't really go deep in playoffs at any of these events that they play, unfortunately, which is a shame. So I do think they've got the ability for it. But yeah, they always sort of top out against the team that's a bit more the favorite once they get. There's not that many underdog upsets. They just dispatch of all the teams they should be beating, and as soon as they play a team that's a little bit higher ranked, they tend to struggle. But they definitely got a great level, I agree, and they definitely deserve that series. And honestly, I would pit them as favourites against either one of JiJieHao or Entropy.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, got that game coming up next as well, which is really spicy. But Hayes on the other side for this ex-RUSTEC team. Obviously, it feels like a bit of a team that's a bit of the kryptonite at the moment. Some nice pieces here, but we shouldn't get to see them. And I wonder now what is maybe the future for this lineup. Are they just playing for the sake of it until potentially an all comes along, or they get roster moves themselves on the individuals? It's tough. Like, it kind of feels like at times it's slightly running through the motions, especially in that game there, especially in towards that map in particular of Anubis, where things started going bad. They just kind of checked out.
It just felt like they had nothing to like fall back on. Don't even know how many pauses we saw from them. It's a bit of like a bleak place to be in after you've lost your org support. And like I said, you just like maintaining the VRS ranking. What is that? Look, obviously I have no idea. Can't even, no point in speculating because there's just no inkling to even what they're looking to do right now. I mean, the pieces, the names, you could almost make a case for all these pieces finding themselves on different rosters. So yeah, they've definitely got the name value, but they just need to figure out like what their next 3 months are going to look like.
Yeah, one thing I will say, you know, regardless of win or lose, Yuka always looks fantastic. For me, this is a guy who deserves a move to a better team, I would say, and one that's slightly more higher up the pecking order, especially with the region he's from. There's plenty of options coming forth. But that is our second game of the day done. There is a few more to be brought here, of course, on a Thunderpick or JiJieHao taking on Entropy coming up next, and then Walczaki versus Bebop, all, of course, still within that round of 16. But a very interesting game of JiJieHao. An interesting team always, but whether they can live up to the name value of their parts, we'll have to see. For now, we've got a bit of a break. When we are back, it is about 45 minutes until the game gets on the way, probably about 40 until the desk is live. So sit tight. See you soon.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back. I'm not CCT at all, actually. Thunderpick is where we're going to be continuing our day, as we do have our Europe Series 2 rolling along, as more games are going to be ripping, as we've got a new set of faces. Myself, why not, on the analyst side of things, but a set of casters, which one of them's been here all day long, and you're not going to get rid of him anytime soon. That's going to be Trav, and it's going to be Vincent joining alongside him for first game, at least. We have JiJieHao and Entropy. So what's going on, guys? How you feeling about this one?
Feeling good, looking good as well, by the way. But the both of you, I've seen you, Tom, but it's been a minute for me and you, Trav. I'm glad to be back alongside you. But hey, I think these are going to be a whole lot of fun. We got Bebop and Walczaki. I'm butchering it. I know. I'm sorry. I'll work on it.
Walczaki, I go for.
Okay,
Walczaki.
That sounds more reasonable. I like I said, do my
Polish
best. But I'm
fans
excited for it. I hope so.
Yeah, we'll see. But what I do know is that the second game, we've already been going through the names, right, for Entropy, finding out where the G's come from and their abbreviation. Well, they're called Entropy Gaming. They're an organization. They're a German organization with a Swedish team. And I have seen this team quite a bit lately, Tony. I think Dotty's got something about him. I think he's been playing very, very well. He's very flashy. He goes for the one-taps. He goes for the fast flicks. I think he's got that ability in him. But recently, I think the consistency of Lumi playing at the lower tier has been very obvious. He's been doing pretty okay, and Della has been their main guy. TWC and Floor have their moments as well, but I think that core that I mentioned, Della, Dotty, Lumi, it should be the players to watch here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was doing a couple of games with these guys as well, and I really, honestly and truthfully, couldn't really understand how much Dottie's name came into the conversation for my co-casters, my peers, because it was Dele, who is obviously not a full member of this roster yet, at least not officially, but he has been blowing away the competition whilst playing with them, and I think I'm a little bit upset with how Lumi has performed when he's dipped into these different rosters, both internationally and regionally, where he's once again now back in Sweden. I need a little bit more from him, honest and truthfully, with Della putting up the numbers that he does, Dottie being a player who loves to take a little bit of that opening contact, even if it means his death, still finding those ratings that are putting him above his teammates. I need there to be some stability when it comes down to the foundation of that sniper rifle of Lumi. Vincent, do you concur?
Yeah, I'm also like not super impressed right now with Lumi, and that's just been the general feeling for me for like the last, I mean, this year, but also towards the back end of last year as well. Like, it just isn't quite where I'd like it to be. That being said, you know, he does have his moments. I think what's surprising is like how good Deli has been. I mean, I've never seen this guy. This is going to be my first opportunity to look at this Entropy team. But I also had seen Dottie when he was like playing in some NA teams, like sometime last year. And definitely a flashy player. I would agree with that sentiment. I think can be fun to watch. But there is a lot of up and down. It's sort of boom or bust at times, and I think that the results for this team kind of tell that story.
Absolutely. I think they are definitely going to be relying on Della to do some damage, and with everybody else trying to be that supporting cast to him now that he's the newest, freshest face, honest and truthfully, probably the one with some of the most experience that they're going to have outside of Illumi. They're going to need him to probably be in the server today in a big way, because if we go to the other side, when we look at the players that JiJieHao have, we're going to be a little bit familiar with the players, I'd say, towards the back end of this, being Synopsy and Casanito, who have joined them most recently, about 3 months back. And I think that if you take a look at their HLTV and, I guess more accurately, their VRS rankings, they've gone pretty high up in comparison to recent times where they weren't able to find a stable roster. You know, Boros, in and out, up and down, and finally a little bit more of a long-term solution to what their roster problems have been. It's kind of been crazy to see some of their results, in particular looking at their LAN performance for the Hero Esports Asian Cup Champions League. They placed second, overtaking teams like FlyQuest, who obviously have altered their roster ever so slightly, as well as Tyloo twice. So give me a little bit of insight as to what this JiJieHao team is actually looking like and what you project them to look like, not only here, but in general into the future.
I think it's really exciting. I think I like their pieces, and you might look at when you glance at HLTV pages and see their world rank being 196, and you wonder why the hell they've got a playoff invite here. Obviously, VRS, they're top 50. Nears makes a difference. They're 52nd. They're top 50 in the world. That's really, really decent for a team like this. Those LAN wins that you mentioned are the main things that push them over the line. It's great to see the boys here all with the same jersey on as well, because on HLTV we all have different jerseys for every single one of the 5 players on the team.
Heck yeah.
And I think, you know, there's some significant quality here. Whenever I've watched Mini, he's been fantastic on the AWP. Synopsy, of course, still the in-game leader. You know, he's been on various different projects trying to ply his trade and stay relevant in the scene. I think he's still got a decent individual level for the in-game leader. Satsunito has always been incredibly reliable, and I think Bibu and Asamus in particular, have like more of a talented aim than maybe people give Asamus credit for. So yeah, I'm hopeful that they're going to make a couple of runs, but it's always the online tournaments they struggle on. On LAN, they're a lot better, and maybe that's due to ping. I don't know exactly. When Issa was a part of this team, he spoke a lot about ping differential being an issue when I interviewed him for a Nodwin game. But yeah, I still like the team overall, and I hope they can get some results.
Do you resonate with these sentiments, Vincent?
Yeah, that last point that you just made about the coming back to online is just straight from my brain, because it's when I last saw JiJieHao consistently, they had done this song and dance where they had some good results on LAN, and not nearly as good as this result that we've seen recently, but then they jumped into some online competition, and it was really bad, and fair enough on the ping points, that's definitely got to be a struggle, I have no doubt, but in reality, I think they do need to probably make a much more of a splash than they did last time, because it was a slow petering out of their initial results last go around, and I really don't want to see that happen again now that they're jumping back into online competition. I mean, this and CC2 that they're playing, like, it is some of their first like truly online games that aren't just a qualifier for a while.
Well, let's see what we got here. Ancient Cash and Mirage, the first of which being the pick of JiJieHao. Boys, take it away.
I got it.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Tony, for your lovely words. As always, we'll see and hear more from you later. JiJieHao going with Ancient to begin with, and no surprise at all that Cash is the pick of Entropy. Of all the teams in Tier 3, at this sort of tier of Counter-Strike, I've not seen a team have more numbers in terms of maps played on Cash than Entropy. That is their main choice lately. So let's see how the series pans out with that in mind. Asamus has the mollies, and Opsy has the flash, and it looks like already Entropy are going searching.
Sort of concerning if Bibu were to be caught here, as will be further aggression through into Cave and Jag, making life miserable for JiJieHao. They've lost everyone. Bibu down, as I had mentioned. The bomb dropped, and Samus, the last man standing, 1v4.
Counter-terrorists win.
Not gonna get far.
Immediately, a great start for Della. And that's one of the things for me that I think has been pretty stunning for this Entropy team. Deli was like a little bit disappointing in the previous teams he played on at the end of his run on those teams. We're talking Eyeballers, in particular AM. I mean, AM was a kind of a dead project for a while for me, in terms of like actually getting wins. Obviously, I understand the point of the AM project was to get players from AM, achieve mines, to different organizations, maybe upgrade them to a full organization in the future. But still, even being a part of that team, Deli didn't really catch my eye massively in a lot of the games he played for them. But on Eyeballers, at certain points, he was okay. This team, he's almost a star player, and that is really good for me to see, because, as I said, a breakout for a player like him is really important when he's still young. Swedish scene is still developing pretty well, I feel like, at Tier 2, Tier 3, right? You got Alliance, you got Eyeballers, all looking to push up and play Tier 1 events. He could be an option to be upgraded in the future, put it that way, for some of those top Swedish teams.
Yeah, I think it's like fitting when you describe the time like with all Eyeballers, where it's like it was okay at times, like that's exactly how I felt. So I'm in agreement there. Guns out here for JiJieHao. It's somewhat limited, but it's also simple. Lumi out front. He's going to get beheaded. So not see entry should lead them here into the A bomb site. But the rotations are pretty darn fast. Instantly dinked, and Osamas is dismissed. Deli gets a double, and Dottie has arrived. This is a brilliant hold considering the situation. And Entropy now had a 2-on-2, but a trade will mean it's now a 1-on-2.
He needs an immediate headshot on TWC if he's ever going to get a chance in the V1. And there you go. He answers my call. But Delhi is still heavily favoured. They know, or Delhi knows, that Mini was the bomb carrier. He's seen him cross back. Doesn't know that he stuck himself around in this position, though. And Delhi could shift to the angle, you know. And that's exactly what happened. How about that from Mini? A perfect read. A little fake of the death cam, maybe, after he got that kill on the first player. And then the position and post up on the last. That is Mini showing off.
Yeah, very enjoyable. Great stuff from Mini, but also, I mean, pretty poor from Entropy. I think TWC making the audio cue, just like sprinting there and then committing to an angle that I don't necessarily love, where, you know, if you're going to jiggle that, I guess, fair enough, but probably don't commit to the fight after you've been seen. And then Delhi just gets red, not so much his fault, but would have preferred to see Entropy play that a bit more together. Regardless, good stuff from Mini that bails JiJieHao out of this scenario. Again, the attack going towards A. Flaw the only one available, and he will be absolutely demolished. Lumi has arrived on the scene, but has to give up space.
Incendiary, a little bit too deep to remove the close player, but it works out in the end for Synopsy before Mini takes him down all by himself. So an accidental lineup there as they try and peek together to remove Lumi. It gets Lumi a trade kill, technically. But it's still a 2v3. And the bomb might not be planted, but they're just posting up and waiting for one of the entry players to make their move. And maybe a bit of revenge for Delhi. Or imagine if he got the revenge clutch immediately after what happened in the previous round. Bebop will say no, and JiJieHao will break their money.
Awful close, though, to be fair, for Delhi. And I do think that, you know, we didn't talk much about the veto, mentioned Cash here. That's made it so that JiJieHao very much do need to win this Ancient, in my mind. Regardless of how much you might favor them overall, the fact that Entropy have played 12 caches and JiJieHao have yet to play it, I think certainly is a concern for me if they don't take this Ancient.
Mini does get caught by the TWC 5-7. Then comes Delhi as well. Hang on. 3-3 recovered for Entropy. Damage on the wallbang from Satsunito, but not that much. Is there any possibility we can look at the ping for these players right now, by the way, production? Have we got a tab click available? From our observer. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Not too bad.
Mini 65, Summers 57. Those are probably the two players that would be a little bit disadvantaged. Oh, Floor, he's not disadvantaged here at all. He's got 2 with the 5-7 on the edge of Donut. That's pretty crazy. Now, Synopsy, the captain of JiJieHao, needs a clutch.
At least he still has the bomb on its back. But Entropy moving fast. I love how decisive this is from them. Lumi and Delhi both pushing in together. Flying towards Donut. And Synopsy, of course, has so many questions. Great read. Seen the first, and he's anticipating the second is right there. Exactly as he would anticipate. There it is. The clutch as JiJieHao have required a couple, but a 1v4. That one is quite strong from Synopsy.
Wow, okay, I'll note that one down. That is two rounds in this half already, and we're only on round 6 where JiJieHao pulled one out of the fire. I mean, when was Synopsy's last 1v4? Let me quickly check that on his stats on HLTV. Complete statistics, clutches, 1v4. Funny enough, he got one on Tai Lu 2 months ago, but before that, he got a 1v4 with Into the Breach against Unity over or nearly 2 years ago. So it's a rare commodity for him. He's only gotten 5 in his entire career. 1 with Bad News Eagles, 1 with Team Secret, 2 with Team Secret, 1 with ITB, and now 2 for JiJieHao. That's his 6th in his career.
Synopsy's been playing well. I mean, ever since coming into this roster, I think individually he's stepped up in a pretty massive way. So I do think deserving of the credit on that. And a fantastic clutch as well. So I was going to say, shouldn't he Entropy or saving? No, they've continued force buying. After getting so close last round, you know the money's on the knife's edge.
Lumi through the smoke on Satsunito. And you were a little bit critical of Lumi, and look, I've been critical of Lumi throughout his entire career, pretty much. The Medisport run wasn't good. He missed so many shots and so many qualifiers, and in the end, obviously, a bit unfortunate. But at that, I think it was the Austin Major, was it? Medisport were by far and away the worst team at the event. But at this level, online anyway, I tell you what, I think he's pretty good, and he's very consistent as well. He's on a second one in this round with his FAMAS onto Bibu, not even with the AWP yet either.
Rounds can't keep being so concerning, though, especially against Force Spies. Another trade, that one's from Dottie. Gonna keep the man advantage for Entropy. Oh, TWC's actually just missed this visual for Synopsy. Didn't see him. So the bomb is being carted back over towards the B bomb site. Synopsy, how deep do you want to go, my friend? Entropy. Shoe hasn't dropped that it's definitely going towards B, but now they know as Synopsy takes contact onto Lumi. Great decision from Synopsy, and Mini drops the bomb off so that the low HP player can take the fight. No! Oh, unfortunate. Deli beat the timing, and Deli beats them both. 2 kills. As he and Lumi doing the heavy lifting to keep Entropy going, as that's their 3rd round. Back-to-back Force Buys, the second of which works.
There you go. Back and forth game continues. Feels like we're still in a Force Buy war, even after all this time, even though we've had a couple of rounds in a row for these teams. It's money bouncing back and forth.
Sanito, good frag. Unfortunately, the rest of his team really struggling, but how about that? A second kill as he goes down to 1 HP. This is almost winnable, but Ibu taking one. Mini able to adjust onto the other. Deli, the last man standing, isn't going to be heard yet. And look at the HP bars. JiJieHao very susceptible. Deli wasting no time, just sprinting in.
Bomb has been planted.
That'll be a good kill for Deli, but now it's 12 HP versus 1 HP. Tatsunito, does he shoot his gun immediately? Oh, he does. And he spams back and forth. Could just catch him. Another close round, by the way. As they keep going, all Deli's really got left, kind of just realizing he's got to take a massive gamble and maybe find one random stray bullet on Satsunito. He takes that gamble. It looks silly, but I understand why he played it like that. And again, JiJieHao will answer back.
Jeez. So fast. I feel like JiJieHao getting away with a lot here on this T side, considering that's yet another clutch. That's the 3rd. And a very impressive round from Sausanito. He's recovered that from a 3-on-5. He gets 2 essentially trades in middle. And then the 1v1 to win it out as well. So much responsibility for him. Go back to these half buys that have been quite effective for Entropy with MP9s, Mosses. A very limited set of utility.
Yeah, they're going to hold on this time, I think. Then he'll get one with his MP9. So there's a spam from Synopsy. Trying to set up his teammate to push through. Maybe take down a blind Deli, and that is a freebie. Right, so the lead will be for JiJieHao. This is one of their main map picks, of course, with a couple of other ones being banned. Or should get caught and will. It was always going to be a bit interesting to see where this veto would go, because firstly, JiJieHao have not got a cache map on record yet, but they can't ban cache because they usually ban nuke. But the funny thing is, Entropy don't really play much nuke either. So, could have been a game of chicken as to who would have banned nuke, or if they'd have maybe banned cache. In the end, we end ourselves on Ancient Cache and Mirage, I think it's totally fair. Very
think I
curious to see
would've-
how JiJieHao go on Cash, because there'll be a few players there who maybe actually would have played it 7 years ago. Maybe Synopsy did. I'll have to double check that.
Yeah, I think probably did. I personally would have loved to see them just float the nuke, but I gotta imagine that they've been prepping this. This is for JiJieHao their first event in over a month. June 18th is the last time that they played. So there's been plenty of opportunity for them to get prepped, to get going.
Yeah. That's a throwback that Tony's just given us. Apparently the last Cash that Synopsy would have played in an official would have been with Juan Flatro, but other players that are a bit more unknown, like Relax and Black Eagle, against 2019, which was a Polish mix with Innocent, Neo, Tudson and Morels. Damn.
Wow.
Yeah, now coaching Astralis, would you believe, obviously.
Would you believe that Entropy are actually ecoing, by the way? It's their first of the whole map. That's the reason I mention it. Around 9. And it's going about as well as possible right now for JiJieHao. Mini just barreling through. Deli, the last man standing. Able to claim a kill, but likely not much more. And is dead on arrival. Stabilization for JiJieHao after a lot of tentative moments through this first half. But a T side that, when you look at this stat line, looks to be shining bright.
Oh, I was trying to find a picture of tapeware for Tony. So that's why I was a bit quiet in the last round. It was important to me to be able to figure that out. 6-3 is comfortable for JiJieHao. That's taking an aggressive peek up the ramp as well. Smoke will come through now, and there's the fight from TWC from Gag. It'll be smoked off now and won't be peeking it any further. So obviously 5 HP on that damage. That was Wallbang very dangerous. That was a pretty accurate spam from Bibu, but he takes more damage than TWC does.
Truth be told, I thought he would have the better of that scenario. I like how JiJieHao have been reacting to how much Entropy have been taking mid control. Their fight, Dele, this one is but traded. And considering the damage that has been done via those spams, TWC's set up for some level of success. And that pre-fire was looking good. The nade should do TWC in. If not, the Molly will get there first. So an extended fight gives what was a 4-on-3. Probably should have been another man advantage there, but missed shot from Synopsy's up.
Moving their way back into A, not like it's as it so often can be on ancient and empty A bomb sites. They do have. Oh, that's not good. Now it's a bit of a scramble. Are they going to save? I think they might save because of the disconnection. And there's 10 seconds on the clock. They're set. That's depressing.
Yeah, it's
that's really sad. They would have definitely been set up to go if Mini was still connected. The fact he's not is a massive shame. They have to call it and pull the plug on the push.
Yeah, he also had their util there, yeah?
I think so. I think it's probably one of the main contributing factors to them not committing to it in the end.
Exactly.
Game. Mini was one of the players with, what, a 60-odd ping that we saw when we pressed tab earlier?
You know, Samus with the ones with... I mean, listen, that definitely not ideal. I think Samus had like 45, 50, which I think is actually more reasonable for some reason, even though it's not that large a difference.
Yeah. One of my favorite collection of flags, actually, on JiJieHao, right? Is that so no one would ever think that you could put Palestine, Lebanon, Kosovo, North Macedonia, and Iraq flags together in a Counter-Strike team, and somehow it would work. But they're top 50 in the world. Bless them. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, the last few iterations of JiJieHao have been like interesting and cool like that.
Yeah. They've had Boris for a while, of course.
They had Isa as well.
Yeah, Jordan.
So,
Represent. And as was mentioned before, they've got Mitha as coach now, which I think is a very important thing to bring up, because Mitha, of course, he's not exactly inexperienced. Been with Mouse, been with North, Tricked, Renegades, Apex, Liquid, now JiJieHao. Brand new project for him.
and for his sake, I mean, I feel like he's looking for something to prove himself once again.
Yeah, agreed.
And I do think that, truth be told, this is the type of team that is a risk, I think, if you're in his shoes right now. Currently been looking good. Those upset wins, that land event that Tony was talking about, FlyQuest, maybe less like impressive, but Tyloo twice over in a competitive series against Lin Vision in the final. I'm not seeing the quality necessarily from Dottie that we were talking about just yet, as we get back into freeze time to finish out the first half. JiJieHao, in my mind, I mean, 6 rounds, very comfortable already. Anything more than this is even more of a bonus.
Asamus will work his way forward with Satsunito.
Is there a flash for this? Answer was
Yeah,
yes,
I mean,
technically, but
talking
no, it
about
didn't go there.
talking about util now as well. Sorry to cut over you. Talking about util now as well. They've already decided I've only got Molly and a smoke left. It's not great with a minute on the clock.
It's actually going to be somewhat okay though if they take this tact where they're walking the op into B through cave. And if that takes first contact, then the mid prong of this attack can be somewhat effective. Though I do like that they're going to surge. This has been held for, but Sausalito is a double kill, and this should give them a clear indicator that they can just walk out. Still, you've got Dele alive at long. That's potentially a threat. In fact, it's a massive threat. Need to get the trade. No trade comes in. 3 players were meant to be taking B, and all of them have fallen to Dele.
Dele's done it again. Look at him go. Oh, even peeking on the headshot angle on the ramp for a 4th headshot. Oh, man. 17 and 8. I said that I'd love to see him keep up his recent rating consistency, and he's doing it and then some. His team's not even in the lead, but he's a big part of why they're competitive here, looking for a 6-6 half, what would feel a little bit out of nowhere.
I mean, they've broken JiJieHao's money as well for the final round. That's a big asset. That round was really well set up for JiJieHao. I know that the utility was potentially an issue where they didn't have much left, but man, did they call a good round. Fortunately, it didn't get them the result that they needed, just lack of a trade on Zadele. Out mid again. Lumi has vision now, but will be re-smoked. Or no, sorry, that smoke going for CT. There's Lumi able to pop out to Nazi. Flaw, this is essentially a crossfire on the site. Triple kill out of him, and Dottie chimes in for the final kill as well. 6 is confirmed.
Take that. After what is a very, very up and down half for both these two teams. I mean, you have to look at it from both ways. Entropy might not be 6-6 without Dele. JiJieHao wouldn't be anywhere near Entropy, probably, if it wasn't for a Synopsy 1v4 and a mini 16 HP 1v2. That one is going to kind of slip my memory a little bit, that one earlier in the half. Both of them incredibly important.
Well, don't forget about Sausalito's 1v1 with 1 HP as well.
That counts, it counts. That was against Dele, yeah, exactly. 3 big clutches for JiJieHao in that half.
And
really
that
keep them in
round
contention.
started 3-on-5. Got to be less reliant on those X Factor moments probably for JiJieHao, but it's done wonders for them. Now onto the preferable side. Need to hope with the experience, this being their map pick as well, will boast a little bit higher quality. Double dually set up. JiJieHao, itchy trigger finger, but haven't quite moved further forward.
Thomas needs a round here. 2-11 in the map. Would love a bit of a start in the second half. Synopsy's found Deli though. Thomas is not going to be overpeaking until he absolutely needs to. Synopsy will get a second with his dualies. There's Osama's finding Lumi. Mini's trying to strafe away from getting gooshed ever further down low HP, and then Synopsy just takes control, pushes forward aggressively, gives Dotty no room to maneuver. Score is now what would be a 1v5, but it's not even going to be allowed to get the bomb planted. Synopsy with a big triple kill, and they needed that one.
Pretty nice denial, too, of the bomb plant. We know how much Entropy can be effective on the force spy rounds. Give them a lot more teeth. Really, I really love how JiJieHao are so passive there, too. Like, they're just waiting and waiting. Entropy are clearly hoping that JiJieHao are going to overstep or just get impatient, maybe. And they never do. Waiting until Entropy make the first move and then reacting based upon it. Collapse towards middle. And your eyes don't deceive you. This is not a force buy from Entropy.
The deco.
Yeah. I don't know how I feel about these types of rounds.
I feel like it's one of those sort of purchases that just commits you to buying many Galils in your gun round.
Yeah. Or you just do this, or like a version of this twice with like a little bit more the second time.
Yeah.
You get to... That's why I'm like unsure, because ultimately you get to the same spot eventually. It's just in a bunch of different ways.
Yeah, they're going to go the Galil option.
Not too big of a problem on this map in particular. But investment for what they got out of it, not great. So limited on utility.
Uh-oh, Alzheimer's. Yeah, as soon as he saw him running in that fashion he was doing, he knew they just weren't out A long at all. They had no information on it anyway. KFC can get the bomb planted quickly. Lumi's on that headshot angle on Brokey. It's very hard to pre-aim if you're Mini here, especially considering Dotty will peek off Lumi's contact. Trying to give it a look, but he just doesn't know about Lumi. That's the biggest factor. Molly will do good work though. Okay, that is a way back in, but no kit. No kit. Look how far away their fourth player is. They're committing to a save.
Yeah, it's been a brutal game for Asamas thus far, and that kind of continues. Very poor decision from him. Not respecting space that could have been taken. Entropy's credit. In that type of round, a lot of times if you're going to be going out A, you're going out fast and loud. And there was no indicator of that. Their lack of utility made it easier for that decision, and they just threw mid-util at the beginning of the round. Kept Osamas' eyes posted towards Donut rather than A. But it's a misstep from him that opens it, and Entropy that makes sure there's no way back in.
That's Nito will start the following. TWC's trying to creep in on a timing. You can tell he's hoping that he avoids the utility and manages to catch the mid player on a retreat, but there's going to be two players, one below and one above, and the fact that Synopsy's on that ledge already was a surprise for him. I think they boosted him up on top of Osama, so I'm pretty certain.
They did.
Yeah, I just saw it on the through the X-ray on the right-hand side, so they're just all over Entropy in that round. I mean, that was so quick.
Entropy's game plan, basically, let's contain mid, let's let them take it, and then fight after that. Sausalito disrupts the A player that was towards main, and that makes life very difficult for Entropy. So the elbow player is looking for more different locations. Sausalito just continues to push, ends up getting a second kill. The mid collapse works exactly as planned for JiJieHao. Back on Eco or Entropy.
Fast flick for Mini. Floor will drop with his pistol, and everyone's going to follow suit here. JiJieHao are going to reach their 10th. Then he might get one on the sides. Just about. 18th kill of the game. If you look at his teammates, he's kind of hard carrying a little bit at the moment. Let's see. Lagging behind Dotty as well. Sometimes expect a little bit more from Dotty. I think, but he's a dead man now with no bullets. 4 alive for JiJieHao.
One bump in the road, but a quite impressive CT side thus far. Eco out of the way. Entropy back on a buy. They'll get Lumion up on the T side. And again, it's so low utility. They start the round. They don't even have 5 smokes to start the round.
Close. The timing for Dotty, and still the damage is good. Uh-oh.
Not again.
And damage has been done, so round's going to have to be played out. It's such a shame as well, because firstly, the first disconnect stopped them from actually going into a bomb site in a 4v3, because the time was so low. And he's going 21 and 11. And you know, it completely changed this round as well. Osama's wants to try and pick up the slack, and it's close to 2. He would have loved to. 2 would have made the difference, I think, to maybe his teammates giving this one a bit more of an aggressive look till he's in a great position. Yeah, and Synopsy goes down for nothing. Again, just a shame for JiJieHao.
Yeah, and you can kind of see both Osamas and Synopsy, the way that they're taking those fights. It feels like they're overcompensating, just trying to be the hero for the round after losing many. Such a frustrating outcome. JiJieHao were very much holding the momentum, and this at least going to stall it. I mean, the good news is their money is very strong. So it's not as if this one round will cut them down. But the Entropy utility situation that we've been continuing to comment on, that won't be an issue for the upcoming one. That's a tough one for JiJieHao. You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's the fact he's been their best player as well, which is just very unfortunate. They're still in the lead. Hopefully it's not going to be too much of a nightmare. But it's hurt them twice now. Who knows what difference he would have made in that previous round and in that 4v3 earlier. Sometimes disconnects mean nothing at end of rounds, and it's by the by. and no one really considers it for later. Only maybe an economy dent, but yeah, timings on these have been rough. And I think the sad part is that has been kind of the issue for JiJieHao on many occasions before, right? That there's a podcast that my good colleague Elfish Guy does, I think, called Geographically Challenged. Unfortunately, these guys are geographically challenged.
Yeah, it's so frustrating, especially because, you know, on paper, like playing in EU events is very possible, but you're always just at a deficit, especially previous iterations of this project. Like it's a little bit less of an issue for the whole team with like Synopsy and Sausalito. And that's why for the majority of 2026, I mean, JiJieHao have entirely worked on just attending LAN events. Not played a lot of online tournaments at all. The online tournaments that they have attended, I mean, it's really just been qualifiers to LAN events.
He's back in, and yeah, those line events are where they've kind of just made their VRS rank the most relevant, right? It's like that's kept them afloat, and the reason why they have been invited to tournaments like this.
Yeah, I'm just looking at their like event list for the entirety of 2026 and like some of late last year. And yeah, you can like immediately tell that they just decided at the start of the year that would be their strategy. Back and rolling. Can only hope that Mini won't suffer further complications, network troubles.
Nito will start the following round well, which is important. Now they've got Mini back in the server, just to relax things. And they're still 10-8 up, despite the fact they've lost 2 rounds from unfortunate circumstances. You're now looking for a gap toward A.
Bebop's here. Deployed his last block utility. There's just another flash, and he's actually going to drop that and fall back so he can reposition to temple. Thought he's taking the timing. Bebop will have heard this. Calls in some support. That mid control still being held into Donut already. It's flawed. Great frag from Mini. Bomb to be planted. Snopsy dead on the rotation. And the HE to break that smoke gives Mini yet another opportunity. Duel from Bebop. He's Lumi all alone. P3. He's waiting, trying to buy time for his teammates, and he's bought just enough. Great job from JiJieHao. And a solid round.
Yeah, if Lumi hit that shot on the Temple player, Bebop, first time, then he has a great chance to hold Donut and maybe even get a big clutch happen for his team. But yeah, it's missing it, which forced him to try and push forward into the open where the Donut players can see him easily. So, really important bounce back from JiJieHao. Mini's back in, and guess what? He got a kill, contributed significantly. Been a few mini masterclasses over the years and various tournaments where JiJieHao have had an invite to online. There's one in particular in a very decent high-tier qualifier. I can't remember what it was. It was a Dust 2 game. I'm going to have to find it. It was a Dust 2 game against a decent team where he went like 29-7 or something and just destroyed everyone at every single port of call. I'll have to go find it. But yeah, he's got this level in him. And as I said, it's just kind of held back because of where he's from, to be honest with you. If he got the opportunity to play in EU, I think maybe he'd be an option for many teams to look at in the op role.
Truly surprised that with how many teams are international that hasn't come around at this point. Like this B push on paper, held for, prepared, feet. Still it's a 4-on-4, and if you look at the damage that's been done, it's significant. Looks like the pivot is already in. Heard these rotates. Mini not quite caught. Oh, and it's a big frag from Osamas. Mini's off, not in position yet, and they will be able to fall back and survive. But the man advantage maintained. Who's playing on A?
I found the game I was thinking of, and I'll get back to that later. Floor. Let's do a bit of the heavy lifting in this afterplot here, because Delhi 7 HP, or 1 HP, sorry, TWC 7. One dig has come through on TWC, and they need this flank of Satsunito to activate quickly because time is ebbing away and their players are ebbing away. There is Satsunito. He's got, well, how many bullets left in his AK? Not many, I don't think, from what I just saw. Floor still behind the site. Flash is really good, though. Satsunito will clean him out properly. 10 bullets left. He gets the kill. Immediately gets the Salmus on the defuse. What a retake from JiJieHao. They've managed to pull it off again on the A-bomb side.
And it's via Sausanito. That should have been done. They were down 2 players as they come back in, catching rotates in middle or Entropy, and Sausanito just eventually gets in on the flank. That flashbang onto Flaw was impressive. He is perma-blind. There's nothing that he can do about it. And unfortunately, the communication wasn't quick enough to call in some sort of swing from this donut player, especially because I think that was TWC, who was super low as well from the foray towards B earlier into the round. That is another one for JiJieHao. Not quite a clutch, but very close to it, the way that 2v4 recovery worked out. Do or die time for Entropy.
So, very quickly, in case the game ends here, the game I was thinking about when it comes with Mini was the Star Series Fall Qualifier from last year. He only went 17-6 on Dust 2, but it was a 2.56 rating in a 13-0 win, 13-0, versus Ecstatic, and TMB got 0 kills. And that's the reason I remember it, because there were so many stats that were off the charts in that game.
That is a insane game. Oh, that's gone pretty brutally early for JiJieHao. Lose out a mid-fight, HE into the smoke, and then it's Dottie lurking out on the A side of the map. Ibu now needs some sort of heroic moment if he's going to recover this. They're all here. Me watching. Ibu ready for the first. Great adjustment. Eventual trade, but maybe, just maybe, Sausanito pull off another miracle. A great shot, and it's a trade again. TWC allows that in a 1v2 for Mini. EG not into the right player. He only knew how low both of these guys are. Could be going to the pistol, but doesn't have that information.
Imagine if he did just strafe wide with this pistol. That could definitely have been a possibility to win that clutch and win another one in this game, by the way. Win the third really important JiJieHao clutch you would have seen. Have enough money to just about scrounge another buy, but this is a very awkward part of the game for JiJieHao. If they lose this one and don't save, 12-10, Eco 12-11, and then you got the pressure of round 24.
Shot. Lumi, that's mid control pushed fully back. Donut no longer part of JiJieHao's control. Another good hold. I mean, Mini, I think that push is pretty smart. They're going to keep on going. I thought he's just spotted this, but his HP doesn't really allow him space to work.
Oh, that's Anito. You mentioned his expertise in that retake that he managed to make happen on that A-bomb site in the previous round. He's being watched by Floor, though, as he charges through spawn. I think they were aware of that, I think, purely because they just didn't see whether he'd fallen back or not. Especially with the bomb still in spawn, they had to go back and pick it up anyway, so I guess they catch that info on Satsunito too. So the round's not done for Entropy, but now it might be, because I was about to say Deli's flanking Synopsy. If Synopsy doesn't look around, it's going to be a done deal, and Lumi finds Bibu too. So here we go, that's what I said. It's a round where no one saves. They're full eco. OT is calling.
Sausanito's had so many incredible rounds where he's recovered the round from nowhere. And that was one of those rounds that was shaping up to be the same. Arguably a bit overzealous. Continue to push into spawn, but a great read from Flaw in my mind. Fly chill in the middle. Pretty successful from JiJieHao. For the kills. Limited damage. Entropy probably okay in the long run. It doesn't matter. What am I saying? Last round.
Now the conversation is, that's Anito. Surely you dropped Mini and Orb. Surely. Show it to me. I've used attack pause. Why not use it when you're round 24? Go. That's what I want to see.
Mini's been fantastic, though, to be honest, it's not even really been on the op all that much. The time in the limelight with it now. Default pressure towards B. JiJieHao with their mid-take that we've been seeing them run very often. Entropy just continue walking out B. Mini alone misses his shot. HG's making his life a little bit more difficult whilst the bomb gets planted. Long control grabbed up by Entropy.
Good kill from Synopsy, and they've been very solid in these retakes, have JiJieHao. Thing is, they've got to hurry up. They really have to hurry up. They've got utility, but it's the fact that they've got no kit. Thankfully, they're close, and they're really trying to put a bit of a hurry on with this util, but that could cause some mistakes and walking into angles that is easily being held by Entropy. And look at Dotty go! All three as they try and get back through Cave. That is a Dotty we know and love. He gets back to a positive KD, and we're going more on Ancient.
Yeah, Deli not the same as he was on the CT side, but Dottie's stepping up massively on the T side. Mini multi-kills in that one to get them into OT. JiJieHao, they've been in control of this game essentially the whole way through. From start to finish. It's right here at the finish line that they struggle to complete the equation. Pick up this Ancient.
Big name on Devin tries to make progress up through lane. We'll go down to Satsunito in the end, though.
While the rest of Entropy work in mid-control. Mini's up towards the A-bomb site this round. Seen it at B pretty constantly. The two-man setup in Jag hasn't fallen back whatsoever. You only saw the one did Entropy. Me with a lot of responsibility. Dottie dinked, hands out, similar amount of damage through the wall. And it's Mini who doesn't take the aggressive angle at Brokey. He's going to wait. And now Lumi's got that angle covered. But Lumi's lost his fight.
Gonna be a big bang over a flash here. And TWC gets none, I'm afraid. Classic Lumi, I'm afraid. It needs some moments as well. I think he needs just that extra bit of firepower on that orb. Floor is stuck behind smoke, so got more than enough time to find him and get that bomb defused. No problem. That could have been different if it wasn't for Lumi's miss, for sure.
Yeah, very disappointing game overall from Lumi in my mind. Can't be missing that one, especially when it's just a raw fight where you have the advantage.
The thing is, he had a good start to the map too. He's really tailed off.
Yeah, it was like 9-3 or something.
There we go.
There you go.
More of that.
Finally getting an opening duel attempt early into a round, and this time it's the delivery. Very often when JiJieHao have lost space like this, they are reaggressing B very quickly. JiJieHao this time not given the opportunity. Dottie, fantastic. That nade will do him in, but now it's Synopsy. Needs another multi. Does end up getting two. Hoping that gives Mini the opportunity that he needs on planet.
Look at Mini go. 27 and 17. Nade kill into the follow-up. Floor's got a play here, but the issue is the bomb's going to be straight upheld, and Mini's not in the open. Well, he actually kind of was. I thought maybe he was hidden behind the pillar. And unfortunately for Floor, just doesn't run for it in time. Probably thinks the same thing, that maybe he's not defusing in the open and his body's positioned differently. But he would have been fraggable, as we saw. Floor even took that kill just a second or two too late.
That's JiJieHao into overtime. Looking like the team that got to 12 first, rather than the team who couldn't quite close once they arrived. Or passive mid setup from the JiJieHao side. We've seen them consistently looking to take that space. Not this time. Do like that. Realizing that it's that more passive approach. That's common jiggle. And he will get one back, but it's the cost of Sausalito's life. JiJieHao in a deficit.
Good pick from Delhi. Snopsy will go down as well. And this is the classic case of just trying to scrounge one round in overtime.
Lumi's got the bomb. I'm a little concerned.
Yeah. Depends how quickly he moves forward. To be fair, with Bibu still here, and Bibu dealing with Dottie was going back to assist Lumi, to try and get Lumi some help, to herd the bomb to safety. As it is now, he's found a path which has somehow avoided Mini. So slightly fortunate. I don't think he knew much about Mini. But 2v2 retake, we know how JiJieHao have been pouncing on these retakes on this A bomb site. But this time Mini will shift into Delhi, not maybe thinking that Delhi is watching that. He is. And Bibu now is known about. Lumi's on the angle. Close but no cigar, I think, for that 3-0 on the half. Lumi will step forward, find the kill. And that is the 2-1 that Entropy really needed.
Not quite meant to be. Nearly a recovery, though. Was seeing the stars align for it. JiJieHao very confident on their T side early into the map. A lot of clutches, though, were involved in that. Ellie coming back alive. Also keen to see Entropy, who had so many rounds on their CT side where they just had no util. Now that won't be a problem. These nades are brutal. Entropy, they're right on target. JiJieHao are going to end up going through this smoke. Flash has got to be perfect. Deli, he's blind, but it doesn't matter. So tough. And the backstab on the Sausalito, another HE that's doing big damage. Might be 200 damage in HEs this round from Entropy.
Yeah, they've used those to perfection, haven't they? Ibu's not winning this 1v4, what would be a 1v5. Fought by TWC.
JiJieHao wanting to force the issue on the B-bomb site, eating nade after nade. There is so much damage. Entropy pumped out at the beginning of that round without seeing anybody. And even though the flashes were good, Deli, he was blinded and still got a kill. JiJieHao, at some point in that round, you probably just have to accept that that's a little bit unlucky.
Nito, trying to creep up, and Lumi, it'll be through the floor there, probably through the steps, and the corner of the smoke, finding Satsunito. Big kill, return frag from Mini. Nopsy is allowed to re-pick up that bomb. Thomas will just about manage to steer clear of mid 2, who is getting the first map point here. Lumi's on the line. He's showing up in overtime, it has to be said. He was 13 to 17. He's now 19 to 18. We called upon his name, and he deserves the credit for it. He'll go down to a Samus eventually, but Bebop needs to find this kill on floor for it to have any chance at recovering. Sees it. Tries to go for the tap. Molly will be drawn instead, but in comes the right-click smoke. Floors. Oh, my word. The right-click smoke was on the too far to the left, and it doesn't put out the Molotov. So Floor has to go into the open. Thankfully, he's in the open where Deli can help out. That's 31 kills for Deli. Samus can't make a play anymore.
Well, it's not a great one, but he's going to give it a try. Those the two players were towards A just a moment ago. Good angle for Deli. And it'll be his third kill on the round. There it is. Entropy was a comeback required in regulation. They were just like 8-12, something along those lines. And now they have an opportunity to close out JiJieHao's map pick. It has to be said, with cash on the horizon,
Yeah.
you definitely don't want to be in that spot if you lose this map. JiJieHao's side.
The Entropy team really has some character. That's one of the main things that I've noticed so far. There's a catch from Dotty in middle. Dotty's got this ability to pop off. We saw it in the round that got Entropy 2 overtime. They were 14-12 behind. They've pulled it back to 15-14. Lumi's recovered his KD as well. Thomas really needed that one, and he is 10th kill of the entire game. Big opening onto TWC. It's the only opening they've got, but little does the Thomas know, B is actually clear right now. Issue is, they need to call Mini all the way around T-spawn to pick up the bomb, and Floor is already moving. It should be a trade from Deli. He's in the right position for it, but he's worried about that bottom mid position, understandably so. 3v3 recovered. Impossible, and Deli whiffs his lines. JiJieHao are making it happen.
Still not guaranteed yet. Another set of utility, though, that will really help facilitate that. Smoke for short. Dotty. Thinking that Lumi was about to throw the flash. No. He's prepping the Malo. And Osamas just takes the fight raw. Molly's going to delay. That flash comes in afterwards. Splits the difference. JiJieHao still might be in trouble, but a missed shot. Sanito confirms his third kill. And even though Lumi lines him up, that is not spammable that deep. JiJieHao tried to double swing, successfully do so. Sausalito, another incredible round of recovery from him. Man down scenarios are where Sausalito has shown the brightest in this map.
Yeah, Satsunito there, another quad kill. Pretty unbelievable that he's done it in an important round like that all over again. Also, well timing from JiJieHao on that final swing. They know it's Lumi on the AWP. They don't swing it at the same time in case they accidentally line up. They give themselves a little tiny gap, and the gap that's big enough to not get collateraled, but small enough to not allow Lumi to pull out his deagle and hit one bullet on Satsunito. So, yeah, that was very, very close again, but JiJieHao find a way. And I've got to give a lot of credit to Asamus. They were 3v5. He got 1 kill. It's only 1 kill in the round, but it was a 1 on TWC to get control of Jag and Cave. That made such a huge difference. People will look at his game, sure. Not much impact going 10 and 21. 1 kill can often be an incredibly impactful one, and when needed, he got it.
True. And yeah, I overall not happy with Asamus's game this map, but he's had 2 specific rounds where he's had some big impact, and that being one of them. In a game this close, those absolutely do matter.
Entropy will be kicking themselves though, Vincent, because they know this game should be done.
Yeah. And JiJieHao probably already been feeling that way, considering the lead they had in the network troubles that led to those, crazy dinks back and forth and nades as well over the top of the B lane area. Could be kill, TWC? Surely not. He's allowed to survive. Sausanito backstabbed. And TWC gets out. Absolutely could not have gone worse for JiJieHao.
Nice shot, Mini. Again, trying to get a couple of kills from somewhere to recover a round like this, but now it's 2v4. Barely 3 HP. They're trying to wallbang him out of that position, and finally Mini's going to do it. I mean, to be fair to Delhi, there was 1, no way out, and 2. I guess that's the only thing you can do. Keep spamming them with that low. Asamus again trying to make the difference, but this nade could do some extra damage, and it does as dunk Asamus out of the round. Really well placed there, cheeking the floor there, and Dotty's going to flank out Mini. So Entropy will hold on.
Since the first half, I think the Entropy CT side has been way cleaner once we got to overtime. Even if they probably should have closed the map a moment ago, and they didn't. I think reactions have been snappier. They were sort of one note early into the map. Go again. Right out mid. This time Sausanito solo. Some supportive flashbangs to scale, and he gets cut down. Spoken about how important he is. To lose him early is a huge hit. Now they sprint out A. Stream not in either. But that second take of Donut will work out brilliantly. And with Mini shutting down Lumi, who was in Temple. Okay, never mind. I was going to say it's over unless TWC just snuck through the smoke. And he knows where Asamus is located. This is so good from TWC.
Yeah, quiet game from TWC, but again, he's having his moment. Asamus had his moment. This is now TWC's. Ellie can work his way onto the side slowly. There's the clear. There's the kill. Again, it's close, and the way they claw that back, JiJieHao gave them a chance. Mini hit another good shot. God, how many rounds have we had in this map which have been similar to that one? So many 2v2s, so many after plants. No lack of entertainment.
Yeah, tons of clawback kills as well. It's definitely been a bit of a brawl. Two straight victories for the CT side. Don't love how isolated Sausanito was last round in this fight in middle. JiJieHao will change things up and actually push into A. Lumi's been caught, but there's more where that came from. They don't know about Flaw. Maybe they do, actually. Osamas, that Molly suggests he would. Regardless of the A control here, the bomb's still towards B with mid being taken.
And Bell will be seen. Easy patience from Satsunito, and there's Mini, and even a proper clear on Deli in his corner as well. Perfect. No 3-0 in these overtimes yet. Has always been one pullback, one clawback round.
Massively needed for JiJieHao. I don't think they could have survived the 3-0 sweep if Entropy had gotten there. Another really impactful round, actually, from Osamas, though, even though it's one kill. Holds the A push, plays defensively, doesn't overstep, and even has information on the second player pushing A. Lets the mid take cook whilst he's handling that, and second phase of the round, just waiting for Entropy's re-aggression, and they get swept aside.
Well, here we go then. Is there a chance that we get Entropy as a winner of this game in this half of overtime? They're going for a very fast A play. Look at the damage that was done already. Floor takes that extra tag, which means he goes down to Thibu's original molly/nade combo. Nopsy will peek forward to help out too. Elim may have got control backside. There are 3 players donut all waiting for him.
One more smoke that Deli has. Well, no longer going to matter. The smoke and donut has faded away, and the bomb never gets a chance to get planted. Lumi overwhelmed. Sweet round out of JiJieHao. Mid-take, 3-man setup there. Allows for a really fast rotate into donut. And the nade setup thrown by Bibu delays Entropy just enough for JiJieHao to get those rotations into position and be a threat.
I think we might be here a while, Vincent.
Kind of feeling that way. Second straight round to start out with a molly kill. Synopsy, that's a brilliant trade. Really love that. Flaw just able to catch vision of Osamas, but no one going to get out the wiser. 4v3. JiJieHao, I think, happy to sit in this setup with Mini on B, Sausalito on shelf.
Okay, waiting. Molotov will move Mini a little bit, and someone has a little bit, more than I thought. Down to 52. Synopsy has to avoid that second Molotov as well. In comes Satsunito on the flank. We can see it through the X-ray. They'll find floor. Oh, the wall bang on Lumi
wow.
too. They had one step, and that was enough to give Synopsy the information. Beautifully done. And now they've got a map point all of a sudden.
Yeah, the CT side has looked so stunning for JiJieHao the second overtime. Almost like there's just a switch flipped. Ready to roll. OT3 still definitely possible. Entropy. Need it now. JiJieHao for the first time in a few rounds. Will not be here in middle, at least not fully. Damn, though. Synopsy probably dead. Oh, just survived. 3 health.
Yeah, and already be given the AWP, exactly, yeah. Everything they can possibly do to get the game won here and now, they're trying to employ. Giving Entropy a lot of space, though.
All that space makes me far less worried about somewhat limited utility. They've got enough. Almost once again, going to be a very impactful position that he's got to play now.
He will file through. Going to try and play up close here, Entropy, but Osamas is ahead of that util. Seen by TWC. Another big kill from Osamas, even though it's few and far between. Will this be impactful enough to get the game won here and now? Going to try and jump away and play with his team. It works out, actually. Look at Satsunito again, late look. Can he again be a big factor in A-site retake, or any retake, to be fair? He's gotten 2 quad kills in these sort of rounds before, but in comes Dotty again. Castanito will find Lumi, but now Mini's got to activate. Low HP on floor, front site, flanked out by Dotty. It's all down to Satsunito all over again. Sees the damage on 1, but doesn't complete the kill, and that's the issue. Time is really against him. And guess what, guys? We've got more Ancient.
OT number 3 up next. Absolutely crazy. Just have to, in my mind, if you're Mini, you just have to continue to push there in CT. There's no time to wait. The fact that Mini, after Dotty gets a double kill, still goes down to Dotty's flank is ridiculous. I know he's waiting on Sausanito and trying to activate off of him, but just isn't the case. Triple OT starts as it has been, I feel like, for the CT side. Man advantage for JiJieHao in their mid-take, though Deli has a quicker answer. And peaks and troughs for Deli, lots of heroics. And this is one of those rounds, it seems. 2 kills already. Out towards the B bomb site, still Sausanito, a problem. And he has a smoke to play around with. He's getting flanked, and Deli comes through a smoke into the waiting arms of Bibu.
BB2 again. Lumi, then he's open the after plant, can't even get one. That's unfortunate. Now it's all down to the low HP of TWC, who had to have been on Lumi in this one. TWC flash forward, will avoid it. He's playing this one very carefully. He needs 1 bullet only, and he will connect that 1 bullet. JiJieHao back into the lead again.
Seems like for the first time in a while that heroics from Deli not enough to get them the round win. Entropy. I'm so impressed right now with Sausanito and how many times, like, his decision making in very difficult spots is constantly good. That's another one on the B site where he's got to worry about mid being taken and cave control and ramp control all at the same time. There's 3 players he's dealing with and he gets 2. That's so impressive. Come on, Sausanito. I'm just talking good about you. Just sending it. Feels like a play. Essentially, we need to change up. Let's do something different. Doesn't end up working out well. 3 HEs. We're nearly caught on the retreat.
And he's pretty much in the open. So even though it doesn't blow, it could be a frag that goes the way of Dotty, but thankfully Bibu's there to help out, and in the end, Mini does go down to the Lumi AWP. A bit awkward around that smoke. I'll give them the space to walk into the site, and again, it's just back and forth, back and forth. Don't see any real team here really getting to the finish line, finishing this map off. And he's got 38 now. That's Nito leading the way with Mini.
He is 33.
My eyes deceive me.
No,
Thomas?
I'm silly.
Thomas?
No.
Thomas.
No way!
Come on.
Turned away too far.
Why didn't he just commit to the bit? Just commit to the bit, bro.
He was trying to turn his head so that it was harder to hit. That was what he was doing.
Okay.
But he just turned it too far, so like the wire's disconnected.
Yeah.
I don't know that he had it. They were kind of close, but that smoke would have made it possible.
On the Thunderpick HUD, we have a timer, right, that appears at the top of the screen. It was right on 4 point something, maybe 5, when he tried to jump on it.
I think he had the time. I just mean that Entropy were close to the bomb.
I
Like,
see.
they could have tried to deny it, but the smoke would have given him cover.
Gotcha.
Valiant effort, though. I mean, listen, it's overtime. You got money. Go for it. No issue. It's been such a back and forth game as well that I feel like there's been very little consistency of problem solutions, CT side, T side. Success in both directions. A huge frag from Dottie. He's just opened up the map, split the difference. He's just going to keep on going. So impressive from Dottie. Keep that fight moving. He had no support there whatsoever. And Sausalito, once again alone, has to be a hero.
Oh, another quick kill from Masamus. He's starting to ramp up a little bit in these overtimes, getting really important kills. Again, who will get this tight lead going into the next half of overtime? Sausalito again. A double. All down to floor. 3 players to find. Almost gets a lineup on the other 2, but again, JiJieHao overwhelmed well. 2019. Great year, to be fair, but not a great scoreline until one of these 2 teams hits 22.
Yet another massive recovery effort, though, from Sausalito and Osamas as well in this case. Sausalito has to play that perfectly. Again, decision-making is at the forefront of my mind when thinking about how he's been playing. And as you were highlighting, Osamas, a phenomenal double kill. If he doesn't get that space at short, a game ender, it's probably round over. Instead, JiJieHao take a tight lead into the second half of third OT.
Oh, here we go. Opening 2 kills for JiJieHao. They're trying to chase down Lumi. Sausalito takes a gamble as he's the low HP player. Kind of understand why he wanted to try and catch Lumi on the retreat, but he was a little bit late on going for the peak. They do lose their 2-man advantage, but only down to 1.
Nice.
They're going to retain it as well, or regain it with Bibu. We're peeking in solo across the map, though. I don't love that too much. They know they've got B. I get it. That's why Samus is creeping in. He thinks that maybe they've left. But still, if they lose one more player here all of a sudden, then they will give this retake another look.
The push and pull, though, between Synopsy and Bibu in Cave and through Jag was really nice. Lumi doesn't quite give it the full check, and that'll be the end of the road, at least for this round for Entropy. But yeah, I think the push and pull there was really cool. The way that contact is being taken by Synopsy in Cave, forcing the single B player to respect that whilst Bibu lurked out ramp, pulling the attention to allow Bibu the space. Just classically good Counter-Strike. And Flaw won't survive. Not a big deal at all. Double op. Entropy have not pulled a double op at any point until now. Tevzi on the secondary.
Yeah, fair enough. I was just pulling out all the stops now to try and stop JiJieHao from winning the map 1 here and now. And that is the charge through of mass aggression that maybe they need to change. And guess what? It's a massive surprise for Bebop. They're going to leave the bomb. They're not going to push forward to try and hold it, but that might be a better option. It means they have to force the issue elsewhere, do JiJieHao, and it's not working. Latanito finds his 1, but it's only on a trade. Damus is dead to floor. Guess what? Again, teams just can't get a 3-0 in overtime to save their lives, and it probably means that I get the feeling we're going to more, but JiJieHao do have one more opportunity.
I don't actually think that Entropy saw the bomb, which is why they didn't
fair.
go take it. I think Bebop dropped it in the corner there before taking the fight, before starting to throw his utility. Regardless, not able to recover. I think this is probably a good move. JiJieHao haven't really gone fast A a lot. We're just ahead of the smoke for CT, so Lumi gets a freebie. Sausanito down low. Nice second frag from Lumi. Dottie arrives, traced by Mini, but still JiJieHao at a deficit. Nomsi able to get the reload off. All 3 CTs currently in Temple, and that will change as the Molly holds them back. It'll take time, JiJieHao, to take Donut in some form or fashion, but not to be prepared for Dele to come through. We go again.
Oh boy. Oh, there's just no way it's gone this long. This is insane. Entropy and JiJieHao will just not say die. To be fair, I haven't had a game like this in quite a while. Like, a lot of my games that go long are either due to tech pauses or they're just long games that maybe have long drawn out rounds or whatever. I haven't had one go to 21-21 for a very long time. We had to cast that Entropy versus Hotu game on Cash a few weeks ago that went to 28-26. I don't envy.
Ooh.
That's one of the ones I was going to reference later once we got onto Cash, but we haven't even got onto Cash yet, Vincent.
And will we get there anytime soon? Thought that was the chance. I thought JiJieHao were about to take this over, but no. Also inside the smoke, there's still a chance for Flaw to turn this around. There is nobody aware on JiJieHao that this is the case. 1 kill, 2. Ow, not quite for the triple. But it's still not enough. Flaw getting Entropy back into the round, and Bebop left to clutch with the bomb out of his control.
Good catch from Bebop. Possible. If it's so very possible, just the bomb is the issue, like you're saying.
Has a ton of time, at least. So this reposition, he has the time to do it. I feel like Lumi would be wise to move out of the op, grab a gun on the ground, but at this point he's not got a clue where Bebop is located.
Mate, Shadow. Yeah, we'll take his time with that one every single day of the week. If Lumi missed that one, I don't think I'd ever be able to forgive him, to be honest with you. Thankfully, it's a freebie. Back up to an even KD for him, and Entropy back into the lead. Now, we've reached the stage, and to be fair, maybe we're 2 overtimes past this stage, right? But just there's no strats left. It's all just down to who hits the shots, who calls the timings, who has the ideas in the mid to late round in terms of what gaps they think are open. The book is out the window.
I think I would add to that and say, also, you know, who's executing well on the CT protocols. You're right. Definitely got to fall back on what you've got. Sick shot from TWC. Synopsy had him, but no. Not exactly pretty, but Donnie full blinded. That flashbang was great. Hey, he's just gonna keep pushing Deli, though.
Wow.
That's absurd.
42 kills in the game. We played, what is that, 43 rounds? Keeping it up is impressive. Tatsunito's trying to match him. Could overtake him. Mini and Tatsunito are going to try and work their way back through Jag, in through Cave. TWC is on the other side. The worst part for Entropy is the two players in closest proximity to Mini and Tatsunito are the two players who are really low HP, and they've heard TWC walking. This is a very obvious kill for Tatsunito. That's just a freebie. With a brain fade there from TWC. We need to make that much noise, maybe. Then Tatsunito realizes that Deli's charging through that Molotov. Can't charge through a Molly on 15 HP. And Mini and Tatsunito have turned this one around. Tatsunito up to 44. Floor needs fine 24. With 2 kills here. Got a full belt of util, and he will kill Tatsunito. Now it's a lot of pressure on Mini. Smoke available, kit available, obviously. HE and 2 flashes too. If Floor goes through this hold, he's got 2 flashes he can use to make things awkward, but the tags come through. In comes the knife. Mini knows he hit it. And JiJieHao will survive.
That really was very scary, though. If Mini doesn't instantly hit that shot, even though it's just a tag, things become way more complicated. There's not a lot of time to play around with the kit in hand for Flaw. And hey, how about another one from Saucinito? I've like lost count / track of how many rounds where like he is pivotal in a 1v, 2v, 5, 4 along those lines. It's just those style of rounds. He's the one to force the opening duel again. Mid control was there for Entropy, so very limited on the B-bomb site. Still cave control available. Looks like TWC stepped forward, and it's to his demise. Lumi's trade, fantastic. But the site is still well in hand for JiJieHao.
Would originally be able to get himself into Cave, but it looks like they want to fight here, Entropy. Go in before JiJieHao get a plant down. But again, Satsunito is holding on. Mini's on this angle. He'll connect with a shot on floor. And Lumi now in the clutch with the AWP, 1v3. Guess what? It's another 2-1. That Mini looks at the bomb on the floor because he's trying to throw it over to a teammate. It's like, oh, that's a bit awkward. It's now in the open, in the sight of Lumi. Will that be a fumble that gives Lumi a chance? No, it won't. It's an easy trade from Satsunito. 47 kills. 23-22.
If Saucinito doesn't win this map of Counter-Strike, I will feel so terribly for him. The amount of impact kills he's had is just crazy. It feels like he has had basically nothing kills. DT side, I feel like it's been good for JiJieHao. Like, I'm kind of losing the plot if I'm being truthful. Like, what's happened when and the storyline, but the vibe's been good. Saucinito, the fake reload actually worked right there.
Molly that Saucinito's got picked up as well means that he can just have space to continue to spam away, go to the AK. There's Synopsy with another. Pete just slipping down a little bit here. And the thing is, as we spoke about, right, if JiJieHao do win this map, Entropy, I'm favouring them on cash still. Who knows after the pain of losing a long game like this? But it's still in for a long evening. A very overdue game.
I mean, I think we're cemented into a long evening.
This is my third BO3, mate. I didn't expect this one, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's wild. gonna say, is Deli even gonna like look for a fight? It eventually does. Comprehensive victory for JiJieHao. 5 survivors. 2 straight wins on the CT side. Two chances for JiJieHao to close.
Damage done to Synopsy, down to 1 off the back of that fight already, but Asamus might be the man to save him. They have lost that Sunito. How important could that prove to be?
In my mind, quite. Mini, he has still got the op, but he has pushed all the way through. He's through A main. And Dottie's holding for him. Incredible.
There's Dottie cleaning out Synopsy. Again, map points available, not being able to be taken.
And at this point, it's very much a JiJieHao problem. We have had just the one, right? Just the one map point. Well, JiJieHao, I think they had 4 in regulation, 1 or 2 in the first overtime, and they've had, and this is their first of 2 in this overtime. Crazy impact round from Dottie.
Again.
You know,
Terrorists win.
just the read there from Dottie. Like he is, I guess, good protocol potentially where they're walking slowly through T spawn and he's just still holding the A push. They're basically into the tunnel that leads to B on the right side of T spawn.
Go. Oh, and guess what? Guess what? JiJieHao try and battle for the map win, and it's not working out for them. The damage has been done, but it didn't really have a good timing on their pushdown ramp. Entropy were all there and all ready. Well, probably goes down. Easy shadow advantage, but what a bait! What a bait that is for Synopsy. Now no, he's focused toward K, but it still could be a big lineup. Deli's low as well. There's no which way to look. Finally, he'll take the duel on floor, but Deli on low HP will make it happen. Mini 1v2. Lovely flick on Lumi. Does he know that Deli's walking through this smoke? Does he have any idea? Deagle drawn, and he's looking for both angles. But Deli will find the kill on Mini. And we go on. Will one of these bloody teams win the bloody map?
How many map points have JiJieHao had?
Too many.
I think it's like 7 or 8.
Fucking hell, mate.
JiJieHao just got to be studied. Some of these struggles to finally close things out. We got the HUD flip here. We'll get that fixed in a moment for you. It should be on the T side.
Oh my word. It's just pure guesswork now. There's nothing else we can commentate about this game other than what happened earlier, which we feel like it was years ago at this point. Remember those clutches from JiJieHao in the first half of this game. And these sort of moments as well, where they just, again, they have to go for kills. They're looking for fights. The trades come through. Nopsy is below shelf, and Floor is looking for it, but he's going to be heard running away. And Synopsy is very much tracking and tracing, but Floor goes back to check it. Of course he does. He's now all alone. Gets himself his one very quickly, but now needs an AK to win a 1v2. And even though he's got a kit, it's not easy.
Why not? The amount of utility, though, on this post plant for Entropy is painful. He's got the line and the kill. Well, Entropy into the lead for the first time since at least a few overtimes ago. As I said, I'm losing the plot right now.
Mate, I already lost the plot. I'm the one who already lost it live on broadcast. You're fine.
And at this point, I'm kind of cheering for Entropy just because JiJieHao has had so many chances. Mini, work on the op, and great protocol too. I mean, just worry about cave control, take full into Jag, ensure that you have an avenue back in for a retake. With a 5-on-4, JiJieHao looks good to be able to do this.
Another after plant, another 4v4, another even situation. Not even when it comes to the health though. Satsunito will get himself one. There's Mini again. And here comes Satsunito again on these retakes. And this time it's Mini doing it all. More than enough time. He wants the defuse as well. Even though he's one of the players without the defuse kit. He knows he's got it. 25-25. And Mini, it's his turn to have a big quad kill on the retake.
Yeah, holds an op to start that round, gets the kill, gives them a 5-on-4, works the good B protocol, takes into cave, and then picks up an AK to go for the retake, and it is just stunner after stunner. Those headshots so fast. I love to see the confidence that Mini has on a rifle as an opper. He's had some good off rounds overall. Like, there's been just so much Counter-Strike. But he's had a ton of rifle rounds as well. Dottie, no chance. As he swings into Sausalito and Synopsy at the same time. They've got so much map control, JiJieHao.
And we're guaranteed for it to be another 2-1 as well. No 3-0s. This is my old saying. I always mention it when we have these long overtimes. Even after one overtime, I mention it. It's more apt than ever before here. 2-1s breed 2-1s. The old adage. TWC is going to try and force his way up the ramp into B. Knows that Synopsy's in toward cave. If Synopsy peeks this one, he's most likely dead. It'll be a pre-fire as well. TWC does try and pre-fire that exact line, but Synopsy holds on. Finally, Floor will trade. Another plant, but again, another JiJieHao retake. And look at Satsunito. Again, it's 1. Again, it's 2. BB activates, and the round's over. Easy as pie.
I can't remember the last time I watched someone have more than 50 kills in a game. It's been a while. Tony says him in every time, all the time, and I can confirm that's false. Tony's a liar.
Tony, please give us like a 15-minute break. Just talk at the camera for all the rounds that have happened in this game. I'm sure you can do it. I believe in
Give
you.
10 seconds per round.
Got to go, he said.
No. It's good to go. I'm choosing to believe.
Okay, fair. Yeah.
No, you're right, but I'm choosing to believe it.
Tony realizes he's been rumbled now. We've created a meaning for that abbreviation, and he can't get out of it. Oh dear. All right.
the meantime,
JiJieHao.
JiJieHao just getting rocked at the beginning of a round.
Yeah, and guess what? It's the round after they got into the lead as well. Honestly, we may as well be here until midnight. So hang on, I forgot. Okay, it's 4 out of 6. It's first to 28th, right? Yeah, it is. Okay, good. I've recovered. Yeah. Osamas removes Dotty. Bit annoying for Dotty because he knew he was in there. He was trying to fight for it.
Another classic JiJieHao lose the beginning of the round, potentially close it out. Yes, it is. Sheesh. And it's just impossible to come back in here, surely, with Osamas' position. I mean, he's got to get a kill, especially against TWC's op. Great angle, and TWC misses the shot. And this time it's courtesy of Osamas, though. It's never been fantastic from Osamas over the course of this map. Never been incredible, but consistently finding that he's having the round or two when it's necessary. And this is one of those rounds that Sausalito has been the architect of in previous attempts. It's 4 total for Osamas. And they're up to 27. 2 more chances to close out this thing.
Oh, I've seen this somewhere before.
Crazy, me too.
I haven't seen an Osamas 4K somewhere before in this series, though, so fair play to him. He's overtaken TWC now as kind of like the bottom fragger of the game. Osamas with some big impact. Big quad kill. Not the first player to have a quad kill. He's seen 2 from Satsunito, he's seen 1 from Mini, and these retakes in overtime. Okay, Satsunito, you've got an opening kill onto floor. Again, something to work with here. They're going to charge their way through Jaguar, but it's very easy to get let slip. That's exactly what happens. TWC, he stepped up when needed, gets 2 kills and dinks that final player, Osamas, down to 11 HP. And look at Dotty. He's well on the track and trace. Every single time JiJieHao got himself into a position like this, they've gone for a brute force round, and it's not worked for them. Oh my word, does Mini go overlooked here? Oh, he doesn't, but he still goes down, Deli. Down-deli. Sounds like Dendele, the new Sharks team. Lumi will find Tatsunito, and now Osamas and Mini are 10 and 11 HP to close out a 2v2. They're going up against Lumi, but the dualies are drawn. They know damage is big, but now Lumi has to win a dualies 1v2. He's definitely going to stick with them. Bomb plant will be in the... Oh, not in the open. I tell a lie. There's 1 though, and it should be 2. Mini gets off the plant. Lumi needs 1 bullet anyway. Just needs to tickle Mini, and he'll get the tickle done. Entropy stay alive for 1 more round. And if I know anything by this game, probably more after that.
Jeez. I didn't think... my record is 31-28.
Okay.
For overtimes.
I'm not sure what mine is. I can't remember.
I went back to look because I couldn't remember the actual numbers. I just remembered like what game and what event. So I just went to go look. It was Saw versus Movistar Riders, if you're curious, on Anubis. So I didn't think that would ever be broken because that was back in Go.
I have also done a 31-29.
There it is.
But the thing is, maybe I've done another one. I just don't remember it. There's one main reason I remember this game, and I'll explain in a minute.
All right. If we get there, if we need to.
Yeah.
But we won't, because JiJieHao are about to close the map, surely. Never mind.
Oh, Vincent, your comedic timing's on point today, I think.
Oh, man. Try to be confident, but get rocked. That's what just happened to Synopsy.
Okay.
You know, it's interesting that he's the guy lurking. This has typically been Osamas on the other side of the map. This time he's on the entry. TWC in a little bit of trouble. There's Mini coming in. TWC, great kill. Adjustment for Osamas. Not the third that he would have required. And Sausalito is disconnected, so Bebop needs to do it all. My time.
Bobby's on the ramp still. Bobby's looking at it. Oh, but it might not matter. It might not matter. And it's happened. Satsunito, guess what? The most apt player in the entire game to get it done will get it done. I've forgotten that we're going to only Tony on cams. I've turned my camera on. It's fine. But we're going to us two anyway. I'm just combobulated. Who cares? JiJieHao have won the map, Vincent. How about that?
All for one map win. Enjoy the breakdown. Tony, good luck, my friend. It's a long one.
Unmute King.
I had to lower the font in order to be able to squeeze all these words onto the same page, so bear with me for a second because it's going to be a long one for sure, as we do have another map. I'm going to talk about the fact that I thought that this was actually JiJieHao's game to lose at some point in time. It looked like as the comeback was starting to approach, there was a lot in the way of fundamental Counter-Strike I was actually very happy with coming out of them. Both on their attack and their defense, I felt as if they were the better team as far as team play was concerned. But one thing that Entropy did that I actually couldn't really get over was getting ahead of a lot of executes that the JiJieHao were throwing on their T side. Having so many of their defenders ready and raring for the end game goal for JiJieHao to be just splintered immediately. And they did a phenomenal job of that, as well as the multi-kills coming out from the double Ds of Dottie and Della. They were pretty much single-handedly carrying that game up until the point Lumi actually decided that he had something to say to Mini, who was blowing them away on both the rifle and the AWP. And it was just a Casanito who Vincent aptly put was regularly finding them man disadvantage clawback kills, finding them very, very important opening frags as well, where he was able to honestly, versatility-wise, do anything that they needed. And that's something that you really can't get from very many a player, and from somebody who has this experience at young of an age as he is. I mean, look, this team is going to be benefiting from that greatly and being able to pull themselves a lot from an in-game leader like Synopsy, who's playing individually very well as well. We're going to be looking towards the Osamas, unfortunately, kind of slow start to a point where I thought this game would really be on his shoulders if they were to lose. But I gotta say, he really did step up in a major way when it came down to the end of this game, where he started to slowly incline and draw himself to the level of which his teammates really needed, where he's playing in isolated positions both defensively and offensively, whereas he didn't seem like so much as a liability. He was playing a lot of these roles where, honestly, being thrust into some of these first fights, his teammates were ready and not only willing to trade, but also fully in faith of what he would be able to accomplish inside of those bomb site takes. So it looked like everybody started to find themselves in the role that was required of them. They were given a lot of room to work with. When Entropy were actually starting to try and change out their game plan as, overtime after overtime, it starts to get a little bit repetitive, and the strat book honestly starts to go out the window a little bit, and you forget a lot of the openings and gaps that are going to be created by nature of Ancient. As we go into the second of these maps, it's going to be Cash, in which Entropy looked to bounce back, as it was a banger of an affair. I think that it is going to be maybe a little bit of a drowner. We'll see if this one can be closed in two after the break.
whole bunch of overtimes later, a short technical hiccup on the Entropy side, and we're good to go on Cash, a map that JiJieHao have yet to log an official on. Here we go. CT side start for them.
Yes, it's interesting, this one. I'll get into why in a moment. TWC will manage to trade Synopsy with only one on those dual leads, which is very nice to grab. But yeah, as we see this retake come through, we'll see what JiJieHao are like on this map. As you say, first ever cash for them. Not the first ever cash for Bebop or Synopsy. Bebop logged 1 in 2018. If you get a pre-fire kill here, no, he's down tagged low, and TWC will headshot him anyway. Satsunito also cash debut for him. I'll be able to force his way back through until Mini arrives on the scene. They're both low on default. It's definitely retakeable again. No bullets left, and unfortunately, even without there's any bullets left, not able to close. And of course, Floor not playing. They got it?
I've just seen that. Oh my gosh, yeah.
They've got it, right?
Yeah, they do. They do. I was worried for a second,
Whoa.
but
Yeah. So Floor is the guy that was having internet issues, and they're playing with a dude by the name of Mika Nix. I'm gonna look up his name now. He's a German. Considering Entropy are a German org, doesn't surprise me. He got dropped from Entropy when they went full Swedish. Has most recently played with them 1 month ago in some other tournaments.
played with this like Swedish team.
Played with Floor and TWC and Raftu, Bulgarian player.
Okay, so not really this team.
No. That was only a standing day, I think, for the Bulgarians.
That actually matters a lot.
Played with Donkey too. So yeah, he has played with them before. He knows them well enough. So he's been able to pop up at the right time to help out. Oh, Asanas. Nice job.
Very nice indeed. Love the pivot there. This was a force buy as well. I say that. This was 5 Galils. I think they had 5. Classic Entropy, as we saw on Ancient, where they don't really care about utility very much. I know we like forget about that factoid when we saw 4 or 5 overtimes, and everybody had all the money they could ever want the whole time. But yeah, Entropy really weren't worried about their utility at all throughout that Ancient. The question that leads me to is, like, what language are they speaking?
I'd imagine English.
Yeah. And how much does that matter? Because, like I mean, listen, I know that, like, Lumi and Dottie and Deli probably speak English fine. I'd imagine.
Lumi for sure.
Yeah. I'm making more of an assumption for Deli and Dottie.
Yeah, fair enough.
But, like, I know that
Deli
Dottie
definitely does because of AM.
Yeah, well, Dottie played with a bunch of mixed teams in NA events that were like Ukrainian mixes as well. So with American players too. So yeah.
True. Yeah, let's see if this is going to be the playground for a playground for JiJieHao, because I feel like it's a map that Mini will look quite good on, as we're seeing here. That's a lovely multi-kill from him again. Quick quad.
Against Eco, just to be fair.
I know, but still. I think, you know, Tony already gave me the match page, I think, but I look for Bibu as well. As I said, he's only ever played 1 cash official ever on the old cash back in 2018. Only Synopsy is the other player on the server who has a cash official logged in their career, and of course he played it quite a bit back in the day, as we spoke about earlier. So, yeah, brand new map for JiJieHao. Never played with this lineup. 3 of their 5 never played it. Full stop. So I feel like it's a map that would suit them in some ways, with how fast and paced it could be, and with how good their retakes were looking on Ancient.
It's also their first potential possibility of even playing it, because they haven't played since June 18th. This is their first event since the break.
What have we got? That needs to be him with Synopsy. Yeah, I was going to say, Synopsy 6 HP, and then Deli comes lurking up highway. One start for Entropy, and of course something that we failed to mention for a while because of how ridiculous that map 1 was. This is the one map, even with Entropy having a stand-in, it's a competent stand-in, at least from what I can gauge. And also, this is probably the main team that I've seen at this level in Tier 3 to have played this much cash. No other team, for me, has played it as much as Entropy have.
Yeah, they've
don't-
got double digits maps played. I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah. And of course, despite that, you know, they still do lose a few because they just will get out aimed and outperformed on a few higher tier teams, but still.
Terrorists win.
What are those losses? Unity. Okay. Los Kogutos. I don't know. Are Los Kogutos doing well now? I can't. That team is. I just don't know how to think or feel about that team ever. So. Reasonable. It has fallen off as more teams have played this map. I will say Entropy has struggled more, as you would expect. But JiJieHao don't look like lost or anything. It looks like they have put some practice in on first look. Ebu. Good start to this hold. Lumi a little bit too far behind. That smoke going to complicate matters. Forward hold for JiJieHao in middle, and they seem to want to continue to push. Maybe a counter boost, or are they just going to get in? Yeah, counter boost is the name of the game here. All this while Entropy assembles towards the B.
Nice angle from Bibu. Gets himself his one and won't overcommit. Gets Incendiary down and fall back. Looking towards CT, Bibu will now call that information over. And as you can see, JiJieHao are already tracking and tracing. But they are going back to check Synopsy. So Synopsy could get caught. And that's giving them a path away. Even this time on the clock, they don't look at it in time. And as soon as Dotty tries to take a fight quicker and more into the open against Synopsy, that's when Bibu comes to help out. The new boy, stand in, Meekanix, what have you got? 1v4? Unlucky, mate. Never going to happen.
That's really nice from JiJieHao. I love how they're searching for information. I think Bibu plays that brilliantly. Obviously, he ends up getting a triple kill, but it's like all kills disconnected from each other. He's just done well in every single fight to put himself in a good spot. But then also the way that they coordinate the vent pressure with then Synopsy's flank, where he was the guy that they had counter boosted. It's just all really good stuff for JiJieHao. I'm a fan of how they worked that round from start to finish. Felt very, very much like they had a read on what was going on the whole time.
Yeah, and it's good to see from a team that hasn't played the map, if that continues. And of course, whether it continues into T side, which is another matter. PT can be not simple, but simpler than other maps. I'll put it that way. Just fight. You fight middle, you have an A anchor, you have a B anchor.
Some that there, but Sausalito's doing some very good work in middle.
He's so good.
Spotted yet another one, and he just keeps on fighting. Doesn't necessarily know about delay here, but that nade's gonna make his life even more frustrating. Synopsy, that is a one-man shutdown essentially, and Synopsy's gonna end up getting the kill through the blocks. What I was gonna say is, for me, like, simple isn't necessarily the right word, but it's just not that complex as opposed to being overly simple.
Yeah, I like that. I think you can look at it from that way and use those words instead, which makes it sound a bit better.
It's just I don't want to take away and suggest that the map is bad because of that, because I don't think that's the case. And you didn't say that, but I think people can take that away.
Yeah, I've been enjoying watching Cash. I know that one of the main talking points of it lately is that it's not being picked in Premier when perhaps people wish it was. But yeah, I think watching it in pro games has been interesting, especially Hotu and Sharks, now Dendelay. Those are the two teams that I've been like really enjoying watching it. They're like tier 1.5 teams from two different regions. I've been enjoying those two the most on Cash.
Sausalito has continued his form from map number 1. Synopsy will go down. Many nice work to continue trading these frags out in middle. And though Sausalito does miss his shot, let's go. Mini will have his coverage. It is very fast that JiJieHao are up 6-1. Like, incredibly quickly.
It really is. And this comes from pure individual ability, it feels like, from Mini and Satsunito. Satsunito's not having a bit of a rest after map 1. He's
52
continuing
kills.
continuing where he left off.
This is just flat out poor. I know Mini's missed that shot, so it ends up being a good trade frag out A. Why has this worked? Well, this shouldn't have worked this way, to be honest, for Entropy.
I think they've realised, stand in, 6-1 down. Let's keep it giga simple.
It's so simple that they like throw no utility at all. Like probably should have just got killed by Mini. Like he should have gotten 2 or 3 kills.
Yeah.
But Deli hits a swift trade frag, and like it's just a good shot from him, and I'm not taking that away. But the setup to this is just bad, straight up from Entropy, and they would win anyway.
Yeah, they pretty much relied on Mini alone, and once you out A main properly, you will trade that AWPer eventually.
Well, it wasn't brilliant, but it did get Entropy an important round. Money has been building for JiJieHao, so they're not too affected by it. Might just be a little bump in the road for them.
Okay, well,
What a spam.
Tatsunito won't be picking that anymore. But Delo knows his lineups, and that's what that paper-thin glass in garage so often happens to it.
I think it's funny that it was so effective despite Sausalito being on top of White Box.
Yeah.
I think Mini's been spotted there. Only for the vents. Found JiJieHao if they were there, but they are not. Duel for Mini. Osamas close, and he's actually been heard caught throwing utility too as Mini leaves for just a moment. Feels like a mistake from JiJieHao where they weren't really tethered there at all. Bomb site wide open for the taking.
Retake is very doable. That's one of the main things that I've really been enjoying about Cash so far, is just how retakeable even both bomb sites can be, but especially A. And with
Nice
TWC 3 HP, definitely could do something, but as you say, the counter utility has been pretty good so far. Hang on, smoke kit's available on Bibu, but Snupsy going down. They're already looking like they might want to try and fall back. There's nothing doing. Lumi's gonna hold them at bay. There's extra smoke in play as well, is pretty important. Entropy are gonna find 3.
Oh, Mini got them both.
Well done.
Yeah, great stuff from Mini to at least to both stay alive, keep that off. It really does help to keep this economy solid enough for JiJieHao. They would have been buying this round regardless, but this provides a comfortable purchase and an op as well that they have. Those are good things, but I think Entropy capitalizing on a little bit of a mistake there from JiJieHao in middle. I think the way that Osamas and Mini were playing off of one another left a bit to be desired. Osamas gets punished big time.
That's Nito going to go for a bit of a strafe round onto that air vent AC unit and maybe try and jump onto boost. I doubt it. Making noise. It's an upseas waiting garage, and he's, well, he was ready-ish, but Tevsy was readier.
The refrag from Sausalito does keep things reasonable, though, for the moment for JiJieHao. Asumas seeing, hearing, experiencing the push onto A. Sausalito has arrived off as well and trucked the smoke. Deli shuts it down. Asumas a double kill, but drops down. Sausalito has the coverage, and Bibu arrival will mark the end of the round. That's a solid victory for JiJieHao.
That was real nice. So each other's contact there. Well, Asama's getting 2 on the cross, make things a lot more comfortable. Tatsunito getting in the right position. You can see how quickly from Asama's POV that Tatsunito rotated into position.
I've not been impressed with his Entropy T side for a team that plays a lot of cash.
I'm willing to forgive them today because of standard.
Fair.
But I agree.
You know
mostly...
who's calling here for Entropy? Feels like it's gotta be Tosi or Flaw.
Yeah, I don't think Lumi's all ping game leading. I don't think it would be Donkey with or Delo with how they play. So I agree with you. Tatsunito will hold on to Delo in the end. We worry about Highway. Tatsunito's going to look away at exactly the wrong timing. And now Synopsy's under a bit of pressure. He'll get peeked from Highway for sure here. Not ready for that, it seems. I don't know why he wasn't as ready as he should be. That's a bit of a lazy one from Synopsy. They won't be deep enough. Should have maybe throw that one, Bibu. It could have got a bit closer to the bomb planter. Flash is messy, and he does get his one, but TWC, thankfully, is not blinded up, and he can trade. So, again, just an example of JiJieHao not really playing the map that much, getting caught off a bit too easily. There's a chance that Entropy can find 5.
Yeah, some breakdown in the responsibilities, I think, as well, for those players rotating back in. Tough timings for Synopsy in particular with the Highway swing. For the first time all half, JiJieHao's economy takes a hit. Samas onto a D with Sausalito a 5-7. I feel like Entropy are pretty fortunate to have a chance at 5 rounds right now.
Yeah, me too. There's 2 rounds that JiJieHao have just lost purely from inexperience on the map, very clearly. Getting caught on timings and not trusting themselves.
The pressure over at B. Bombs joining and Mechanics. It's a 3-kill Bibu. How long does he want to hold the trigger finger? He's miffed it. Had the chance to save the round and unfortunately falls flat.
Bomb plant will get damaged up here on TWC, but Lumi is cleared by Asama, so I was a bit surprised by that too. Good opening from Mechanics. That's the most important thing in this round, that he's found some impact. Look, smoke will come through that allows him to get through in toward headshot, but you're going to get past 2 players to do that too, which just doesn't seem possible in this final round of the half. FC will deal with Mini untoward heaven. Tatsunito is trying to be a nuisance, but Deli will hold on to him and clear Asamus as well. And that really does keep Entropy in the game. I'm not feeling too confident about the JiJieHao T side.
No, I'm not. And I think you're giving them a lot of credit for, some of those letdowns being due to inexperience. I feel like they were breakdowns, maybe I could say in communication, like just missteps. And I think it could be either one, but those, especially the round where Entropy just like went out A with no utility and like took raw fights, that one especially just sticks in my mind as Entropy probably should not have 5 rounds. All right, Synopsy. Just take some duels in mid, why don't you? 2 wins, 5-on-3 instantly.
Well, there's another one. Dotty down. Mechanics, are you down as well? Yes, you are. Looking for all 5 here, Synopsy. He wants it. Oh, and he's got it. What a round. The one guy who probably has the most experience on the old cache out of everyone on the server, he's shown up.
It's
See you on the Thunderpick Twitter account.
yeah, lovely, Ace. Absolutely fantastic. Should be getting the pistols Kevlar situation sorted. Good way for JiJieHao to buy a little space, buy a little time. Make it so that this T side doesn't have to be so perfect. This is where the question marks still very much stand for us. The fact they haven't played here. Gotta get past the force buy first, but taking out Dottie is a strong start.
Dash is simple, but it will get them clearing out checkers. Synopsy still dies to TWC. There's still 2 more players here as well, but they should be able to swarm them, and they do. Mechanics, the last minute stand-in for floor. Flashed off and dead. So JiJieHao keeping it simple on their T-side as I thought they would. But now in comes the eco. The guns will be where Entropy have a chance for a small recovery, and they'll need Lumi badly on the CT AWP.
Deli has continued the impact that we saw from him on Ancient. It's another slow start for Dottie, who was similarly slow to begin on map 1. Lumi, I think he ended with a pretty solid stat line, but that's not anything special. He stack doesn't get anywhere.
One more TWC. Give it to us. There we go. Third. A little bit of a treat. He's got given a chance at it with that molly blowing up. Unlucky. Oh, he does give me a third.
Man.
Too much damage for JiJieHao to take, but TWC, nice shots.
That'll keep the end of the economy in sight if Entropy can capitalize on the gun round. That is a big fat if. No money for op available to Lumi. Not unless he wanted to take last cannon. Well, that is a little bit scary for mechanics. In a way, those audio cues, but Psalmist doesn't take advantage of it.
We do have some lineups here for Bibu. He's been given all the smokes to try and use from that corner of Squeaky, or the entrance of it anyway, but it's almost in Squeaky. He's taken so much damage through the door. Satsunito again just showing his quality though. Another OP pick on Dottie from somewhere, but surely there'll be trades coming through from the CT side, and there will be. Satsunito has found one more on Deli. They have got a, oh my god, I was going to have a 3v2. They have a 2v0 all of a sudden. Mostly thanks to Satsunito again.
Not even mostly, like entirely. There was so many fumbles on that A side of the map. Like, it missed a molly that stopped Osamas from taking the space that he wanted to. The spam doesn't really work out. It was ugly stuff. Even Mini's op coming in through a main was missing its shot. Sausanito is the only thing that was working out, and he just like mops them up in middle, cuts the rotate. And it's because of that that JiJieHao win the round relatively easily. Entropy one flash at a minute 40.
Yeah, they had basically no utility on this one, and that's why they're just going to abuse that, I think. TWC already down on B, Mini with the AK, not even taking the op this round. Bebop's kept it. It'll be a spam kill from Delhi, which is nice. But Bebop, by the way, is 14-3. He's died 3 times in the entire game. It's pretty crazy in an 11-5 game.
There's the flash. Worked out okay. Yeah, like all things considered. But there is very little chance, I feel like, to get back in, even though it's a 2-on-3. Ooh, okay. Samus making some noise. Gives Lumi a little bit of an idea. Tough for Lumi, though, as Samus is repositioned into the smoke. It's good. With that, Entropy are out. JiJieHao really struggled to close out map points over on Ancient. They've got 7 chances this time.
Yeah, honestly, I thought it would be a little bit of a struggle for them on the T side on the map they barely play, but the reality of the situation is that kind of just doesn't matter and doesn't mean anything when, 1, Lumi is absent, 2, Floor is absent due to his internet, not due to his poor level, like Lumi, and 3, you've got these individuals on JiJieHao fragging up a storm again. Satsunito's going to have a crazy rating and crazy kill count at the end of this game. 16-9. He's just too good for this level, I think, Satsunito. It has to be said. I've seen many a game like this from him at this sort of tier. He's a quality player. There's a reason why he's played on some better teams and played tier 1 events relatively consistently at some point in his life. With Apex, I think, most likely. That era. So, yeah, Bebop still died 3 times. Mini's 18-8. It's beautiful. Working so well.
Entropy's lack of utility and weaponry on the CT side as well. It hasn't had to be complex. That is a difference, though. Dele, opening frag. Leave mid alone for now. Entropy. And Lumi steps forward as well. That's over on the B-bomb site. So the rest of JiJieHao somewhat split. They've got to work together, get coordinated. On Ancient, 3v5s were sort of their specialty.
Yeah, another classic case of them not finishing the game off straight away, but you never know. I might still be able to. It'll only be a save. Bebop will get an exit kill. Try and keep himself with those 3 deaths. He's got himself up to 15 kills now. So that's 3, 6, 9, 12, 15. Yeah. 5 KD. I know I could have used the 5 times table, but I wanted to be goofy.
Not really a believer in this comeback, but at least there's a start. Much more aggressive in the mid fight. The big reaction from Dottie. Thought he was actually going to go down. No. A wonderful attack in day main as well that gives Entropy even further advantages.
Thomas will answer back with 1 from Squeaky.
They gotta get out now if they're gonna get there.
Yeah, they still seem worried though. But that might still be the way through.
guess they just haven't seen the bomb, and that's why Entropy are not committing to anything. I really don't love how Entropy are playing this. Doors left open currently. They're going to double up at quad.
Nice catch from Lumi. Needs more of those, and he'll find a Samus too. Okay. A bit more of this comeback will continue for Entropy.
Type of money, they might just send it by and go somewhere fast. For JiJieHao. Also reasonably take a half buy. Take the time out to discuss. Couple of important kills for Lumi in these last couple of rounds, and I mean, it's not a surprise to see that that has led Entropy to further success. There's the answer. Gonna get an op for Mini. I thought they would just go all in with that, but apparently not. Bit of a hero op scenario with Sausalito, able to afford a Galil, which is why he's got one.
Equinix will put himself back into the corner of NBK. Nearly. Setup for Entropy is good if Mini doesn't pop off with the AWP. That could always be a factor. They're about to have 3 players bursting out of Squeaky with Snopsy and Mini trying to make the push through main. The line comes through perfectly for the stand-in though, but in comes Snopsy and Satsunito. 2v2, AWP still alive. Delhi. Can he just come through? He's trying to avoid getting caught, but the thing is, he's not being covered. I mean, he needs to win a 1v1. That bit of nade work will push Mini back into main. And Delhi is trying to trace him. And yeah, Delhi doesn't know that he's gone back into main. He's a bit confused about where he could have got to. And that is why Delhi's put himself in the corner. I like that, because now he's got every single angle covered. Just a question of whether he gets timing. He can't get timing from behind. That's the only thing that matters right now. Mini's looking like he wants to clear the close left, but he's not going to. And Delhi will hold on.
Expertly handled by Delhi. I mean, that reposition for Mini I thought was about to win him the round, and Delhi doesn't overstep. Plays safe. Encourages a peek for Mini that ends up his demise. The hero op will mean that JiJieHao don't have a weapon for Mini this round. Starting to get a little bit tighter right now for JiJieHao. This comeback attempt begins to have some legs. How did Samus not see him earlier?
Yeah, I don't know. Thought the same thing. Can they hold on for a little bit longer, Entropy? Still got a very favoured situation here. Incendiary down. Bibu. Domed by Lumi's AWP. That's might need to do the heroics all over again, but the thing is he just doesn't know about Delhi in the corner. It will be cleared. Deli's the key factor here. Oh, hang on. Is that either going to kill Nikonix? He is. 2v2. Denopsi will clear Dotty on the flank. And now they know where Deli is. Deli has finally been called into action, and surely he finds a way to win this clutch. But no! How have they pulled that one off? And Satsunito's done it all over again in an important round. My word. I thought for sure Deli had that one under lock and key, but Satsunito walked into that CT smoke. Insane.
I wasn't expecting to have to turn my camera light back on so soon.
I know.
I had to, like, jump up out of my seat in order to get it. But I was saying to myself, there's surely no way this goes to another set of overtimes, right? But listen, when there's a will, there's a way. And fortunately for Entropy, the will wasn't quite as much as it needed to be in that sort of a round in which they probably had no right in. You know, going into this one, I think that we were already expecting Cash in particular to be one in which Entropy with, you know, their full 5, not flawless, to be a little bit bigger and better for the occasion to send us to a third. And I'm not going to, like, pin the blame on the substitution, but I think that it definitely would have been a lot different of a matchup if he had been inside of the server. And we'd seen a lot of the rounds from the CT side of JiJieHao accompanying, like, 2 players on a choke point, taking space, and then using that information to make an educated guess as to what the next play would be. That kind of faded away, and I think that's where we started to see the falling apart of which Vincent was talking about, where we started to see them a little bit more lackadaisical in where they were playing their positions, especially on that A site, leaving many a time to be a little bit more anchor heavy, but nothing was really happening in mid, and they never got the information in A main, which they were earlier in the half. So I don't know why they abandoned so much of that game plan when it was working so well. Come the T side, guys, look, Deathball City, it felt like, for the rounds they were winning before they had gotten up to that point. Give me a little bit of your insights onto what maybe differently could have been done before the guns had been brought through in full swing towards the end of the game for the side of Entropy.
I don't know. I think that for the Entropy CT side in particular, like, you know, they just got caught in a bit of a momentum where we saw that ace at the beginning of the half. Like, I think that really set the tone nicely. You could see once they started to get into the swing of things, there was a lot more to like. But personally, I think that the biggest letdown for me on the Entropy side wasn't the CT side, it was the T side. And I guess my amount of blame here depends on if, like, I don't know who's calling. If Flaw is calling for this team, then fair enough. If not, the lack of, like, cohesion and any sort of game plan on the T side is just, it's not something that I'm okay with, even if they have a sub. Like, there just wasn't, I didn't feel like they had a reasonable mid take. I didn't feel like they had a lot of options. There was just no playbook, it felt like, for Entropy. And that's where I think they most let down on this Cash.
Yeah, I agree. And I think, maybe we can get some information from maybe someone from Entropy if they want to, pop us a message on Twitter or whatever, so we know that what's gone on there. All we know is that Flaw's internet died. That's all we know when it comes to that situation. At least they had a sub that was a player that had played with them before, and a player that's been a part of the org before they could call upon. But at the end of the day, it's a sub, and it's very hard to win when you've got JiJieHao, as Tony so rightly called it, death balling a lot of these sites and just aim dueling and winning every single one of those. And Satsunito, and to be fair, I think Mini and Synopsy, you know what, never mind, all of them looked a little bit of a cut above just individually.
Yeah, and unfortunately what that means is that Entropy are eliminated from our round of 16. That is them now sent packing as moving on and now playing in the money, or JiJieHao, up against GenOne for their next matchup when they do play. But for our next matchup of the day, and our last matchup of the day, we're going to have Walczaki and Bebop in just a little bit. I can only imagine that one will be exciting as well, but we do have a break before we do get to that point. So do rejoin us, as we will be back in just a while. Well, I mean, that was like 4 minutes. So, I mean, it wasn't that quick of a, or long of a break, rather. I mean, we're right back into it. Thunderpick is on the move. Trav is gone. He is no longer. That we have shifted gears from one of our casters to Mark, as we are going to be ripping the last game of our day. Welcome in, Mark. We're going to have, can you pronounce the team's names for me really quick?
We got Walczaki here, if I can actually see that right. And don't worry, I casted Bebop yesterday. I've casted Bebop many times, and we got a new little addition here out with like the Sangao crew and in with the rest of the mix, dude. It's good to be on here with y'all. Y'all just got out of a crazy little overtime affair. I got to check in for what I thought was going to be a map 2 at about like an hour ago, and said I was in for overtime. So I hope you guys enjoyed that.
Yeah, it definitely was very interesting. Vincent got the full load of that, as he has one more game to get through, though. We'll see if he gets any more overtimes going for them. But let's see our rosters, because we do have a couple of different players maybe that you have not yet seen, and particularly on the side of, I'd say on Bebop, who have been making a couple of moves here, there, then and again. And in the advent of what was easily, by far, and in a way, their best player, Dwishka, moving on to Hotu, Red Zed and Whiteout, I will say, I'm moderately impressed.
I think it's interesting, man. Honest and truthfully, this is not saying anything about Red Zed and Whiteout specifically. Just like make a signing, like commit to a thing, please. Because it's just a ton of different changes, a ton of different options that it feels like they're shuffling through. Last I saw him, it was Norway and Danis, which I was like okay with. But in general, yeah, Norway and Danis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think that it's fair enough. I have been pretty interested to kind of get a chance to look first person at this Whiteout guy. He's interesting. Red Zed, I don't know. I'm tentatively okay with this. I think I saw him on, what was the team? It was Arc Red. That's what it was. And he wasn't all that great on that Arc Red team, but I think that he's still a young guy who's like capable. My biggest like question mark about this Bebop roster is like, I'm just so unconvinced by I Disbalance sometimes. And I can't get over it. I feel like I need to see more consistency from I Disbalance, because sometimes it's good. Sometimes it's really not doing it.
Sometimes it may be good, sometimes it may be not so good. And listen, these things do happen. We had a player in which was receiving some similar criticisms at the level of play in which we were just casting Lumi, and I Disbalance may be falling into a similar category to which you would expect him to be raising his floor and raising his ceiling up against the majority of the players that he's going up against. We've yet to really see it consistently strung along, let alone across an event, but sometimes against an entirety of a series. But I would say that majority of the matches that we've seen in like the last month, he's been on an upswing with this new change. I don't know if Red Zed and Whiteout are enabling them a little bit more, or maybe there's a little bit more firepower to be widespread, but that's yet to be seen. We're gonna look over to the roster on the other end of things. This is Walczaki, who are playing in now a not new team, I would say. Not really. I mean, Raiko's just kind of like been back as of the last couple of days. It's not really that much of a change from what once was. It's just the formation in which they found their most success in.
Yeah, and I see, like, I mean, Skit is the one that is, like, parting ways with this roster in, like, technicality, but he's also the one that has been, like, filling in, like, those 12 maps, so it's interesting to see where I think he pops up for a pretty good amount of time. Like, I feel like I am literally just right back to the same team. When I got to watch them last, they were with Raiko, so, like, I'm not sure who we're, like, supposed to be expecting as the 5th today. I'm not sure if he did play those last 2 maps, but I think where I'm, like, hopping back up with Olimp when I got to watch this team just like towards the end of season 3, like I feel like I was fairly impressed with their parts. Like Sammy is a pretty interesting player. I feel like that pops up on this roster, but then I look at the last month and I'm going, this is not the guy that I remember casting. And I feel like it's more of a similar reflection to what we get from I Disbalance. But like I said, I got to cast that like Bebop roster yesterday, and like I got a very nice game at I Disbalance, which is like you will have that like probably like once every 3rd game with I Disbalance nowadays, like dropping 30, which he just about did. I hope we maybe get an overperformance from this squad here, because I feel like you're gonna need that. I feel like yesterday we actually got like a pretty great performance out of Lavked, but like you're probably still going to be favoring the Polish side pretty heavily here.
I don't know. I think that this is a really interesting team, this Walczaki team. I like the pieces, and I think that they they have proven to be very capable and consistently so. The wins that they've been able to get and competitive matches against like solid teams, like they beat 3D Max. I think that's legitimate. We talk about some opportunities even at LAN. I've been impressed with that. And I think it's because I think each individual piece of this Polish squad is quite capable. It's just sometimes if there's like an overperformance on the other side of things in their opponent, I think that's when they struggle a bit. So I'm keen on them. I think that my expectation is pretty high for them coming into this matchup.
I think it's a little bit wild to think they were like just outside of the range of qualifying for the major as of a year ago, and they've been playing together for a little bit longer than that, this 5-man team. And unfortunately for them, they're not exactly the same roster in that capacity as far as not the players themselves, but as far as where they stand in the rankings and what they've been able to really push along with Skit and Ryko since that point in time. And they're not, I'd say, that far away from being able to reclaim what was once a really good footing, but certainly not there right now. And they are going to need wins like this. They're going to need tournaments like this in order to say that they can even continue that climb up, as the VRS is going to be extremely important for them as they go further into this. The win wouldn't get them that much, but it certainly would help on their track towards that final. And now, if we do have the veto, we could look towards to see where the comfortability is going to be for these two crews, because we got a little bit of cash last time around, and whilst it was floated to the very end, Walczaki not really feeling it, would rather go for a nuke, and I think that is a much better option.
Yeah, I've been interested in what this veto would kind of look like, because my biggest maybe problem with Bebop is that like nothing in their map pool feels like I can rely on it. They're capable on a lot of maps, but they also struggle, and they'll drop maps to teams that I don't think they should be losing to. Whereas Walczaki, they played very well. This Mirage in particular has been really good, which is why kind of surprises me that Bebop, I know it's been their go-to pick. I know they consistently pick it. Surprises me that they're still down for that. You follow that up into an Anubis, very much potential punish pick, and then Nuke. That's one where, sure, you could argue it's more of a toss-up, but like the reps that Walczaki have had on Nuke, like this veto ends up making me feel even more confident for the Polish side than I felt prior to seeing it.
Yeah, if this was a BO5, this would be a 3-0 for Walczaki as far as a map pool is concerned for me, and it's not even close, Marky. How are you feeling about this one in that same sentiment?
I mean, the only like argument that I would have against a statement like that is like talking about this nuke that I actually felt like it's been like okay for Bebop like out of the month, but I feel like their like results actually like sell to be a little bit better than like where it happens to be right now. If I'm so positive about it, like why didn't we pick it instead of this Mirage? Like it was an overtime versus Misa yesterday, and I'm talking about in bad circumstance. The thing that T-Time and I were discussing, which I don't know if I was like very too aware of before, but it makes sense when you watch this team on Nuke. It's Fade at never with the pack, and it's probably iDisbalance doing most of the mid-rounding. This was a T side on Nuke that was like really ugly at times and had a ton of criticism coming its way. So that's probably why you see it like go to a third. Bebop used to like send in this Mirage a lot more confidently at the beginning of series. They've only played it like a couple of times here, like through the end of July here. So I gotta say, where it's okay performances to it. I said yesterday that I got a good map out of iDisbalance, and Lavked I feel like is always doing consistently well for this team. RedZ also had an amazing game. That's something I wanted to speak about earlier. I feel like I got to like probably watch him one time on RUSTEC. Me and Vincent watched so much Arc Red. It felt like they're through season 3. He's a guy that's like currently attached to that Aurora Youngblood roster. I think if we're to see an upset that in terms of this veto would like go the way of this Bebop team, it would be due to these performances.
Sure. And I think that unfortunately in that conversation, it really wasn't a good Nuke at all in the last couple of outings for Whiteout in particular. I mean, that out of the best series in which he had played very well in, that was really not where he was doing his best stuff. And a player that, again, has a little bit of a split now role between what TWC had left over from his departure. It's kind of a necessity that he and RedZ are performing to at least a decent enough degree to warrant their maybe not being a perfectly on-play iDisbalance, right? Like, it's all well and good that he played good yesterday, but that's kind of a streaky enough conversation that we already had that we can't call a guarantee. And I'm going to need a little bit out of him. I'm going to need a little bit of Whiteout on the server right now to accompany a player like RedZ and Lavked, who we can at least give a little bit of expectation to. But going into this one, we're going to see whether or not they have it on Mirage as we start things off. Bebop have their pick.
You got it, Mark.
Well, it's not every day you get to cast Thunderpick playoffs with your best friends, everybody. The NACS triple that we got over here tonight to finish it out. Our little round of 16 that we've been running through, Vincent. And I feel like where that attention does come to concern Whiteout for good reason. He was struggling yesterday. Moonwalk just tiptoes his way towards the ramp, eliminates Red Zed right away.
It's not an ideal start by any means. The bomb's still moving forward, though, and IDisbalance is a big frag on the A site, so there'll be even numbers with some mid-control being taken.
Oh, Sammy standing strong inside of the window, but immediately gushed as he tries to walk a little bit further. Slow and feels like stuck in this connector. Whiteout was a guy that when under the pressure of making those decisions yesterday, it got a little bit hairy. Faded finds Olymp, and in this gamble, leaning B, Bebop got to go right now. They have an empty bomb site.
Yeah, they were able to gamble A because of Olymp getting all the way into TV room, but when he goes down, they've got to figure things out. They're really slow about this rotate, but Bebop similarly so, as they allow a little bit of time to just reassemble. They'll be heading in, but by the time they get there, Walczaki have 2 players on the bomb site.
Damien just made some noise because he realized how far they would be. IDisbalance, though. Very fast shot with the P250. Got to follow it up. It's ugly towards the door, but doing enough just to push back Bajme. Waits for that rotation in for Rico. He's going to get right here. I mean, Whiteout faded. IDisbalance should be strong enough to hold this site together. Yet the P250 drops out of the hand pretty quickly, and pressure now goes onto that young gun. Whiteout here. Got to come up with the 1v2 clutch. White off the bat, and you couldn't have had a better chance to get that first shot off. He wasn't looking your way. Bebop, in my opinion, fumbled this pistol round. They had 3 players inside of that bomb site. Walczaki are very happy to get on the board early.
Man, I don't even know where to like put that. I think the amount of whiffs there in that fight from Van Pillar into Market Door is ridiculous, truth be told. But I think the retake was really solid. Walczaki doing a great job, and as much as Bebop probably should have limited the way in which they CTs were able to isolate those fights, they didn't, and they get punished for it. Force buy is very solid though. 3 Khalils. We're gonna see Walczaki fight.
Yeah, Olymp is pressing this issue very fast. He must have seen the head of IDisbalance. Sammy deals with it. You're literally 15 seconds in the round and already in a 5 versus 3. Not a great place to be in this Tech 9. Levikas has not been spotted, but this smoke does like drape over the angle of this balcony in a very advantageous way. Can't even see past it.
I feel like when the start of the round is so decisive, especially when Bebop have such limitations in the utility belts and the weaponry, you almost have to just either decide, okay, we're hitting this spot, and then go. First process is just getting this bomb back, unfortunately. Maybe gonna get there. Levikas dismantles Olymp, and so they've got the bomb. Still a man down.
Bajme gonna take the head off a Whiteout. I mean, Levikas is just walking alone through apartments. I know you got popped into a 5 versus 3, literally 15 seconds into the round, but, you know, it would have been a long 90-second save, but maybe that would have done you a little bit of good. There wasn't much that you could really do there, I feel like, to make the most of those 3 rifles, besides just to try and keep them alive. In the end, maybe that wouldn't have worked out, but we don't really know. Walczaki 2-0. So Vincent, what's it like casting 5 overtimes in your first game of the day?
You know, it was actually
was it
a good
many?
game. Yeah.
Okay.
It was a good game. Like it was interesting. There was a lot of like swings, so I had a good time. But I don't think I was like ready.
Best of 3 of the day.
I don't think I was ready for that to come at me so quick. You know.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
we were
no, for sure.
approaching the most over or the highest score of any game I've casted, and I thought
Okay.
maybe we would get there. We did not though.
Got close.
It was 31-28 is the highest score I've ever cast.
You know what? You had a good supporting cast to experience it with. You know, if you're going to be stuck there, you might as well be stuck there with old Travis and Tone, the double T.
That's definitely true.
Oop, Nate come through. That's the third that's going to hit him in the round. Poor Red said.
Yeesh.
Well, I'm quite far. Went out. Wondering, what are you doing here? That's a nice look at a whiteout. Any second now, Faded. This thing has lasted way longer than it should have.
I mean, yeah, but also Walczaki just playing the site. There's nothing wrong with how they're approaching this. Don't want to overstep. That's, I think, their biggest concern right now. Uh-oh. Okay. It turns back around.
Flash Reno. Okay, maybe not a second on that deagle. On Idis balances. That's good enough. That's good enough. Got a couple of deagle frags, no bomb plant, but caused some stressors. I would definitely guarantee. It's a 3-0 start here for Walczaki. Sammy there got a triple kill himself. Well, CT side start where obviously Bebop pick, they have the choice at selection.
Time to get the guns out. Forward holding or in mid has been a pretty constant thing for the polls. They go back to that initially. Looks like they're going to stick around.
Bebop going to go a lot faster into these apartments now. And, I mean, genuinely, if we're going to be going past the smoke, we may have had a pretty good option, but maybe I actually didn't realize how quick that market rotate was. I thought that was a second B player. They sort of have a stack going on.
Well, that and the molly was there. So, like, as the molly faded, that was the HE and then the smoke to follow it. So they would have had to be really decisive if they wanted to try and take a timing. I think that Nate, especially doing so much damage, wanting to slow them down. Elim getting baited in currently, but the B hit that was on the way, it's going to be paused. They go back to mid. Red Zed still sticking around. Is his barrel visible? It is now. Great clear from Elim.
Race down Red Zed. Still going to be leaning towards B in the end. Got Lavked in a very nice place. Awesome timing on that Molotov. Faded's going to walk into this with his back to T-side save, and still a flawless scoreline.
Walczaki looking good, I will say. And even more so than that, I think that Bebop, one of the things I've noticed when I watch them is that they struggle with mid-rounding a lot when plan A doesn't really go perfectly or it just doesn't work. The next step is often meandering and unsure. That's, I think, an example of that. The continued investment with Lavked saving his gun. It's going to be another A attack, though. Haven't seen something so decisive. Here they come.
We walk in this corner with Red Zed back turn. He just had to finish the spray. Rico over the top. Into this roster. Played in the last event, too. He seems like he's getting warmed back up. Tried to swing back through off of that flash. Just didn't quite pass. Worry about Idis balance, though, getting going as he finds a second. Sammy, though, who's having the strongest start right now for Walczaki. He's up to 8-1. That's your cat player right now. Pretty unstoppable. That's a really good put. And up to 5-0, Vincent. I mean, it's 2 fast executes in a row that Bebop have canceled, right? They didn't commit to it the first time on B. It's just that utility that sent them back. This time it's a commitment, and they're going to regret it.
And just didn't have a lot of tools either. Like, didn't have a molly for sandwich. They also didn't like check it correctly. One-man setup, obviously with fast rotates available. Eco's in trouble.
Then he walks through. It's a tough spray, but it feels like we're, you know, up to the beginning of an ugly eco round. Just slipping out of the side of that connector smoke. Actually, that's Whiteout getting on top of the box. Having this rifle. Flip of a coin. Gonna stare that smoke a little bit better. Whiteout finds the frag onto Moonwalk, but Bajmi coming this way. It's a really bad smoke. He's gonna see that ankle. Have a really favored fight. Now it's Olim's turn to go and walk towards the window. That boost had to come from somewhere. Now Red Zed's position practically confirmed, separated from the bomb. Really no ticket back into this round, but if you can, you know, be freaky around these smokes. Already had one of these spray fights, fade fights go the way of Walczaki. How about 2 in a row? This is such a quick 6-0 start.
Yeah, it is. It's solid stuff, and I mean, you say quick. Like, I actually think Bebop have taken a lot of time to try and like run a default or two as well, and it's just been no dice at all. The only reason that round somewhat close is that I think Walczaki played just a little too reliant on the smoke fades. Like they played what I would consider more 50-50s there.
Oh no, a dead man. It's the same thing, but faster. From the round to the gun round 7 disaster, just straight up. Now Olymp, he's gonna line these players up onto the A site. I mean, how despicable is this? 7-0 before you know it, drowning in nades and in lead. This is really impressive from the Polish side. First time out just used at 7-0. I think we could have used that a little bit sooner. I just bounced and fade out. Gotta talk.
Yeah, but like, they don't have a coach, right? Like, I agree with you, not taking away from that fact. It's just not a lot of resources there for a free agent organization. It doesn't help that Fadet, Levikas, and Red Zed have 4 kills combined at round 7.
That's like the only positive I can really agree with. I mean, honestly, Whiteout is the only player that's like, I mean, finding frags right now. But genuinely, I mean, he's swinging in a much more confident dress than he was yesterday. Was really looking like very nervous, I think would be the right way to put it. There was a round and a couple of rounds genuinely where, I mean, me and Tea Time kind of threw up our arms and went kind of, instead like a horrible criticism of like, what's this movement? Like, help us follow this decision-making process, where it kind of seemed like he was overwhelmed a little bit. He's a younger player, but I mean, he's only 22 years old, but he's only really played for like young Tigers over here. It was him or like a player called Xander playing on the end of this roster, who he was playing at a LAN with K28, which is probably the reason why he stopped standing in, if I had to guess. But, I mean, a little bit better of a look for Whiteout. It's just sad that the rest of his team can't be bringing it alongside him.
Yeah, I think he's the guy on this Bebop roster that I'm, like, most interested in getting to watch, because I haven't had the privilege of seeing him until now. And so, I don't know. I don't have any takeaways just yet. I want to put it back. I didn't get to catch that game yesterday that you're talking about. Half by Levikas on a hero AK. Balky doing very well. At least out in middle or B-bot. There's something to be said.
Access for this one rifle to clock in connector. Walczaki do have that same 3B setup that we pointed out earlier in this CT half. But it's really just mainly Bajmi being like extremely active. Sammy does activate here on the AWP. Finally, the first time he's going to be able to equip that.
Really passive setup for Walczaki. They don't really have a problem with that, though.
Unreal. I just bounced. Like, how? Dude, please save me. Take the shot, bro. Yeah, getting the kill in the end. Can't complain. Rajmi gonna be, I think, willing to send the fight here in a more aggressive zone. Does find that kill. Sammy might be in a little bit of trouble here. I mean, genuinely. Kind of under a little bit more pressure to not go down. Keep this AWP up. Thankfully, Moonwalk is here.
I mean,
some nice moves. Wasn't exactly walking in the site backwards now, was he, Vinny?
No, not quite. I mean, even if they were to have lost
Tony
the
can
op,
moonwalk,
like,
I heard.
I got so much money.
Have you heard about this?
Tony, I haven't heard about this.
I have just now.
Maybe we can get a live demonstration.
Maybe we can.
A little later.
I would appreciate that.
Apparently, he used to be able to.
Oh, that means he can
Activate the
absolutely.
yeah different forward hold here. Well, that's an interesting molly. It's really going to sell the fact that Bajmi might not be here, and he's going to get out with his life too. Nobody immediately there. There is Midas balance still working. This great flick.
I will second that. Yeah, it was a 24 kill game that we got from Midas Balance at the beginning of that Misa overtime move. That was really impressive. Lavked does connect under Reiko. Galil will activate and added a pretty important extremity, you feel. But here goes Moonwalk, like heavily walking through T-spawn. He's actually going to be back turned right now to Lavked, who might find this free kill. Another one does come to the T side. I mean, if Olymp is able to secure this position under Balk, that would be a really good position to try and snuff out a multi-kill, but he's going to get much more active than that. And now RedZ understands where exactly he's going to probably be standing, still out in the open, collects an easy kill. Now Sammy, open, 1 versus 2. I figured they would have smoked out Connector by now, and with an AK just standing across your side in the 1v1, has to square this up against Triple.
Doesn't know
One
where
miss
RedZ
and it
is.
could be his death. Just drop down. Bit of an audio cue. Planted behind Triple, but how far has he moved? Red said he might be able to use this smoke to his advantage. Just towards the opposite side of Triple. Able to spray a man down in the backside. Bebop, they end up getting their first round of Mirage through, I feel like, a pretty treacherous effort trying to get those kills on the extremity, but eventually they coughed one out.
Yeah, I mean, it's just Lavked getting the double kill that sets that up. I don't know. That's not really a convincing round for me. I also think, I mean, Walczaki had that round. A little confusing to me as well why, like, Olymp is so unsure that RedZ is, like, sprinting upstairs. He was, like, moving really fast. Definitely could have been heard. Had a lot of problems going on at the same time. A lot of responsibility. But it's something for Bebop. That's step forward, especially when they had nothing just a moment ago. They'll be back towards mid, looking to take control of it.
Reiko taking a lot of that spam, unfortunately for himself. Sammy will sort of collect that same stain, backstabbing towards Catwalk. RedZ falls. Very nervous about that repeak. Can't blame ya. Olympy's got the second op, posted in apartments, and will check Idis balance out, approaching this B site. More attention up towards Cat could be really good, as they're already trying to sniff out the first op that they hop past. Now Bajmi will peek out. It is such a death trap that the Polish have set on this B site. Sturdy for all 5 to survive. This is through 10 rounds. They have 9.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Bebop are just looking very lost. They don't have a lot of the next steps figured out once they get into mid control. And, like, I mean, Walczaki have had a ton of different ways in which they were approaching that. They were taking mid aggressively early into the half, and I like that they didn't push that too far. And so even now, as they left it more open, they're still able to deal with Bebop.
Off the flash, Red Zed will actually just see back into that corner. Balance, opening kill. Wide out to follow it up. Might be a little bit more attention turned here into the window before it's said and done. Wide out. Let's get freaky with it. Jump into the window. Come on. You actually hop back down. Didn't get too crazy. Lavked has secured this 2 versus 5, and it would take a whole lot for this round to be lost by Bebop. They're actually going to wash out every CT in sight. They do have a second here to the 9 of Walczaki. You're going to have one more round in the first half to, well, set yourself to a 9-3 or 10-2. Either way, it's pretty bad, Vincent.
Yeah, it is. And I mean, I know they just won that round, but they just took a bunch of duels and it won them.
Can only go up.
I wasn't impressed with their cohesion or anything like that. At least the pressure on B was effective.
Big mid swing once again. This is the 3rd time they've called this in the half, and maybe this isn't the one to like fully commit. Gets out still with like half the HP on Bajmi. Reiko taking a lot of damage there, but he's the one that actually finds his kill on Lavked. Olymp, if you walk through and shoot Fade in the back, I was about to just get up from my desk and walk away. I mean, that would have been absolutely diabolical. Just saw Bajmi sticking around, was talking about not committing to this. He just gave up the man advantage.
That's a nice catch, though, and Olymp did indeed continue to push. He just didn't catch the immediate backstab. So he still got a very real opportunity to do something here. Sammy, he's in a little bit of trouble on Cat currently, knows that there's mid presence, and the rest of the Bebop squad are walking out B. That mid presence should be going down, and there it is.
Now Reiko can swing off of the timing just when he's setting comfortable. It's now Fade held between this up. Okay, dispatches with Sammy. Fade, do your best. The Fade special before the end of the first half. Now he's going to be at least cooked. Well done by the Reiko Molotov. It's a 10-2 first half. And Walczaki are leaving nothing here to really even be spoke about. I mean, it's 2 rounds that you're getting in total from the first half. I thought this was the playoffs we were going into.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Bebop, like I said, very hit or miss for me. Right now, it's a lot of miss on the individuals. I know Balance is, like, statistically looking like he's a cut above, but it was one impact round that he had, and otherwise, it's really just been kills in difficult 1vx's that ultimately don't mean much. But even that stat line is elevated above what I think it really should be. Gonna have to be a near perfect CT side. Bebop. And on the upside, CT side definitely better for them.
Oh man. Bebop, they can reach hard on these pistols. It's showing up really well. Lavked has got 2 on there. White out. Puts us to a 4v1. Bajmi gonna be hopping out here. Little bunny hop to the bomb plant. Give me $400. And he's gonna die. It's 4 alive for Bebop. It is 400, right? It's not 300. I'm pretty sure it's 300. I'm so silly. Why did I just say that?
Are you talking about the amount that he gets or the total?
I think that's what he gets, right? What is the total? I don't know. We have an analyst here to answer these questions, guys.
600 is what you get.
Tony,
otherwise.
do your job.
What everyone gets.
600. Everybody gets 600. Wow.
Yes.
300 to the planter.
That's the one that I wasn't sure. I thought it was like 200 for a second, but is that what you were asking? Right?
This is a time for a Bebop farm. First time we said that with all 5 alive. Mr. Whiteout with a triple kill. There we go. Dude, T-Time would be having a much better day today than he would have yesterday. Whiteout is putting a 180 on his performance yesterday. He was looking a little bit nervous. Like I said, in that nuke, it was kind of bad at times, but today it feels like he's standing the tallest for this Bebop team that is, I mean, full of names. Lavked, Fade, and Balance have been here, obviously, doing it for a minute in tier 2 and 3 rosters where, I mean, Whiteout, he's only played for, 1 academy team. So if there's a guy that, like you said, we're interested in watching continue to improve, it's obviously him.
One eco, easy mop up for Bebop. To the gun round, though, it's AKs with not a ton behind it. Bomb dropped TV room. 4 eyes towards middle in 2 different directions. Underpass, top mid.
Amy opens the round onto Idis balance. Walczaki actually see to 2 players getting boosted up in window. Red Zed finds Bajme. It's a good check up back to the 4v4. Like Lavked is going to find out a lot here about what the Polish team have at least hidden in window. Actually going to go and check this through ladder. Olim's a dead man.
Wow.
Bebop, an amazing measure back towards middle.
That's so unlucky for Walczaki, though. The timing of them turning away. Remaining players coming out B. Zed just not making himself known. Smart play from him.
Oh, just spotted. Sammy on his rifle. He was impressing in the first half. Now, this is a 1 versus 4 that we've just checked into, correct? And Sammy has done really well to start us off. I think it might have been a 2v4, then quickly dissipated. Whatever. It's a 1 versus 3 that we're now counting off to. Got that first name. And now he knows about the second perpetrator. Everything has spilled out in front of him. An ace clutch for Sammy right now on the menu. Now he's got all 4 and now just got to write it in. Put it into the kitchen. Sammy right here. He's got this 5th right in his lap. And Fada, he's just crouching his way. This is such a tight fight. But right now with the time and not even negligible, this is a Polish 11th round. No ace with the win right where they needed it. And now you're 1 away from map point on your own pick. Just kidding, it's Bebop's.
Yeah, that's a 2v4 at the start. Sammy, he was the opening kill, and truth be told, I mean, he is the reason that even gets close. Then he survives, plays Ring Around the Rosie 1v3. So well done from Sammy. 19-8. Makes it so sad for Bebop, who had that nice like 1-2 punch clear into window and then the re-clear of ladder. Pulled the attention away from the other player in window so that the ladder player gets the kill. It was super fun. Unfortunately, it doesn't get them the round.
I just balanced fast out of that pick in the connector. Resmoked here for Walczaki, knowing that that presence from I Disbalance is going to be in the area of the A site. And trying to, reposition to see right to the top of connector. That should do him some good. But right now you see Bajme walking into apartments on your minimap. Here's Elim spotted from the very top of connector. And not Lavked, not I Disbalance finding that kill.
That would be some critical information for Walczaki. If they were able to get to be as fast as possible. It's going to be a little bit slower, though. Ball moving into position. Still Fadette and Red Zed ready to roll.
Here's Fadette taking that contact. First name Zed. Oh, God. First name Red, last name Zed. What am I doing? Goodness gracious. He can get it straight, though, to the double kill. All 5 alive here. Bebop, maybe we're straightening the ship after all. Can we forget that? Just like, what's that movie with the little stick that flashes? Men in Black. You all forgot that. Yeah. Whoop.
I think you'd have to be on camera for that to work, unfortunately.
Nope,
Sorry.
It's like when I hold a note up to the microphone and I'm like, what do you think about this number for our deal, Vincent? Holds up note. What do you think about this?
Yeah, it's great. It's great.
Believe we struck a deal.
On to an eco. First of its kind,
actually,
on this map.
Spider-Man came out today.
True, it did.
I'm gonna go see it tonight. I can't wait.
Seen it this weekend.
Ooh, mute your Twitter terms now. I muted like Spider-Man, Tom Holland, Sadie Sink. I don't want any spoilers.
I just simply don't get on Twitter. Pretty easy.
Dap me up for that.
Pretty easy. I got you.
Bro gets on Blue Sky.
I just don't get on socials.
These Glocks on the B side though. Red Zed around that corner. Got Lavked right round. head spinning.
What's Bajmi doing, man? What's he doing, actually? Like, what?
They forgot to give him the bomb for the QB sneak.
Like, bro, we're lurking out A alone with a Glock.
He just wanted his 15 minutes of fame. He just wanted a little bit more time on camera, right? Didn't say any lines. He just wanted that screen time. Up to 6 now or Bebop.
They're getting closer, but it's still a pretty massive margin up ahead. Walczaki in control. Now they've got another gun around to work with. It's been a step up for a lot of individuals. Zydus Balance, obviously, this has had a couple of rounds. Oh, but that is a sick shot from Moonwalk.
Yeah, and this could be a very bad symptom, though, of what's about to happen to the rest of this Bebop round. Moonwalk, he's not going to last a second to hesitate here. It's just hobbled into the A site and found 2 frags. Fadet's going to be close here. We also have Red Zed into window. You're going to try and buy a little bit of time here, considering Levikas is going to have access to an interesting flank right now. So CT, it's going to be given up. Your even is going to be a little bit of a defensive resmoke here, just towards the top of jungle. But Levikas, he's even taking the longer path. And I'm pretty sure that Olymp is going to be predicting something of the sorts. And he's just going to be spraying Levikas into the ground. Just got absolutely exposed there. Red Zed going to be over-peaked here. Wild Walczaki, but that's 12 locked up. This is the first map that has been an absolute sprint.
Solid, absolutely solid performance. Double entry on A, nothing to be said other than Bebop got smashed. So 6 chances. Bebop's mapped to shame. Or Walczaki move into an Anubis they select. Still a very good gun round for Bebop. That to work off of. A lot of defensive utility placed in middle, but nobody behind it for Bebop.
Sees that shoulder first, and I feel like would be massively favored in that fight. Doesn't find a whole lot of damage to it either. Walczaki is 73. Walczaki go for this quite a lot. We've seen these boosts actively inside of these defaults. Just trying to place a actual real good position. Here's it all. Gets Fadet out, and it's going to be eye disbalance. Whiteout still in the safe site, but it unique spots. I mean, you may not be expecting this op to be peeking outside of default and then taking Reiko. Eye disbalance takes that shot luckily before the peak of Bajmi. This keeps
Bomb's nowhere close, man. They just are, they're in some trouble.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think I lost it in all the chaos watching these extremities. Samey, he's gonna have access to the bomb, put all those Nikes, might be able to sprint all the way to B. Take your gun out! Excuse me, your knife! Stop this! Stop this! He's still gonna get here. Go, go, go! Come on! He's gonna go A!
Where's he going A?
What an absolute madman! He's gonna run into Whiteout in a genuinely, probably favored fight, but not if he doesn't see him. He just saw him. He just saw him. We're trolling. We could have went.
That's crazy, man.
I hope he kills him after time, too. Come on, we trolled here. Yep. That's what you get. Spray his body back. Come on. They just sprayed you, Levikas.
Crazy, man.
Ah.
That's actually so ridiculous. I mean,
wild.
I understand why he wanted to like take a fight. That makes sense, especially when he has the op. But
it felt like he was too. If he was going to like walk around the stairs instead of walking up, I feel like he would have got the
when he was on cat, when he was on cat, like
true.
taking a fight there with his gun out, like that makes total sense. But like, just leave. You gotta run. 15 seconds. Walczaki kind of losing track of things as they have many chances to get this thing sealed up, and Bebop taking advantage. Another force. Lots of weapons. Lack of utility.
Moonwalkers. Lavked getting a multi-kill from Cat this round. Reiko and Moonwalk, they're still going to be pulling themselves closer. Moonwalk is surviving at 2 HP. I mean, that's a trooper right there if he's going to have any more impact into the round. This bomb, though, is going to be phasing its way up Catwalk. Where are you when we lose you, Watch Me? It's just going to be right here, right next to it. Excuse me, I'm looking towards Red Zed going down inside of the market. This is Reiko that's going to hold the rotations for a map win here, especially. I just bounce around that corner. He will be checked out of things, and that is as quick as it comes. Moonwalk with that headshot I was talking about at that 2 HP, no matter what the health was. That was a pretty damn healthy performance all the way through. 13-7 Vincent and a 1-0 start on Mirage.
Yeah, stunning performance from Sammy. I mean, he started out so hot. That first half was fantastic, and it's not like he ended poorly or anything either. But in specific, that first half was quality. Overall, very disappointed with Bebop's T side. I think they just looked like they didn't have a lot of next steps in their plan. I'm keen to see what Tony thought about what was going on. We've got him to break down all the action on that first map.
Primarily, we're going to be talking about this team as a very mechanically gifted team. Their mechanical abilities, Walczaki, are what primarily you're going to be thinking about when I mention their names to you. But I think that, honest and truthfully, what I was seeing that I was actually a little bit more happy with was their nade game on the CT side. A majority of their utility being throughout the CT side, feeling very calculated, effective, with little good pressure coming in the way of A from Bebop, led to so many different fast repositionings and rotates on B that regularly shut the door on most rounds in the first half's attack, to be honest. That Marky actually made a pretty good point about the Cat player being one of the most impactful. Well, that's due in part to the fact that Bebop were kind of feeding into that being the idea. And it was only by round 7 that I ever actually felt like Bebop had the fixings to put together a proper round. But the polls spat on that. They instantly swung up to topside mid, beyond the smoke, beyond the flashbang that was intended to blind them and incite an entry, and finishing the round with a total of 17 damage after all 5 players had taken anything as far as a fight was concerned. For the map that was intended to be Bebop's special, they let slide a number of late round scenarios I could have seen bring something their way for this game, and I particularly look back to that tough start on the pistol round where they had held a man advantage in the bomb site with both players retaking from market, having been seen, and fumbling it with their first and instead walking the path to an 8-round drought. I have to highlight a really cool round where Bajmi is an underpass and his teammate from mid actually mollies behind him, enabling him to see if anybody's going to walk up connector with their backs turned, gets that kill and gets away for only a moment, and they lose that round. It was their first round they lost, actually, but even still a really cool idea with novel, creative concepts coming through from the polls that I think that definitely is the gap between the two of these teams by the end of the day. A lot of group hits from Bebop failed to break down points of entry. They led to stagnation and multi-kills for the next on rotate if the first player hadn't done it themselves. And every victory from that point just felt small. They didn't have enough runway to take off in this series after that first half, and we're going to need to see them step up on their opponent's map pick with side favorable to them after the break.
Well, since the major, here hopping into online Counter-Strike, it's been one of these two maps. It's either been Anubis or Cash that has been responsible for causing the upsets in a lot of series that we've been seeing across play. We'll see if that's the case here as Bebop come in with a lot more officials played after the major. The Polish squad only with one loss on Anubis, but before that, they played a whole lot of it before they went on break, so I don't think it's breaking off much rust.
No, and well, in comparison for Bebop, man, not great. Not a lot of games. We'll see. Most recently a loss in July. Into the A-bomb site is Walczaki. They get themselves a bomb down, but they're losing bodies fast.
Well, like I said, in the first map, first name Zed, we're just going to rock with that. He's got 2 kills from over the top. Mr. Red Zed going to peek right back through, but it feels like he's a pretty important part here. Badge me, we're asking where you're at again on a pistol round. He's in middle, and Whiteout, he's walking this way, will find the first, but now he has to go back to Bajmi, who now will decide to keep his distance. Hasn't found the kit, but has put a smoke on the bomb. Whiteout on the run will secure the pistol for Bebop. That is awesome to get this on Anubis, especially the CT side keys. This is going to rev really well.
Yeah, it's a tightrope that Bashmi has to walk there, and he does do a good job. Like, I think it might get lost in the spacing there and him not being able to help Raiko fast enough, or at least as fast as you would like, but his 2 kills in middle are really strong. It allows for the time that Walczaki need in order to not only try and get the bomb down, but like take space and get into heaven. Raiko does a very bang-up job of doing his best to try and keep that round alive, but ultimately, I think Bajmi doesn't get there fast enough, and so they are able to be separated. Great stuff from Whiteout. Isolate the duels and give them the victory. Walczaki immediately onto a force buy with that bomb plant. They're going to be targeting B.
Whiteout onto Bajmi. Whiteout flexing a pretty great start to the game. Awkward spot out here for Lavked. Whiteout, Olim, everybody dropping to Olim some Mac 10. That is a little too unruly for my liking. The Poles will put the bomb down. Beta and Red Zed will just stay outside the perimeter. At least throw up a couple shots on the hoop. Beta not finding anything on the spams. That's 1 Mac 10 that just took them all the way to goal. That's the best Mac 10 in the world, Vincent. Where can I get one of those?
I mean, he's like done well to... His timing on when to peak was really good. When the guy at Pizza is trying to take contact and worrying about main, that's when he's able to swing the first time. The flashbang is perfect and spaces out the players on the back of flat. Good shooting as well. Olymp getting far more from that Mac 10 than you would anticipate.
We got some Furious sprays. They released new stickers, right? What's the deal with that?
New sticker? I didn't see this.
Okay.
I paid attention.
So apparently they're like based off of the final they're just major stickers that like are I guess coordinated with like the final placement within the tournament. So in my opinion, it kind of just says operation. We're trying to get as many sticker profits as possible after realizing that we messed up.
Yeah, okay.
It's like the
I didn't like look at them.
I'm like the translator.
Yeah.
We should do that for Tony. We should just have like Exner come and translate for him. We'll have like 2 analysts. I miss you, Cole.
True. It's been so long since I've called a game with Cole.
I know. I got to cast with John in the South American Thunderpick series. Him and Ani are working some of that North American Counter-Strike I've been watching recently. Up a man or still Bebop after Walczaki did even things up. There's Olim putting another fateful entry path. Just gonna blow the entire A site up. I mean, smoking out camera. Again, Whiteout. Rather, again, 2 players from Bebop are gonna have to save, right? Now it's the B players' turns to take their step back. No AK recovered, but Levikas does find a faux rifle.
So funny to describe Galil as a fake rifle.
I stole that from Wanderers. I will be. It's like the faux leather thing, and I think that makes sense.
I see where you're coming from.
I think that's clever. Thank you, Mo. I'll take that from you. You pocket it.
Yoink. Borrowed.
Oh my gosh! You see that red light? That looked crazy.
Yeah, I did.
Do love the bomb update. I was listening to, you know me, man. I'm a freak. When I go to the gym, I don't listen to music. I listen to a Counter-Strike podcast so I can stay informed. I don't know why. It just just keeps me in the zone. And I can't remember who mentioned it yesterday, but the best answer to how many times would we see somebody die to the bomb and so we would say they died there? It doesn't really seem like that is happening anymore. And this just makes a lot more sense.
That's because they're telling you where you can live and not.
Okay, but logically, because we're engineers, we know how the exploding of the bomb would work and how that would happen. Yesterday, I was telling Tea Time, I'm what if it bent around the corner into cache CT spawn? I'm is that even physically possible?
I don't know enough about physics to know.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Tony probably does. That's why we hired him as an analyst.
He does famously have a physics degree.
Exactly. Thanks, Victor. We'll take that.
That's crazy. There's so many players here in middle. Just leave. Just leave. Run away. Sammy, you have the bomb, dude. Oh, walking out. This should be fine.
Whiteout versus the world. He can do it. He's gonna.
The world win.
It's like their names wouldn't even be on the page after. Okay, there we go. Reiko wasn't even there.
No.
Taps out moonwalk. And let's see how Whiteout goes from here. He had 8 HP, so I wasn't really expecting much. But here comes.
Insta flank. They don't know.
Oh my God, it's planted for them too. Back turn for Bajmi. Now going to walk right into them with an A4. A lot of damage done to Fade at least, but you're really going to have to roll with Red Zed. He's going to take control of this rifle, and now Fadet is just going to respect the position he's in. He's going to have to be the bait right now, and oh my God, he's going to make Sammy bite the bullet. And this is wild out of the Polish team to come up, actually leave their position in middle, off of Moonwalk's 2 kills, get those, Whiteout's 2 kills, gets the round on top of it, Bebop, pull that from practically nowhere.
Dude, that's just so bad. It's so bad not to. You're not gonna molly. You're not gonna have good spacing. Just very poor from Walczaki. Clear on the whiteout. It just should have been so much more. That's all I have to say. Great shots from whiteout. Once again, I feel like allowed to happen. Poor decision making.
Sneaking on the right side of the shelf. We'll get right past the frame of I Disbalance. Happy to. Reiko gonna go poke around. Hoping to get that same samey rifle performance from map number 1 onto map number 2. I mean, that was honestly something we didn't really mention. I was, preparing my water during Tony's analyst segment, so forgive me if he brought that up, because I hope he did. Sammy looked absolutely fantastic, and even when he did hop on the AWP, there was a lot there to talk about from the polls, so it could have got washed in the rest of the points. 50 seconds. 3 players going to be present for Bebop.
Yeah, I was going to say, this feels very much obvious that they wanted to go B. They've just started to walk away, but Bajmi caught on the exit strategy. 35, Red Zed currently alone, and there's no help anywhere close with the cutoff here for Olymp.
Red Zed will land that frag onto Sammy. Olymp has been the factory during this game, and he's the X factor to find these frags again. Moonwalk going to be right beside a main. lane. Whiteout trying to space his way here and actually will clear this first walk. Moon has gone down, so Olymp and Reiko will try and reposition. They want to remain close for the trade potential, but not to die in one fell swoop. There's a little bit of cover. I feel like you might be able to see the kill of Reiko right now, who does space out for the first kill. Now it's all on Fada. He does have a kit on his back foot, but he will just lay down on it. It's Reiko from the back of that box that will land both kills. A double between him and Olymp inside of that round. And this T side is looking scarier by the moment. Keep in mind, that was the ricochet from the previous round. The Bebop won impressively.
Yeah, it is. And that's the thing that I think I'm starting to take away right now. Rounds that Bebop are winning are ones where Walczaki are making mistakes, and then it is Walczaki playing better Counter-Strike and typically converting a good setup into a good finish. That one maybe a little bit more in question considering the 2-on-3, but Moonwalk trying to get out of there, but he won't escape with his life. No refrag to be had. Sammy will have to just sit and watch as his teammate goes down.
Inside of the B site, where Olymp will dispatch Lavikis, and Whiteout won't have the same hold that he had prior to inside of E-Box. I'm sure he's disappointed with that. Fada did connect, a shot over the top to Reiko just now, but the actual opportunity here is considering how bad the bomb has been delayed. This is going to take a second for this to actually stick, but the positions aren't much better either, right? Idis Balance, he's going to have to maybe hop towards E-Box if he wants to get involved.
They just don't know that this is going to be B. Like, I know they got kills on B, but the bomb's yet to be planted, so that's why Bebop are just so delayed in repositioning.
Look how far Idis Balance gets. Would be probably another 10 seconds before you would even get, even close enough. Gonna run right into Olymp, but probably turn it right around. Yeah, he will. So it's just gonna be Bebop saving these two guns. Leave this site alone. Maybe if you overpeak to Fada, you would be saying something else, but I feel like that's a done deal.
I mean, if Fada had been a little bit closer, that kill from Idis Balance would have probably been enough to send them forward. Not the case. Oh, so fragile, that timing. I guess Idis Balance not clocking that someone was on his screen just briefly. And Bajmi won't force the issue. Walczaki with 2 victories in a row. And 2 guns saved, it's really not enough. So Bebop will have to save surrounding these 2 guns. But with Fada and Idis Balance having an AK and an AWP, respectively, Bebop have a fighting chance in a round that's otherwise an eco.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're coming off of that map one. With a very similar report to, I feel like, the entire, narrative that we were able to spin out of the game yesterday. A bad C side, and with that to look forward to, not going to be encouraging. You got to get it going on the CT. They're going to check Fada. That was the, only real AK inside of the round. Now, second level, you're going to have to run into the pistol. Maybe would have preferred that to be the first step on the path. Reiko, head turn, 2 missed shots. Just painting him next to the wall like in the damn Looney Tunes. Those were so close. A-site access, not even an argument. Lavikis is going to try to get here into Game Ender, but Bebop are really getting strung out here. I know this is just the eco, but I feel like this is symptoms of really every round.
Yeah, I think the setup to these rounds for Walczaki have been really good. That's the thing that I've been most happy with. Times, as I mentioned, that Bebop have able to be successful of left openings. Hold on, this is very doable now. Idis Balance is off.
Oh my gosh, he finds that on the pistol. Yeah, now we're really on. But Moonwalk, he's double scoped there onto Idis Balance. Excuse me, it was Sammy, but it was Moonwalk that actually found the kill on the rifle. Lavikis is going to reposition out towards Temple. At the back of the obelisk, Sammy plants. So now getting off it. Sammy with a little bit more room will just post open towards this spot. Nobody is going to be leaving the T of Temple. It's another attacking round that approaches, doesn't really feel like Bebop are able to, I mean, really work off much. It's like these 2 rounds are, you know, in their unrepeatable performances, not one that we can really get inspired for. And this CT side is supposed to be their stronger. This is an ugly round of 16 that Bebop find themselves in.
It is right now. And I don't think they're out of this by any means, though. I mean, Walczaki, this could be currently a much better scoreline, in my opinion.
Now Bajmi, he's essentially kicking down the door on the B side here. Bebop, these are the type of holds I feel like you're waiting for. Just when you're left up to your own devices and waiting to fight, this time you're just, I mean, being on every duel. 2 versus 3, and it's Red Zen and Fadat that I would have to just assume they're sick of saving. Gonna be aware of this spot up from the top of Fadat, but that missed flash, I mean, excuse me, just the missed spray and the re-smoke on the temple, I feel like this is going to be really telling for their chances.
They don't have a kit. I don't know why they're sticking around.
Not much money either.
I mean, they can hang out, but
would love the company. Out towards E-Box. I mean, Fadak could stick his nose in this, but
yeah, Fadak might do that at the very end here. I don't think the risk, though, is worth the reward. Neither does he. Wasn't really that close, but it was kind of close there, Ola. Yeah, good spacing on that B hit. Walczaki, it's start to finish. You know, they're looking to attack that. I think there was potential for there to be some problems if Bebop, any of those B site players had gotten a second kill. The spacing may have broken down a bit, but wasn't what happened. And ultimately, it looked really good. The timing of each side of that attack was solid.
This is so fast. I mean, now we're really just skipping along in this process. Red Zed did find Sammy. MP9 that I feel like was not caught there. But like, Moonwalk might have spotted Whiteout, who has gotten more than what I've expected almost every time. It's impressive from Whiteout on this Anubis. That is flat out unarguable, and Reiko does not leave another word to be said here with an E-Box. It's a 4K for Reiko, who deserves all the praise for round number 9.
I mean, he's been fantastic. He's 11-5. I will say I was a little bit concerned with the positioning that he had there. This is on the aggressive side of things, but he's nailed every fight, 4 kills total. And yeah, Walczaki, they're just kind of running away with this T side currently. It was 2-2, if you recall. And I know there's been a lot of minimal half buys in the mix here for Bebop. It's not all been great. They move into a double lock setup. Lavked and Ida's balance.
If only he had maybe a little bit more intuition about the spray there. Fadak got so close to eliminating Olymp at least. Now Olymp is really just going to be able to be used as bait for the most of this round forward. Walczaki, they've seen to a lot of positions like this, whether it's like 1 or 2 kills found in middle, whether it's just the positioning and they're forcing them back. There's been a lot of moments where now they turn it over to Bebop and they're sort of just waiting for them to make their move. Lavked and Red Zed here. Keep in mind, this is Lavked with the second AWP right now, checking on middle, but Red Zed is going to actually walk forward to go ahead and will make contact with that opposite AWP. Now with a bunch of the barrels that you've seen bursting in middle, know that there's likely 3 homes. Smoked out from Temple, and you're going to molly Camera to start. This nade should be able to take out Olymp. Oh,
quite
a little too short. It's going to be hard to land a multi-kill with the AWP, but it's Ida's balance, we forget. And he's going to fade back. They just don't face him fast enough. Collapsing at the right moment. 8 rounds here for this T side. Talk about a punish pick, man. I mean, this Anubis came in so hard. It feels like it's slapping Bebop back at the moment. I mean, you even turn on like the top 50 filter as to, you know, in the last 3 months where particularly the Polish side have been playing, it's pretty impressive, I think, finishes across the board, especially looking back into June with, I think, clean wins like up against TDK, you know, Namiga, right? Closer ones versus, like, I think this Nuclear Tigers team. It's a really nice grind that's been held here out of Anubis. And like I said, you know, post-major right now, it feels like they keep on this pace. They're about to, you know, line up another clean result. It's 8-2. I feel like a broken record, Vincent.
I do want to hold off a little bit. You know, it is T side, but I'm with you. The rounds that have been wins are consistently good. And as I was saying even before, the scoreline ballooned up to such a one-sided affair that Bebop were just kind of hanging in there thanks to some mistakes and some good individual performances. Step-ups from wide out. It's a good start.
Red said still flashing that corner, but shifty with it. Sometimes you just got to be faster than that next man. Sammy had to have been seen. There's Boschme going to be taking him out.
Gotta get the bomb. This bomb's very stuck. Sammy's got to grab that, and I am, yeah. Ooh, uh-oh.
This is a hard position to clear. What's your fate at? Who thought that was the first place he might be. Bomb going to be buried here. If they had it on their backs there on the B side, you'd be in a post plan and probably in an inarguable one.
Instead,
now, because they have to go back and get it, I feel like the round's ruined.
Yeah, it's
back
2
to
on
square
3,
one.
Man down. You got to go clear out A. At least presumably go A.
That can be so close here. 18 HP, and we'll run right into the crosshair. Red Zed backed up inside of Game Ender. Molotov that is going to try and clear out the pillar with protection for the plant inside of the smoke. And now it's all going to be dead onto Red Zed, who's going to be swinging right to this AWP player. But Sammy pops him there with the Tech 9. Swap to the sidearm a bit faster than what would have been the disaster if he kept going with the AWP. It's a 7-round lead.
It's not even inherently all that bad for Bebop, but they need to wait just a beat more. If they're going to go search for information, Fadette can't be so alone. They need to be able to tether together and play off of one another. That's the big mistake. And Sammy, just great shooting. I mean, Walczaki have consistently been doing well in those types of scenarios where they're ready to roll. And, well, it's another one. This time it's a big fight. And it's going okay. Wide out that trade gives this a 3-on-3 with damage done to Walczaki overall.
An investigation from Whiteout right here. It's been a couple rounds since we've seen him really get on an investigation. And that times it comes up with not only the clue about the bomb, but a big kill. Could have said the same over here. It was another active peek out from iDisbalance, but maybe they should have kept that one back.
Great hold. And Whiteout's just not going to go.
Tempted, again, I'm sure.
Gotta keep this bomb in mind.
What if it works out for him? This bomb, in my eyes, Boschme, you got to pick this up and join your man. Whether this goes E-Box.
There's just a lot of utility, too, though, to deal with Whiteout.
Balance looking not the way of this AWP player. Now Whiteout is going to be right back up behind this molly. It's like they understand that he might be going here through somebody. We're spiking the Molotov with the smoke right where we thought the 1 versus 2 would be. Of course it appeared there. Whiteout is now going to be sprinting over towards the B site.
I think he got it.
One of the most bizarre rounds that we've seen in Thunderpick Europe Series 2, but you see Boschme repositioning out towards B main. And now Whiteout, who I feel like he's impressed here compared to the first series. I got to watch him yesterday. Walk and take this clutch. He has no kit. It feels like he sniffs out Boschme, though. suspect about this corner. Let's see if Whiteout swings it, and he does! The 1 versus 2 for Whiteout. What the hell were Walczaki thinking there?
I don't know, man. That's just so poor. So poor from Sammy. I don't even know what to say. I'm like sort of stunned. Why would you ever do that? Ever. There's just no chance you ever think to do that for any reason. Like just don't go there if you don't want to. Anyway, speechless.
That's why you're not hearing me talk either. I'm also speechless.
To be fair, it's 9-3 half. It's still good.
I guess.
I hate to.
Whiteout
it's so
the GOAT,
sad.
though.
Yeah, it's so sad for Whiteout, who has like really won his team 3 rounds, and in all of those cases, I'm more frustrated with how the opposition has misplayed it by rather than like impressed with Whiteout individually. Though I think he should deserve the credit for performing.
Well, Bebop see through A main now a lot more regularly. Baydet gonna be popped by Moonwalk. Now there's not left much to the imagination as a gush that lands onto Sammy as the bomb goes down. Not gonna wait for it very long. It felt like that might have been a swing off of instinct here, but what the hell else would it have been off of? There is Bebop absolutely battering that pistol round, and maybe they're about to open up shop on this T side.
Yeah, Walczaki trying to just take advantage of some confidence. They're swinging together. They're looking to fight that. Bebop were ready to move as a unit, and just really good work on the post plant. Walczaki not prepared for the number of T's that were working off that. 2 players in heaven and 1 on the new box. Or spy for the Polish side. Man stack on A. Bebop T side that on Mirage, despite being really ineffective, was so slow.
Three MP9s in range. Well, there goes 1. What are the other 2 triplets not having a thing to say about this? What's up with that? Stand still. Here comes that flash from, well, the adjoining SMG on the other box sites. Here goes that MAC-10. It's been kind of the star of the show today if you're, well, Olymp. Now he's 8-11. Probably because he can't get the MAC-10 on the CT side. Baydet walking his way. We'll stun him with that MP9, but we got bored and we had to go and get that bomb back. Damn, man. I feel like I'm going to have to, like, put out a Forgetting the Bomb seminar. This is becoming too consistent. Would you teach that?
How to not? I don't even know how I would teach it, though.
You would just say, don't forget it.
I can teach it, yeah. No problem.
Tony will be your assistant. He can do whatever you want, you know? He'll actually teach the class.
It's just like one of the...
You're like the doctor that
class.
comes in at the end of the dentist appointment, and you're like, all right, your teeth look good, pal.
Yeah, you're looking all right.
Usually
Very
get to,
true.
like, slip in some, like, cheesy jokes, you know, like, show that, like, the doctor's always got to have, like, a big personality, you know? Especially because you're, like, sitting in the dentist chair and you're nervous. You're like, oh, God, it's Nico round. I'm going to lose. Usually that's what I say.
They, like, managed to somehow solo swing every single fight that round, by the way. Just noting it.
Talking about that MAC-10. Make me some money. You know, I like my share, Vincent. There's that Mac checking in again. For some good coin. I gotta say, Bebop are about to pull this thing within 3. Unless Reiko just wants to go crazy.
Okay.
Not gonna happen. Oh, Lavikas, what happened, bro?
Did he like DC?
Maybe
or
it's
did
good
he
we
die?
didn't see it. Maybe it's good we didn't see it. It's kind of hard to like cause yourself to die in this map.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah,
Would you
definitely
drown
didn't
in
see. That's
CT
not how
spawn?
it works. Yeah, I don't know where he was. I didn't
Those
see.
Thunderpick odds at the moment are separated, obviously, running this thing through Thunderpick, but at the difference of a 1 to 9 odds basis. Bebop, they're starting to bring this thing back. It's only a difference of 3 right now.
It is. I wanna say, well, but here's the gun round. But Walczaki on the CT side thus far have not been that impressive. Super aggressive though.
Oh man, I mean, we're seeing Walczaki act like the T side right now. I mean, running up middle, an aggressive checkout B, and this is gonna leave. It feels like Feydet and iDisbalanced have a pretty quick discussion about where the rest of this round is going to be going. I felt like if it were me, I would just said, guys, let's hit A.
Well, the A side's pretty well staffed, so maybe fortunate that Bebop didn't just do that. Olymp working behind the smoke. He was on an off angle. He'll give that up as that's fading away. And Samy's op responsible for middle, but a quick pivot is available. Still very much likely that Bebop will be heading out onto that bomb site. And it looks like Walczaki have the right read. 3-man setup now for the CTs.
Limb to stand at this first bout to it, and now the second tryout. It's Sammy. At least stab those first 2. Pretty dangerous from this point forward. At a 2v2, you can really wrestle around like this out. And now activating in it, it's going to be Bajmi sending iDisbalance all the way to the opposite side of the map. Practically the knife pulled. Reiko just got his A1S out in time, but Bajmi, he's going to have to be way quicker than this. It feels like he's just going to get here. And E-Box at the last very second, and he does stick the bomb to the floor with 10 seconds left. You can't do anything about it unless you got to unpeak. Feydet still coming this way. No time on that bomb. Walczaki here are struggling through the second half a bit, but they land on their feet for 10.
That they do. That they do. A good hold from Sammy. Very impressive one. Not quite the greatest performance from Olymp there in the defensive setup, but their stack is perfect. They get the right read. And even though Feydet had the cutoff through middle, that was a surprise. Bajmi doesn't allow the bomb to escape into E-Box. Around the bomb is the biggest piece of the puzzle. In this case, the missing one. A little bit faster for Bebop taking A main. Service with a singular flashbang. Collected. Like the B site under threat. Big collapse. Oh, I'd love to see it. Reiko does a wonderful job to have that double kill ready to roll. The collapse there in connector was so strong. They drop into canal at a great timing. The trading of utility from Walczaki, they were doing a wonderful job. A lot of highlights from the defensive. And that's put Bebop onto, I mean, an eco, I guess. They're going to get Red Zed, a hero AK.
I mean, Reiko just getting as quickly to this window as Moonwalk did in the previous. That was such a good collapse on E-Box. And now with this newfound confidence in middle, try and mock this. Didn't even see Levikas, and he took him down. It's just these pistols. It's kind of an eco, as you put it. Now it's a flat-out eco. Those rifles have just dried up. This is Walczaki that are going to get 12 rounds right here. Bomb going to be in the back of Fadette. He's recovered that AK, no less, but already stabbing it on the stairs. Picking it up from his teammates. Line Corpse, and now will join him in the coffin. It is 12 rounds for the Polish team first as they are on the beta series point.
Little bit of a question mark for a second there, but this has been a fantastic few rounds to get up to that 12th. A lot of limitations for Bebop. Lacking in the utility, lacking in the firepower. They're just gonna stack up 4 outside of B. The mid player already gone, so it'll probably speed up this B hit.
Nice balance to try and get this entry, but I mean, connects Lavked to that next level. This is Bebop with, I mean, flat out opinions in the B site now. Gonna be like exchanging this nade here. There's such an aggressive tone coming after this. Red Zed, he won't actually be able to plant the bomb. This is the end for Bebop as they lose out of Thunderpick European Series 2. It is Walczaki that move on to a quarterfinal and maybe one of the more threatening teams there. This was a very clean playoff bout, Tony. You're muted.
Muted?
You're muted.
Muted?
I think I'm being auto-muted. For some reason, it like keeps muting, and I don't know why. I didn't do it this time. But either way, it feels like a little bit of an unexpected result for me as far as this series was to go. Not because I didn't expect Walczaki to win. I actually did. But in the way that they did it, I think it was actually a little bit too on brand. I think it was a little too on point with what these guys are known for. As earlier on I said on Mirage, I was like tentatively excited to see what the kinds of nades they were using in the map control they were taking on their CT. On this map, dude, accompanying them on their T-sided executes was maybe a singular flashbang before the nades were thrown. One flash, a fight, they melt the guy, and then they just deathball into a bomb site. I used that term earlier, but it's never been more true, I think, than watching Walczaki. And I don't know if you agree, but when it comes down to things that maybe could be done a little bit differently by the side of the Bebop team, at least in that first half where they weren't given a lot of room to work with, it seemed like there was a pretty choreographed Walczaki that even still they couldn't handle.
I agree. I don't think it was complicated. I think it was good from Walczaki on the first half, but like Bebop, I said it a bunch of times, but constantly whenever they were at a deficit, it was just the same playbook, and it was poorly done too, where they're going to re-aggress somewhere, and it's usually going to be solo, and it's usually not going to be as a unit. You know, some of the setups like the crossfires were okay, but even then, it was that death ball strategy that was super effective against that. That's the perfect counter, so to speak. Yeah, I think Bebop just very much looked unprepared, like they just don't have a lot of experience on this map, which is the case.
Yeah, Mark,
Like
you said, I'm sorry, you have something to say.
No, I look at Elim during those entries when you're talking about this death ball. That's why I think I reacted a little bit humorously there. Dude, his entries were like flat out insane. And then like, I can't say that, excuse me, my headset's about to fall off of my head, without obviously acknowledging Sammy on the first map going really insane there before like he even picked up the op for the first time. Like his AK was really fantastic.
Yeah, so before I ask this question, I want to make sure I have my facts straight. Marky, I think you said earlier on that you had seen Bebop recently in the previous couple days.
Yesterday.
Yes. Okay. So give me a little bit of insight now that you've seen not only that best of 3, but this one into the differences, or maybe even the similarities that you've witnessed today. As far as maybe what's been able to get them over the line previously that wasn't here, maybe the things that they were falling short on that you're already familiar with. Like, give me a little bit of that little compare and contrast.
Yeah, so obviously I was, commenting first of all about, Whiteout taking a big step up today. It felt like in his performances, just like maybe I caught him on an off day. He really didn't seem confident, especially on that nuke, and he put up a bad series today. It felt like he improved very heavily, but I don't really want to talk about the individual just yet, the individual level, excuse me, because I feel like yesterday that was the problem on Nuke, especially dominating like Tea Time and I's conversation, was the trouble that you were having during this T side. I mean, where it's either fade out at a spawn. It felt like on this Anubis, he was like more commonly, very curiously like with the pack. And I don't know, it just felt like, especially where we're losing like most of the individual performance, you've got to like lean back and at least on some basic tactics on that Mirage. They were extremely stale. I mean, they were sort of just like running the same page every single time. You had a couple like decent CT side looks, don't get me wrong, but I'm looking at the T side right now, and that again was problematic. I gotta say, it would really like help this team to have a solid 5 to go alongside like a core that we've seen working for some time, and just have like, I feel like consistent issues here with, I mean, trying to roll with a pretty good default on most of these maps. It's just where I see this team kind of fall apart series to series, because I feel like me and Vincent are coming into a lot of these pre-games going, why are we seeing iDisbalance go 1 in 10 one map, or 1 in 21 map, and then put up 24 frags in the next? Like, Bebop one day will have an amazing individual performance that will like be probably the reason why they beat a team 2-0. And then you will have days like today that are a playoff. It doesn't really matter which day it is. They just get unlucky that they walk into a playoff and, I mean, look like the worst version of themselves.
Yeah, well, listen, that's going to be pretty much the story for them written as Bebop are done and dusted. It's Walczaki who move forward to play the victor of, I believe, the Lazer Cats and the Basement Boys, which will be played out as the first game tomorrow if you do return for that shift, as we'll also be here as well, a couple of us. I'm not so sure when or where or what combination, but look out for that as we do say goodbye and good night. Thunderpick's Europe Series 2 not yet done, but for today, we're signing off.